Well, we appear to be live right now. At least I think we are. We're certainly
There seems to be a delay.
we're certainly live
For me.
on TikTok.
There you are.
There we are. Okay, we are certainly live on TikTok, and we appear to be streaming on YouTube as well, which is always good to know. And we've got Sean coming in right now, which is very exciting. Hey, Sean, how you doing? How are you, Sean?
Good, good. Is my mic working okay?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got you now.
Okay. I heard a little bit of a robotic sound and then it went away.
Yeah, I think we are good. I think we're good. Just sorting out a few little bits and pieces. Hope everyone's doing well. Thank you very much for joining us on this Thursday night stream. I sometimes lose track of where we're at with everything. But for those of you on YouTube, you will see that we're going with a horizontal stream today. Lots and lots of people have asked for this, so I thought we'd give it a try. Hopefully it will work okay. And those people who have been clamoring for a horizontal feed can enjoy that. If you prefer the vertical thing, then I'm sorry about that. Once I have my super upgraded fiber connection, I will stream both. But right now I have to kind of choose one or the other, and so for now we're going to go with that, and I hope that's okay. So welcome everyone. Lovely to see lovely friends here. Already some familiar names popping up. It's wonderful to see you all. Wonderful to see Martin. Wonderful to see Pastor Fairy. Wonderful to see Upshot. Wonderful to see Gordon. All the wonderful people here on the TikTok side. We've got some wonderful friends as well in here. Of course, Annabella is here. Pamela, wonderful. Pamela is now a new mod, by the way, on the TikTok crew. So huge welcome to Pamela, who is a wonderful person in absolutely every way. And that's why I didn't hesitate at all to ask Pamela to mod as well. So I hope you guys are all good and having a wonderful time. And we're going to do some interesting talking tonight and have lots of fun discussion. So the topic, as advertised, is why is God hiding? Why is he hiding? Why does he hide? What's that all about? Apparently he wants to have a relationship with us, and then he plays all kind of coy and hard to get. So I don't really understand why he would do that. If he wants to be in a relationship with us, then why hide? And our very first guest is already up here. We have spoken to Charlie before, but we are going to speak to Charlie again and see what Charlie has to say about why God is hiding. So just getting Charlie in right now.
I already love this topic a lot more than the other one.
Good. Well, you're welcome, Charlie. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Also good. Okay, so pleased that you love this topic. I'm going to guess you probably think God isn't hiding. Would it be right about that?
No.
You think he is hiding. You agree with us that he's hiding. Okay.
Yes.
So do you agree that belief in God is a necessary requirement for salvation?
Yes.
Okay. So can you not see a bit of a moral problem with that then? Because if belief in God is a necessary requirement for salvation, and God's playing coy, he's not helping to facilitate that belief, is he? He's sort of impeding it. He's sort of not letting it happen.
He's not letting it happen. So I'm going to speak strictly from a Christian point of view. I'm guessing you already guessed that. So God is testing us. This is what we perceive. This is all a test. If we can believe in him and we can have a relationship with him without having proof, without him showing himself to us, then he will have a relationship with us when he doesn't know us in his life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, can I make two comments about that?
Go ahead.
So one is a question and the other is more of a statement. So the question would be, do all knowing beings need to do tests? I always thought that tests were things that beings of limited intelligence did in order to learn things they don't yet know. So that would be my first thing for you to ponder and perhaps respond to. And then the other is like, I don't know, it just seems a little bit mean to want us to demand that we believe something on insufficient evidence, knowing that for many, many people, that will literally be impossible. So like there are some people who are able to convince themselves of things on insufficient evidence or no evidence or even evidence to the contrary. But I'm not one of those people. I'm just not capable of doing it. So there's no volitional decision I could possibly make today that would cause me to believe in God. So perhaps you could respond to those 2 points. One is...
I'll go for the first one first.
Yeah. All-knowing being doing tests. What's that about?
Yeah. So picture this way. He knows every possible outcome we could ever make. But he's giving us the gift of free will so we can choose which outcome. We have the gift of free will. He knows what we're going to choose, but we still choose to make that decision. He knows that you're never going to believe in him, if you're never going to believe in him. Obviously, I'm not God, I don't know. You might become Christian soon. But he knows what we're going to do, but we have the choice to do that.
Okay, so is believing a choice?
Yes.
Okay. Can you believe in Superman right now?
No.
Okay, so if it's a choice, then, but you are incapable of believing in Superman. No, so that wasn't my question. My question isn't, do you choose to believe in Superman? It's, can you choose to believe in Superman and actually believe it?
Can I, or can anyone?
Well, let's start with you.
No.
Okay, so you don't have a choice between believing in Superman or not. You don't have, so, okay, so, but you said you physically can't.
I never said I physically can.
No, my question...
Technically, yes, I could physically choose to believe, yes.
Okay, so you could choose to believe right now, and you can actually be convinced Superman exists. Like, right now, you're capable of that.
I mean, no, because he has stated multiple times, even the writers, he's a fictional character.
Well, okay, so you can't, because you're going back and forth on this. So you physically cannot... You're incapable of believing Superman exists, but you're saying it's a choice to believe Superman exists.
I'm sure there might be some different people. If we're speaking broadly or we're speaking individually, we've got to determine which one.
Right. So if you had convincing evidence for Superman, then you would believe he exists. You would be convinced. But if you don't, then you can't believe he exists, right?
I guess.
Okay. So that's what we mean when we say belief is not a choice. So just like you are incapable of... Just hang on, let me finish. Hang on, let me finish. Just like you are incapable of believing Superman exists, it's not that you're choosing not to. You literally can't. I literally can't choose to believe any gods exist, including your God.
Cool. So right. So your whole argument, if there was sufficient argument, could I agree? Yeah. Could I believe?
No. My argument is you're saying he's testing us because it's due to our free will. He's given us the free will, but beliefs aren't a matter of will. It's a matter of you're either convinced or you're not.
Argue that you can't choose to believe something.
Correct. Just like you confirmed it because you can't choose to believe. Hang on, let me finish.
Right.
You confirmed it because you said you admitted you cannot, even if you wanted to, you cannot choose to believe Superman exists and actually believe it. Likewise, I cannot choose to believe any gods exist and actually believe it. So how is that a choice?
Because the difference is, my friend, Superman is stated multiple times that he's not real. Okay, so there's no reason for you to believe he exists.
Can I interject at this point?
Real quick, I'm going to get to it. There is a reason for you to believe God exists because there's no other explanation. Obviously, you're going to say that there's no evidence does not mean evidence, right?
Okay.
Is it the weight? Go ahead.
Yeah. So here's the thing, Charlie, is the mechanisms in your mind, the cognitive machinery that lead you to accept something as true or likely true or not, don't actually differentiate between a situation where there's disconfirmatory evidence or not, right? The parts of your brain that evaluate a proposition for whether you believe it or not are actually kind of agnostic about that particular thing, right? All that happens is that your brain evaluates a claim based on many, many different parameters, right? Based on the type of evidence, based on your own priors, based on all sorts of things, based on your emotional disposition, based on your biases, based on your motivated reasoning, based on your emotional needs or not needs to believe certain things. All of these factors all combine, and you experience a sensation of being persuaded or of not being persuaded. Now, what you're trying to do is suggest that there's a significant difference between a situation where you know that it's not true because there's evidence, like you know that Superman was a comic and you understand how it was written, and a situation where there's an unknowableness about it, right? There's uncertainty in the equation. But the presence of uncertainty in the situation doesn't magically equip you with a switch to turn belief on. That isn't how belief works. It's just not how it works. I understand that it's how you want it to work, and I understand that it's how your theology needs it to work, because here's the bottom line, Charlie. Once you engage honestly and properly with what belief actually is, the moral logic of Christianity collapses because it's no longer able to legitimately criminalize non-belief. And there's no conceptual space left for honest non-belief. And that's why you have to hold to it's an act of rebellion. You could choose it, you're choosing not to, regardless of the fact that that doesn't bear up.
Okay, cool. So all I would bring up is that you don't have to believe to get into heaven.
Really? Is John 3:18 is John 3:18 wrong?
Okay, cool. So if you don't believe, then you're wait. You're then judged upon your sins, what you commit. So say hypothetically, John, you've lived a sinless life. God would not punish you and send you to hell if you live a sinless life and a great life. He's a
Charlie. Sorry, you contradicted yourself, because John at the beginning of the conversation asked you if belief in Jesus Christ is a necessary requirement to get into heaven, and you said yes.
Okay, I'd like to go back on that statement. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, so it's not. So you can achieve salvation even if you don't accept that Christ died for your sins.
Yeah, if you don't, then you're just judged upon your sins, which everyone falls short of the glory of God. But technically, it's possible. It's technically possible.
Okay.
But into actuality, it's not.
But can we call out what's happening here? Because what you're alluding to is that everybody is a sinner, but everybody also has access to a special magic pardon, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
But the special magic pardon is only available to people who believe certain things.
Yeah.
And therefore, believing those things is the key you need to put in the lock and turn in order to gain access to the special magic pardon that stops you being toasted. That's a problem. That's a moral problem. Because if you're right, God has created a condition where the only possible way that people can achieve the special magic pardon is if they believe things that they are unable to believe. And that's immoral.
Nobody's able to believe anything.
Well, as I just demonstrated to you, you can't command belief at will. If you find something unconvincing, wanting it to be true doesn't cause you to believe it.
We're trying to argue as if logic applies to God. It doesn't.
No, I'm not.
Sure.
I'm not arguing about logic applying to God, and logic does apply to God. I'm not arguing about that. I'm arguing about how human minds work.
Ooh, so
Charlie,
wait, Joel, are you gonna let me answer him, or are you gonna speak over him, Sean? Or are you gonna give me like 20 questions? Just let me answer one at a time, please.
Okay, go ahead. And I'm going to point out another contradiction.
John, are you saying it is physically impossible for certain people to believe without evidence?
No.
What are you saying?
And if that's what you think I've said, then you have misunderstood my position. I'm saying that it is impossible for anybody to believe anything if they're not convinced it's true.
Yeah.
Right? So then the question then becomes, can you decide to be convinced that something's true? Now, your position, which is, if I may say, slightly ridiculous, is that you can think of something that you don't find convincing and then just decide to start finding it convincing. And that's just not true.
It's not true. You have to do. Wait, yo, Sean, chill out. You have to decide it's true. Okay, which you have to believe without the facts, which is
that's not possible.
Charlie, yeah. You said two things. One, you said you cannot believe. Like, it's not that you won't. You literally cannot believe Superman exists. And then just a minute ago, you said nobody can't believe anything. So which of those two things are true? Because they can't.
No, I said I can't. I said me personally, I can't. But
right, but You said nobody. Like you made it all inclusive.
Because it states verbatim that he doesn't exist in the people who are making him, because he's a fictional character, brother. I don't like this argument. It's very illogical.
Okay, so is it the case? Are you saying belief is always a choice, or are you saying it's sometimes a choice?
Belief is sometimes a choice.
Okay, what's the criteria for it being a choice?
Okay, so what's the criteria for being a choice? Okay, cool. I choose to believe that gravity is a thing without me testing it, without me having proof.
Can you choose to believe gravity isn't a thing?
Yeah. Right now, I don't believe in gravity.
Okay.
That's a terrible argument. Wait, that's a terrible argument.
It wasn't an argument, it was a question.
My argument was terrible. No, wait, I'm going back. That was a terrible argument. No, wait, I just made it. That was from me. That was bad. Wait, no. Let me rephrase that, please.
Okay.
I choose to believe Alexander the Great was a real person.
Okay. So my question was, I didn't ask you for an example, and I don't think it's ever a choice. What is the criteria for belief being a choice versus not a choice, in your view?
Because, so for example, I can choose to believe God doesn't exist, right? And you can choose to believe. Therefore,
can you then believe that now? Believe that God doesn't exist. Right. If Charlie, here's the problem with what you're saying. If you're saying that you can just switch belief on and off at will, you can just decide to believe whatever you like by just declaring it, then I'm going to argue that one of two things is happening. Either you have a serious mental illness, or you're getting confused between declaring a belief and saying the words and actually internally genuinely being convinced that that is true. And I'm going to suggest, I don't think that you're seriously mentally ill, so I'm going to suggest it's more likely to be the latter, where you're getting confused between a declaration of belief and an internal condition of being persuaded. One is under your control. You can say whatever words you want. The other one only happens if you genuinely find it convincing.
Yeah, I guess you can't choose to believe in... Right. Wait, no, hold on. Kind of a hard argument.
Just think about it. Just think about it.
I'm thinking. The cogs are turning.
Okay, here's another thing to make your cogs turn, right? If I say to you, I think that belief is involuntary, and you disagree with me, are you able to just choose to agree with me and start believing that belief is involuntary?
No.
You're not able to, right?
No.
And the reason you're not is because I haven't convinced you, right? Let's imagine I'm really bad at making this argument. I know I've written a book about it, and I know I go on about it all the time. But let's say I'm a really poor communicator, and I'm not good at putting my views across.
You're like a guy called Mars.
And so I'm not able to persuade you. That feeling of being unpersuaded and not being able to take my claim as true is the thing I'm talking about. It's an inability to believe something because you're not persuaded of it. Now, in the case of Superman, you're not able to start believing in Superman because all the evidence against Superman stops your brain tipping into being persuaded, right? In the case of Jesus, for me, other reasons, the lack of evidence for me, how poor all the arguments I've heard, how implausible the claims are, all of these things are just a barrier for me to being convinced by those claims. And so unless that changes, belief is impossible for me. Now, if that were to change, then at that point, I'd have no choice but to believe, because I will have become persuaded and belief will happen to me, and that'll be it. Belief will then be...
belief isn't a choice then.
Correct. Good on you for reaching that conclusion. So I applaud you for listening to it with an open mind, because it's really, really important, Charlie. It's really, really important to get this. Because once you do, if you can engage with belief honestly, you will look at it differently, and it may make you contemplate the requirements for salvation differently too.
Okay, I'd like to change my requirements for salvation. Feel free to move on to another guest. I've been on it for a while. You have to have faith.
Okay.
Wait, not belief. You have to have faith, and you have to trust him without the belief.
Well, please define faith as you're using it here.
Yeah.
Trusting with believing without evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's still believing. Like if you acknowledge that belief is not a choice, then you can't choose to believe without evidence.
Yeah, you can say you do, and you can behave like you do, but faith
and I wanted...
So go ahead.
I want to tie this. Sure, I want to tie this specifically.
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I want to tie this to the real issue at hand here is your claim, whether you still hold to it or not, that everyone can just choose to believe God exists. And if that were true, you wouldn't have people like me and dozens of other people who are in this chat on both sides, on YouTube and TikTok, who believed at one time, wanted to continue believing, tried to continue believing, and couldn't. So either
that is when the
belief in God, hang on. Either belief is not a choice and you defined faith as a type of belief. Either belief is not a choice or we are all lying. So you either have to call us liars or acknowledge that belief in God isn't a choice.
Cool. The reason you stop believing is because of the lack of evidence, I'm assuming. Yes?
I can't speak for everyone else, but for me, yes.
Cool.
Ultimately, yes. That's a short summary.
And that is where the faith would come in because it's without evidence.
Is believing without evidence a choice? You said belief isn't a choice, so belief with or without evidence, it wouldn't matter, right? Any kind of belief just isn't a choice, right?
Then. Believing without evidence is a choice.
Yeah, Charlie, here's the thing. Some people are capable of becoming persuaded of something even without evidence, and some people aren't. So in either case, whether there is evidence or whether there isn't, it's still the case that if you don't find yourself persuaded, with or without evidence, imagine you're not persuaded and you just say, right, I'm not persuaded of this, I don't find it convincing, but I'm going to believe by faith. Think about what that actually means. In a situation like that, you would be saying, I don't believe this, but I do believe it. And that's a contradiction, isn't it? That can't happen. That can't be true. We know that contradictions can't be true. So what's actually going on when someone says, I currently don't believe this, but I'm going to believe by faith? What they actually mean is, I currently don't find this convincing, but I'm going to act as if I do. That's really what that means. And in some cases,
I'll let you finish.
Yeah. So in some cases, that acting as if you do can actually bring on genuine belief, but it doesn't always. And quite often it doesn't. So what I would say to you is, first of all, I want to genuinely give you respect for being willing to think about belief in a different way and follow us on that journey of thinking about belief differently, because that shows integrity on your part. And so I want to give you the props for that. And then I just think, try when you can contemplate this more to be very clear when you think about it, about the difference between the internal state of what you actually believe is true and the behavior around that, as in like the things you say, the way you act, and your sort of hope that things might be true, because they are different. And one is in your control and the other one isn't.
It's definitely a very thought-provoking argument.
Thank you. I actually think, this is not a plug, but I actually think you might genuinely enjoy my book. It's not out yet, but when it comes out, I actually think you might.
I'll definitely give it a read.
I think it might make you think about this stuff differently, and I do appreciate you coming at this in good faith, Charlie. I really do. So good for you for engaging in that way. Appreciate it. And,
it was a good conversation. I'm sure I'll be up here again.
Hope so. Thanks, Charlie. Take care. Thanks.
You too. Bye.
Okay. Well, good for him. Good for him. I think Charlie has redeemed himself. In my view, I think that was a good faith conversation, and it's hard to change the way you think about things, and I think he engaged with that with integrity. So I think we have to give him props where they are due. Couple of messages, and then we have some guests in the queue. So if you are in the queue, bear with me just a moment, and we'll get to you very, very shortly. So we have here. Where do we have our messages? So I'm trying out my vertical stream today, and it looks like the messages are not displaying on the TikTok feed. So forgive me for that. I'll sort that out for next time. We have Enui and then some. Nice to see you again. If Christianity is structurally prohibited from providing justification of the cause of its claims via info-sem theory, it leads to the claims not being able to be true or false in the relevant domain. Okay, so we did speak about this on the last stream, and you have emailed me your article about this, and I have not yet given it the attention it requires, but I promise I will. I will get back to you about it, and I'm interested to talking to you about it more, because I understand where you're going with it, and it does sound quite interesting. So yeah, thank you. We also have Oceanus. Nice to see you, my friend. Gods always hide because it's an amenity awarded to first-class flyers on the planes of existence. They do this to troll the believers in the cheap seats. Gods show off by not showing up. Yeah, I just think it's weird and wrong and odd. If God wants to know us, then don't troll us. Just pitch up. Helping MAGA deconstruct. I really enjoy your keep calm and carry on style. Keep up the good work. Rock hard for Doug and Simply Wet for Sharon. Well, we are all Rock hard for Doug and we're all Simply Wet for Sharon, of course. More on that later. And thank you very much indeed for that. I appreciate the kind words. That's how we do it here. We just chill. We try not to get too in a flap, don't we? And finally, Tracy. Great to see you, Tracy. Hey, John, I heard you wrote a book. Is that true? Oh, you're so sweet. Yes, I did write a book. This is what it looks like. I did write a book. It's coming out in November, but it's available everywhere that sells books, or pre-order now. And the thing is, that's going to be so helpful. Don't know if you know this, but the first week sales of the book are all the pre-orders added up. So because we've got 7 months or so, or 8 months until it comes out, if enough people pre-order it, it could actually really make a mark in the week it comes out. It could do something, and that could help to get these kind of discussions happening more broadly. So yeah, if you're at all interested, just go to the places you know where you get books from, and look for Unconvinced and my name, and you'll find it. And I would consider that a huge favor. So thank you very much indeed. Okay, let's get back to the matter at hand. We have Life Before Adam in the queue, and then we did have another person in the YouTube queue who's just dropped out. If you want to come back in the YouTube queue, I promise I'll get you after this one. So let's see how we go with this. Life Before Adam. Hopefully coming in right now. Hey, Life Before Adam.
Hi. Are you wondering why God's hiding?
Yeah, you're going to...
Yes.
At the moment, I'm wondering why you're so far from your microphone, but if you could get nearer it, that would be great.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
Now we can hear you. Hello.
And you want to know why God's hiding?
Well, it would be nice if we could have some explanation about why.
So how would God hide?
Well, there's lots of ways he could
By
hide.
not revealing himself.
But where would he go?
But you tell me. He's the one hiding. If I knew that, then he wouldn't be hiding. I'd say he's behind the cupboard, or he's under the bed.
But you're asking a question.
I'm asking why. I'm not asking where he is. I'm asking why. What would his motivation be for remaining?
But you're presupposing he's hiding.
Yes, I am presupposing he's hiding because
I wouldn't say presupposing. It's a logical entailment. So regardless of which God you believe in, most of the world either believes in no gods or the wrong gods. And if God is all powerful, he is choosing to remain hidden from those he is imperceptible to, i.e. he's hiding.
That sounds really philosophical. Can you make it sound more simple?
Sure, I got no problem with that. Do you agree that most of the world either believes in no gods or the wrong gods?
I don't know. I've only been to Canada, the US, and Mexico.
Okay, I mean, do you have access to information and demographics? Like, do you know how many Christians, so let me ask you this. What religion are you?
Well, I grew up a Christian, but I don't know. I'm not a fundamentalist.
I'm not asking if you're fundamentalist, but do you believe in the Christian God?
Well, it's a religion, right? What do you want me to tell you? Like, was I there? Did I get a Polaroid?
Just the question I asked. If you believe in the Christian God.
I believe in the experience of Christianity. How's that?
Okay, so if the Christian God is the true God, you don't have to go to every country. You can look up. There's plenty of reputable data out there. There's about 2.3 billion Christians in the world, give or take. The population of the world is 8 billion. So laws of logic, most of the world either believes in no God or the wrong gods, some other god, the Hindu gods, for example.
Well, there's only one God.
Well, right, correct. From your perspective, I get that. But I said if, I'm not saying which God or if any exists, but if the Christian God is the one true God, most of the world either doesn't believe any gods exist or believe in the wrong gods. So do you accept that premise to start?
Well, wait a second. I don't think Christianity is the only right religion.
Okay, so you think the Hindus have it right as well, that Vishnu exists and all the other gods they believe in?
I believe that everybody is entitled to have a personal relationship with God as they understand.
Yeah, that's not the question I asked. So I'll just lay it all out for you because I'm having a hard time getting like direct answers.
Well, that's about as direct as it gets. It's a free country, right? It's a free universe. You can believe whatever you want to believe, right?
This isn't about freedom and what people are allowed to do. It's about what information is provided to people so that their beliefs can be correct. If there is a God, right? If there is a God, does God want to have a relationship with us?
I don't know. I'm more of a deist.
Okay, so it sounds like you have a conception of God which is slightly different. And maybe
I would say I'm a Christian, but I'm not. Like I said, I'm not fanatical about Jesus.
Well, you don't have to be. You don't have to be fanatical.
Christian or deist?
But those two positions can't really be reconciled.
I believe in Jesus, but I don't see miracles happening. I don't see I don't see anybody walking on water.
So if you believe in Jesus, you're probably not a deist because, well, depending on whether you think Jesus is
it's
a God
a story
or not.
for children. You
Agreed.
guys are like
we agree
you guys
with that.
like Scrooges.
We agree.
I have a hard time taking this. I think this is a troll.
We agree that
a troll. I'm actually defending the belief in God.
Well,
you're the troll. You're the one saying there's no God. You worship a fireball in the sky.
Calm down. Nobody here worships anything actually. So we're just asking.
You worship the Big Bang Theory.
Yes. Okay. So nobody here worships anything. We're just wondering that if there is a God.
Yeah, you do. You're scientific.
It's okay. Everything's going to be fine. Just take a deep breath. It'll be okay. We're just suggesting that if there is a God who wants to have a relationship,
there's no God.
Just kept on going. I love that. We're suggesting that if there's a God who wants to have a relationship with people, then that God has
Where do you get that from?
Where do you get your manners from? So if there's a God who wants to have a relationship with people, then he or she has not done a very good job of letting people know that he or she is there. That's the extent of the question. Well,
that's like telling a professor, you're not a good professor. I'm a student, though.
Yeah, the difference is that you can actually see a professor and know the professor exists. In the case of this God, there's a significant chance that it's just a fictional character, which is the hypothesis that we're currently leaning on.
He hide behind a tree he created?
He might be able to. Yeah, he might be able to.
Would God hide up on a mountain? Where would God hide? Would he hide in your wife's underwear drawer?
I don't think you're a serious person, are you?
I didn't.
No, I don't think you are. I defend God. I support God.
I think that you're possibly a troll, and this is where Poe's law kicks in.
This is not a troll.
What's quite interesting is that I get quite a lot of messages and comments saying
it looks like when someone defends God,
that these callers are made up. I get accused daily at the moment.
What it means to defend God. I'm defending God.
Of having stewed callers. That these people, I've put them up to call in. I promise you, this guy is not working for me. I promise.
Should we do believer bingo crash out, John, or does someone who's facetious not count?
God.
I reckon
you guys disrespect God.
I reckon this is a bingo crash out. I reckon it's a crash out.
No, you think you're better than God. That's your problem.
It's a crash out. We got a crash out on the bingo, people.
It's called passion. Something your wife wishes you had in bed.
It's a crash out. It's a wonderful crash out, in fact. Thank you very much for that. That's a flying start, isn't it?
That was, yeah. I'm about 90% sure that was just a performance. But
yeah, he was a troll. That's not a serious person. That's definitely not a serious person. But okay, there we are. Okay, so Sean, if you're ready, we're going to go over to the YouTube side.
All right, let's.
And we are going to get in Charlie from the YouTube side and bring him right in right now. Hey, Charlie. Charlie, are you there?
Oh, yes. Well, hi. How are you today?
Very well indeed, Charlie. If there's any way you can get any nearer to your microphone, you sound a little bit far away. That would be really helpful.
All right. I'm sorry. This is the first time I've done this.
No worries. No worries at all.
Is that any better? I'm using a camera on top of my screen.
Yeah, that's fine. The nearer you are to it, the better we'll hear you. But that's okay.
Sure. Let me close my door, if I may, for just a second. I'll shut out some of the background noise.
Yeah, that would be good.
Who's a good dog?
Thank you. Sorry.
No worries.
I saw something. I've been watching your videos for about a month now, and I'm certainly not your typical caller, at least not the ones that get posted on YouTube. I saw a video yesterday, and you had on the screen, it said, no one chooses to be an atheist.
Yes.
And I suspect that's probably true, but I've been trying to think through that since I saw it on your screen.
Sure.
And I think, at least in some regard, I did choose that. Tell me what your logic is in thinking that you can't choose.
Sure. I'm going to bet that by the end of this conversation, you're going to agree with me, but I could be wrong. Right. So I'll just spell it out, right? So if you are convinced of something, then belief happens to you and you can't stop it. That's what believing means, right? Belief is the condition of finding something convincing, likely true or true. So when you when you are convinced of something, when you're convinced of something, belief happens to your mind and there's nothing you can do to stop it. If you're not convinced of something, then belief is impossible. You cannot achieve the condition of belief because belief is being convinced of something. So unless something changes about that, belief is locked off from you and you cannot believe. So the question then becomes, can you choose to be convinced by something? Can you just decide to find something convincing that you don't find convincing? And the argument, the answer to that is obviously not. You can't just choose to find something convincing. If you don't, what needs to happen for that change to happen is something needs to convince you. Now, that something could be evidence, it could be your own contemplation, it could be an experience, it could be an emotional need that overtakes you, which shifts your thinking into motivated reasoning and changes or skews the way you interpret the evidence or the issue at hand. But whatever it is, whatever the causes you're looking to, if something doesn't happen to persuade you of the belief is impossible. Now, if you are in a situation where, let's look at what happens to a believer who becomes an atheist and feels that they chose to do that. So at one point, they were in a situation where they found the religious claims convincing, right? And therefore had no choice but to believe because they were convinced by the claims. Then through a process of reading, study, thinking, exposure to other ideas, just contemplation, whatever it might be, something shifted in their head, or in this case, potentially in your head. Something shifted such that they were no longer convinced. And at that point, their ability to believe evaporated. It wasn't possible for them to believe anymore because the thing that caused the belief to exist was no longer there, the persuasion that the claims were true. And at that point, you just become an atheist and you become aware that you're one. You don't say, today I'm going to decide to stop finding all the things I've found convincing all these years convincing. It's more that it's a process. It happens to you and you become aware of it. And then the bits where you might think the free will lives in this might be things like the decisions you took to read more broadly or the decisions you took to open yourself up to other ways of thinking. But that's not where the change of belief lies. The change of belief is downstream of those decisions. Does that make sense at all?
Yes, I think based on that description, I would agree with what you said at the outset, which is I'll probably agree with you at the end of this. Yes, I think when you describe it as a process that is certainly applicable to what I went through. I do feel I'm probably wrong about this, and I'm thinking more about this just listening to your words. I do feel like I chose that process, even though it was the result of circumstances that sort of happened in my life. And in my case, it was my wife and I were living in a government subsidized apartment complex here when I was in university. And there was a lesbian couple who moved in nearby, and I was a conservative Christian. Being gay was wrong. I hated gay people, that whole thing. And then over the next 2 or 3 years, and I went to university late, I'm in my 30s. And so I'm learning, I'm meeting people from all over the world, which I had never done. I'm being exposed to new ways of thinking. I'm studying computers. I'm learning logical thought. I'm programming. And then we meet this couple, and I'm like, well, they're evil. They're going to hell. I can't associate with them. And then when I would come home from school, and we would go out and walk our daughter around the neighborhood, and we would run into them, and my wife would stand there and talk to them, and I would not be intentionally rude, but I was certainly not nice to them. But over 2 or 3 years, I began to realize, just from listening to them talk to my wife, these two women love each other just as much as my wife and I love each other.
What a great story.
I've got this conflict between what I see in the real world and what I'm seeing in this 2,000-year-old book that I really genuinely, I thought I had studied intently, but I had to come to admit, I don't really know anything about where it came from. I don't really know who wrote it. I've just been told these things since I was a baby. Wow, this conflicts with the real world. What do I do? So when I say I chose, I think it's that moment. I mean, that's sort of the pivotal event.
Yeah.
Even though it happened over a period of years, that's sort of the pivotal event that made me go, okay, I have to rethink this. And that, in that sense, it feels like a choice. But I see what you're saying.
And that's where the choice does legitimately live, right? So you saying I have to rethink this is a choice. And that comes down to lots of other factors, right? That comes down to like your personality, your attitude to beliefs, the kind of person you are, whether you have some humility, whether you're curious, whether you're it takes quite a lot of courage to be willing to rethink deeply held ideas, right? Some people don't have that courage. All of those things, you take the credit for all of that stuff. So when I say people don't choose to be an atheist, I'm not taking away the credit for people who have been, in some cases, through really, really difficult journeys of intellectual change. I'm absolutely not. Like, you get the full credit for the stuff you did decide, but within that, there's a recognition that having made the decision to think differently and to examine those beliefs, you then got to a point where you no longer found them persuasive, and that was the bit where the choice doesn't live, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Yes. I'm just curious if you might have run across, it's been so many years now, I can't remember the name of the documentary, but there was a documentary about, I wish I could remember the name, maybe you know it right away, but you might know it from this description. And it was right after I started coming into that realization that, wow, I need to question this. I went down to Blockbuster, and they had a documentary. And what I remember most about it was this guy, the host, the creator of the documentary, and I might have some of these details wrong because of the passage of time and my own old age, but he had the same kind of religious upbringing that I did, which was evangelical Christian, right? The Pentecostal religion. And he said the only unforgivable sin is denying the Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
And so he goes through this whole documentary about his leaving of religion. And at the very end, it was so shocking to me, and it scared the shit out of me. He turns the camera to himself. You don't see it in the whole documentary. He turns the camera to himself, and he ends the documentary by looking at the camera and saying, I deny the Holy Spirit.
Oh. And
oh my God, I mean, what it did to me inside, I was like, oh my God, and I was just waiting for lightning to strike him right there on the video.
Yeah.
Of course, now that just seems utterly silly to me.
Isn't it?
But it was a good shock that I think helped me,
That's really good.
Can I tell you, this is Sean. This is Sean, by the way. I'm on with John. How are you? I just want to tell you your story of how you ended up deconstructing from religion is one of my favorite of all time. The fact that you got to know your gay neighbors and were apprehensive at first and learned over time to see them for what they are, good human beings, your fellow man, and your empathy took over. And it seems like your human empathy kind of overwrote years and years of programming. I'm a former Christian myself, and I want to say that that's great, and it speaks well of you.
Thank you kindly. I appreciate that.
Totally agree.
I don't want to take much time of your podcast. I don't know what kind of time frame you're on. I could tell you another story about one of my best friends who was gay, and the horrible way that I treated him, and how that, I can't say that it changed, but he went off to college and I didn't know he was gay. And then he invites some friends and I down to Indiana University where he was at college. And so we went down to visit him and spent the night there. And late in the evening, he said, it's kind of crowded in here because there were like 5 or 6 of us. He said, I'm going to go stay with my friend down the hall. I didn't think anything of it because I was a stupid young man, grew up in a small town. And then my friends told me that he was gay and that he was going over to stay with his boyfriend. And so when I saw him the next morning, I said, look, Neil, don't ever come around me again, or I will literally beat the shit out of you. Ooh. Right? This was how I treated him. And I believed I was being a good person when I did that. I genuinely did. Wow. I thought I was being a good person because I thought I was being godly. And then later, I won't say his last name, of course, but later he went on to move to California and for a long time made gay porn movies. And then I was at my 20th high school reunion back in our hometown, and one of my best friend's father got rushed to the hospital, and we went to the hospital to see him. And in the emergency room, there was Neil in handcuffs with police around him, my old friend. And I had not seen him since then. And by this time, I had come out of religion, and I had felt horrible about the way I had treated him. So I went out and talked to the police. I was in law school at the time. I'm a retired lawyer now. I was in law school at the time. And so I went up to the police and I explained to them I wanted to talk to him. Would that be a problem? I said, just an old friend. And they said, no, it's no problem. You can go over and talk to him. So I did. He was handcuffed in front, not in back. I could see his arms, as my friends had told me had happened to him. He had been a drug user for many years, and I could see where his arms had been shot up. And I tried to talk to him and apologize and tell him how bad I felt for treating him as something other than the same kind of human I am, just somebody who loves different people than I do or is attracted to different people than I am. And he just couldn't understand. And he was so out of it. I just felt really, really, really horrible. Now, since for about the past year or two, I've learned not to live with regret. I kind of realized the philosophical silliness of living with regret, but still, it was a horrible way to treat somebody. Yeah. And it's an example of how you can do disgusting things in the name of religion, in the name of a complete fantasy, no more real than Harry Potter.
That's it. We hear about them every stream. Every time we stream, we have someone coming in here expressing the most hideous ideas. It's going to happen tonight. It happens every time, and it never stops being shocking. But good on you for having the opportunity to make amends with him and apologize. And and I think your story was awesome earlier about your neighbor. I think we really appreciate that. And thanks for getting in touch. And I hope I was able to clarify the choice belief thing to your satisfaction.
I see what you were meaning now. Yes. I think I was interpreting it a little bit improperly in my own brain. So thank you for the clarification. And Sean, it was nice speaking to you as well. I hope you both have a wonderful day.
Cheers, Charlie. Thanks. Take care.
All right, take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Well, there we are. Okay, we are going to go back to TikTok land right now and bring it in Bishop next. Hey, Bishop.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Very well indeed.
Good.
The floor is yours.
Well, I came across your live. I actually because can't say that I know Sean, but I came across Sean in a particular live with I think like Coco or something like that. He's in there quite frequently. So anyway, I've had a little bit of conversation with Sean, and I've come across your live, and and the book that you were writing and or have written, I think at this point, and just found it interesting. So
Sure.
I'm of course a Christian, so I wouldn't share the same perspective that you do, but I am curious, like your framework, like of the question, why is God hiding, just so that I can better understand it a little bit. And by the way, before you answer, I really appreciate your like kindness and actually engaging, especially like with people who, like myself, I don't share the same belief, but I very much appreciate a cordial and intellectually honest conversation. And I think, at least from a Christian perspective, like we have to have these conversations and be able to really discuss them in an honest way, in a kind way, lest,
agreed,
like what the other person just mentioned, like you end up with weird, horrible things that are thought and said and lived out. And anyway, so
no, that's great. So thanks for that, and I share your approach. I mean, we're allowed to disagree about things, right? So if you think Christianity is true and I don't think Christianity is true, well, one of us is right about that, and one of us is wrong, and that doesn't make us sworn enemies. We should be able to discuss it, and if I'm wrong, I'd like to know that I'm wrong. And I'd like to think that you might have a similar approach to this stuff. So, okay, so in terms of the matter at hand, so we could spend all day talking about evidence for God and what you think is compelling, and you might say you find the moral argument for God the most compelling, or you might find a design argument for God compelling, or you might have been captivated by Aquinas's 5 ways, or whatever it might be.
Sure.
The fact is, I don't find those things convincing. I think there are serious problems with every argument for God I've ever heard. I could pretty much go directly to why those arguments are fallacious in my mind, right? In my view. Yeah. I understand that there are people smarter than me that have different views, but just in terms of, for me, I don't find those arguments persuasive. And if there is a God, then God would know that. God would know that those arguments alone aren't going to do it for me, that I would need something else. I would need some additional level of evidence. Now, if you say to me, well, what is that? I don't know, right? I don't know exactly what it would take to convince me. But if there is a God, it's something I want to know. If God exists, that would be the most important fact about reality we can imagine. And I wouldn't want to be the idiot who hadn't heard the news, right? I would like to know about that, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm here, I'm open, I'm genuinely open for a God to let me know he exists. And then I can use my free will to decide, once I know he's there, I can exercise this beautiful free will that he's apparently bestowed on me to decide whether I want to be in relationship with him, or whether I want to say, nice to meet you, I get that you're here, but you're not my cup of tea, I don't want to be in relationship with you, and then I can rebel and turn away. And so far that hasn't happened, right? That hasn't happened, and it hasn't happened to me, and it hasn't happened to millions of other people like me. Billions, in fact, more. It's hundreds of billions of people, right, who just haven't been persuaded. And so when I say God is hiding, what I mean is God could let these billions of people know he exists, and he hasn't.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. From, like, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion based off of that framework, for sure. Is there any, you talk about evidence in particular, so as being one of the foundations for the reason, we choose kind of which group of evidences that are most convincing. And then, if I'm understanding you correctly, and then belief is substantiated off of that choice of which evidence is more convincing.
To correct you, we don't choose which evidence we find convincing. Evidence is either convincing to us or it's not.
Yeah, you could choose which evidence you expose yourself to. So you can curate your own reading list, and you can decide what YouTube channels to watch, and you can decide what your input stream is. But what you don't get to do is decide whether you find it convincing. That's something you discover rather than something that you decide.
Okay. Yeah. So, and then one of your statements is, and correct me if I'm wrong, as I heard what you were saying, I understood you to say that if God was all powerful, why would it not be more apparent that, say, from my worldview, the God of the universe, why has he not made it more abundantly clear to others that he is there? In other words, there's lots of people who haven't believed and haven't had sufficient evidence, or that hasn't been convincing to them. That is your premise for he's hiding. He's all powerful. He could just say, click, and I know that's what that person, would need in order to believe.
And not just for atheists, but if you're born and raised in the quote unquote wrong religious culture, like if you end up being Hindu in a Hindu dominated area of India, or Buddhist in Thailand, or Islam in Saudi Arabia, for example, he could easily, if he's all powerful, make everyone in the world know, I am the correct God, this is the right religion, here are my rules. It's your free will, your choice whether or not you want to follow me, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess so. One of the things, I don't say this necessarily to convince you, but I think one of the, from our scriptures in the New Testament, one of the passages is Romans chapter 1, which I'm sure that you guys
talk about it a lot.
I'm sure you do.
118.
Yeah. But that the creation speaks of his nature, and I also, there's a lot of Christians who would also say, well, no, you have to know the name of Jesus, and I do believe that salvation is through him alone, but I also believe, according to the scriptures, that God will judge based upon the knowledge that one has. So if, say, there's a place where they've never heard the name of Jesus, but what they know of this deity, God, the true God, from creation, that would be sufficient for them to believe. But I think that would be the framework that I would be coming from, and I think it's kind of tantamount to me in one way, that we have all of these, let's just say, wealth. All right, there's a lot of people who are very wealthy and have much more wealth than, say, I would, and we know that them giving some of their wealth to others would benefit them. But why is it that people choose not to give wealth to others if they know that it would help others out? In my mind, just as I was thinking, I'm sure there's like logical holes through all of this, but just as I was hearing you guys talk about that, like if someone knows that dispensing some wealth to another individual would help them out, why wouldn't they do that as much as possible? And why would they hold on to some of that for themselves?
That's a separate question. The question is...
Sure. I'm just saying, as I'm listening, that's...
Yeah, so that is, it could be a myriad of reasons why somebody who is wealthy wouldn't give their wealth to other people. But like the more analogous would be if I had a long lost son that I just found out about who doesn't know I exist, say his mother told me I passed away.
Okay.
It would be incumbent on, if I want a relationship with him, it would be incumbent upon me to let him know I exist. And you gave kind of a carve out, well, if somebody hasn't heard the word of Jesus Christ, then they get a free pass or what have you. But just hearing the word isn't enough to convince someone. So like I am not convinced Jesus is Lord and Savior, and it's not that I'm choosing not to believe. I literally can't, any more than I can choose to believe leprechauns exist. So what am I supposed to do about that? And why doesn't God just let me know he exists?
I guess, and then it would just come down to, I guess I would then just, I guess it comes back to the premise at hand as to whether or not we can we have any agency in whether or not we see evidence as valid or not?
Yeah, we don't. So let me give, and I'm giving an extreme example just to illustrate the point. So let's say I told you, hey, Bishop, these are the next lottery numbers. And you're like, how could you possibly know that? And I tell you, I consulted my magic 8-ball, and I used that magic 8-ball to like decipher what the next numbers are going to be. So I gave you quote unquote evidence, but you can't choose to find that convincing. Now, on the flip side, if I tell you, hey, I got this devious scheme, the lottery is fixed, and I'm going to prove it to you, I have an insider, and 3 times in a row, I tell you what the numbers end up being, probably you're going to have no choice but to be convinced I'm always going to know the next lottery numbers. So does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I just, in that explanation, you said I would probably have no choice but to believe that.
Whatever your belief state, whether you're convinced or not, is never a choice. But I just don't want to presume that would be enough evidence for you. You seem like a smart guy. I would assume it's enough evidence that you cannot choose.
I would generally agree. Sure.
Yeah. So in both cases, the first case, you can't choose to believe my evidence or find my evidence convincing is a better way of phrasing it. On the second choice, you will have no choice but to be convinced, because 3 times in a row, I have correctly predicted the next lottery numbers. So of course, like 4 times in a row, why not? Right.
Yeah. I would also say that, with some examples that I've known personally, I guess the reason why I would say that I think I may reject the initial premise that there is evidence that there's some agency to believe even what evidence may be more convincing. I don't know that. Okay. I struggle sometimes to be very clear.
Take your time.
So I apologize.
No, take your time. That's fine.
So there have been situations where I have seen, I know people who have been given diagnoses, and all of the evidence from the doctor, the past historical records, the patterns, the general, all the evidence that, and sometimes just fact about how these things take place, would all lead one to believe that a healing or a cure would not be possible for their condition. And yet the evidence that there's a, you've got 98% chance of passing away from this, but there's 2%.
Yeah.
We would believe, like, it would be understandable to say under those conditions, one would really not have any reason to be convinced that the 98% would bow to the 2%.
That depends. There's a lot of play here. So first of all, I would love for everybody, including myself, to be these logic machines that always spit out the most rational belief, but our brains don't work that way. So part of it's like motivated reasoning. We're affected by biases. And motivated reasoning, like I really want this to be true or not true, that can play a calculus in our brain calculation, but that's not like a voluntary thing. And then 2, if it's an example of someone, this is an example, someone who believes God exists and God heals people sometimes, and they have enough faith, that can change their calculus in their minds. And the thing to remember is, for beliefs, whether belief is inevitable or belief is impossible, it's not the weight of the evidence that matters. It's how someone perceives the weight of the evidence that's going to dictate their belief state.
Sure. But I would say even in the case of one who isn't a believer, the weight of the evidence would be completely contrary to perhaps what they're choosing to believe, that they will in fact actually be healed. So I know this isn't perfect, but I just believe there is at least some level of agency there.
Well, let's tie it to God.
I'm just going to interject for a moment on that. So let's take that exact situation you're talking about. So somebody who faces, bad odds, but to use your phrasing, chooses to believe that they're going to be okay. Let's think about what that actually means. So there's a couple of possible ways to interpret what that means. One is it means they genuinely are convinced that they're going to be okay, right? And the other is that they're not really necessarily convinced that they're going to be okay, but they want to project positivity both to others and, funnily enough, to themselves. We can project things to ourselves, right? We can affirm things. We can do affirmations, and those affirmations can create a feedback loop where we start to become, we start buying our own supply, as it were. Exactly. And it can be denial. That's right. So in both of those cases, there isn't really a choice going on about what they think is true. So if somebody is in a situation like that, and they genuinely think they are going to be okay, they're convinced that they're going to be fine, they're probably convinced of that. I mean, if we're being realistic here, they're probably convinced of that for bad reasons, right? They probably, the motivated reasoning has kicked in because a rational reading of that situation is you're probably not going to be fine, right? Probably not going to be. So somebody in a situation like that who says, I am going to be fine, I genuinely really believe I am, it's probably not being rational. That's not me saying they shouldn't do it, right? I'm just saying that if somebody facing those odds believes honestly that they're going to be fine, they're probably not believing it for rational reasons, but they have genuinely been persuaded of it for some reason, and therefore their belief isn't a choice. They're persuaded of it, the belief happens, there's no choice there. It's still not a choice.
I can see how you would see it that way. I guess I'm just not convinced of that framework. I guess that's what it would come down to.
I know.
For me.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. And what I would say is, sorry,
sorry, John.
Sorry, Sean. In these situations, the thing to be really, if you want to find clarity in these discussions, Bishop, focus on whether the thing you're talking about is an action that the person's doing, like the words they say and the way they behave and the words they say, or their own actual internal state of what they are persuaded is true. And if you apply that clarity, you will come to see that whether they really think that they are going to be okay in this example, or whether they don't really think so, in both those cases, there's no choice. Because if they really think they're going to be okay, it could be because they decided to have a positive attitude, they decided to affirm lots of things, they decided to, let's say, meditate in a really positive way, and as a result of all of those things and their attitude and their lots of other factors, they were able to become convinced. That's fine. Where the choice lives is the decision to have done those things in the first place. The choice doesn't live in the moment of conviction. It lies in other things which are upstream.
Yeah, I had a conversation with a guy the other day who brought the same framework, and it was actually pretty interesting to think through. And I'm not. Again, thank you for being gracious. I'm just not convinced of that framework in general. But I think that's probably where the real impasse is from your conclusion to mine. I don't know that I can say that I completely disagree with that, but I'm not certain that necessarily applies universally.
Well, let me give you, let's apply it to the thing that really matters here, what we're really talking about, belief in God. If belief in God was merely a choice, nobody would ever believe in God, be a Christian or what have you, start having doubts, try to continue believing and fail and end up losing their religious belief against their will. That would never happen. But I know for a fact it happened to me. And this is a large deconstruction community. It's happened to at least dozens of others that are listening to us right now. So if it's a choice, that wouldn't happen, because when I tried to continue believing, why didn't I just will myself to believe it? I tried to and I couldn't.
Were there certain, I'm assuming there were certain peripheral circumstances that led to that. And I'm not asking you necessarily to get into that, but
no, I don't mind talking about it. It's just I began having doubts, and then as I got older, I ended up losing my belief like way later in life. But as I got older, was exposed to the world more, and I've always been thought about like the mysteries of life and everything. And I thought about, you know, in all these different countries, everyone's just believing what they're born and raised into. That includes myself. So I did some introspection, and I just genuinely wanted to know the truth, and I wanted there to be an afterlife and a heaven, see all the people I lost, etc. And I wanted to continue believing, and I prayed on it, and I talked to people about it, and it's sort of a long story, but I just ended up being unable to continue believing.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't deny that people such as yourself have had that experience, and there are things that ought to be thought through, and I've had similar places in my own experience where I've been met with the reality of, is this true or is it not? Am I convinced that this is true or is it not? And for me, the evidence has led me to, I understand the framework that we're working from, but has led me to believe that indeed it is. And so, hey, I really appreciate the time and the conversation. I hope maybe we can have some more conversation in the future as well. But I mean, you know, if you have other questions or any other questions for me before I hop off of here.
I mean, the very final thing really is that the reason why all of this matters, of course, is because within the doctrine of Christianity, belief is a requirement to avoid punishment, or depending on exactly what your eschatology is. But you know, at face value, you kind of, you know, we're all sinners, we're all bound for hell. I mean, I think that's a horrific idea. But even if we accept that, your get out of jail free card is that you just accept Jesus. But accepting Jesus requires you to believe in Jesus first, right? So when I say you get sent to hell for non-belief, and people say, no, you get sent to hell for being a sinner, that is to miss the point, because your requirement for avoiding the punishment is the belief, right? So So that's where this becomes morally really, really problematic, because if you're not persuaded of this stuff, belief is impossible. And if belief is impossible, then making belief a requirement for avoiding punishment is cruel. And then when we bring it back to the sort of hiddenness thing, you know, when the stakes are this high, if belief is what determines your eternal fate, then hiding the evidence isn't mysterious. It's negligent. It's cruel. It's capricious. It's hard to understand how it can make sense morally. And so that's really why this discussion has a moral salience rather than just an intellectual one.
Sure. And I think that's, from your framework, a proper understanding of the stakes. I mean, it literally entails eternal blessing or eternal torment. And it hinges on belief. And I understand from your framework how belief is downstream of agency. So I just, that's why I say I don't know that I accept the framework from what I understand, from my experience, what I understand to be true of my experience, and then also what I've come to believe and know through the scriptures. And I think that, at least in part, and I know that you guys go to Romans 1 a lot, but the idea of the suppression of truth, at least in part, but God giving some up to the resistance of the evidence that's there. And that's why I would say, in part, I don't accept or completely believe that framework is necessarily the most accurate one. Because if belief
sorry. No, sorry, I thought you were done, Bishop. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine. I was just going to say, because if belief is completely dependent upon evidence being convincing and we don't have agency to believe, then it would be morally wrong for God to require belief. That's why, and it's not just in response to your question, I just don't believe that's the framework of the world in which we live. So,
what I'm going to offer is that I think your
Yeah.
resistance to accepting this framework, as you put it, is because you realize that it would cast a very, very dark moral shadow over God, and you don't want that. You can't. I mean, respectfully, that would be very hard for you to accept, because the moral logic of the religion collapses once you accept it, and that's the source, in my view, of your resistance to accepting this idea of involuntarism.
Sure.
So Bishop, earlier you acknowledged that some people, and I think it might be more than you suspect, but some people believe, want to continue believing, try to continue believing, but cannot. And if you accept that, I'm wondering why you accept Romans 1 to be true, because I don't see how both can be true simultaneously.
You're saying how God giving people up to their own desires is incongruent with one who would desire to continue to believe.
Okay, so all right, so I'll explain.
Am I understanding you correctly?
Well, I should be specific about what in Romans 1. So Romans 1 says a couple of things. One, and I'm going by memory. I'm not like reading it right now, so it won't be verbatim. But it says, "For what can be known about God's existence has been made clear to them, so they are without excuse." So that already suggests there's no such thing as an atheist, and you might be able to interpret it a little bit differently.
Sure.
But then it says, but they suppress the truth in unrighteousness. So I'm not sure how, like I believe black holes exist. How do I suppress my belief that black holes exist? But either way, that would be an action I would know about that I'm doing. Like it's in direct opposition to the reality of when I stopped believing. I wasn't trying. Not only was I not like trying to suppress the truth, I was actively trying to continue believing, because I wanted to believe. I don't like the idea that when we die, it's just that's the end of all. I think life's too short, and it would be great if there's some great God and plan for us and be in heaven. That would all be wonderful. So Romans 1 says, it's been made clear to me, and it's not. And I'm suppressing the truth in unrighteousness. And I didn't. I genuinely wanted to continue believing. So one of those, it has to be either Romans 1 is wrong, or I'm lying, and so is everyone else that has a similar story.
Well, I don't know that either is mutually exclusive from one another. I think Romans 1 is speaking about a particular people, whoever that may be, of similar situation, who there would be in that framework evidence in the creation around that would display a divine creator, God, and yet would disbelieve in the face of even creation displaying.
Well, but it says it's clear to us. So I agree. Sometimes, so for example, it's clear to me that the world is round, but it's not clear to flat earthers, right? And I could be as incredulous as I want, like, what's wrong with you? But it is a fact that it's not clear to them that it is there. So it doesn't just opine that the evidence for God is overwhelming or what have you. It specifically said it's been made clear to all of us.
I have to do a little bit of more digging into that, whatever the original there is, and what that would mean. That'll be an interesting point of further study for me on what it means that it's been made clear. So that's just I'm gonna
that's fair.
earmark
That's fair,
that.
Bishop.
Yeah,
if that's fair, Bishop. And actually, we would love it if you dig into Romans 1. So I guess two things. What does it mean by it's clear to them? And what does it mean to be suppressing the truth? Because that sort of doesn't make sense to me. And then you come back to us and say, hey, I dug into this and here's what I came up with. And we would really enjoy that conversation.
For sure. Yeah.
Of course.
Thanks for coming in to talk to us.
Yeah, thanks for the time. I really do appreciate it, and I'll look forward to a future conversation.
Thanks, Bishop.
For sure. Thanks, Bishop.
All the best. Take care. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Very good. Okay, we're going to stay on the TikTok side and bring in I Am Legend.
That was a good movie, by the way.
1 second, brother.
Yeah. Hey, I Am Legend. How you doing? Oh, teacup. There we go.
Good.
You're good.
I'm sorry, I had to turn off my Spotify. Right?
No worries. No worries.
How
welcome.
you been? I haven't talked to you in a while.
Yeah, we spoke. It was a while ago, didn't we? I can't.
Yeah,
forgive me.
it's
I can't
been a minute.
remember. I can't remember when our last conversation was, but it was a little while, wasn't it?
It's been a minute.
Yeah. Well.
So why is God hiding?
Yeah.
Are you hiding?
I'm right here. I'm not hiding.
So there you go.
Everyone can see. Everyone can see me, and no one is left in any doubt as to my existence. Literally, no one. There is nobody who wonders whether I am really here. So can we say the same? Can we say the same for God?
Yes, we can.
I don't think we can.
So is God,
I don't think we can say that no one is in any doubt about God's existence, because lots of people are.
Well, I think we can say that we have a difference of the definition of what God is.
That may be true, but I'm not convinced of the existence of any gods. So
But that's not your prompt, right? So why is God hiding is your prompt, but you're not hiding.
Which God do you believe in?
Myself.
Okay, so you're all right. I don't even know where to go with that, John. Have at it.
Yeah, I mean, if that's seriously your argument, then I would say if God is just you, then I would retract the claim and say God is clearly not hiding because you're here. But I don't think
I did not say that God is just me, right? So I think it would be very pertinent for us to define what God is.
Right. Well, go ahead.
I asked you that. Which God do you believe in? Describe him.
Yeah, I believe in the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end.
That doesn't tell us anything at all. Give us some properties.
It tells you everything about you. That gives you every property.
Give us the properties.
Nothing exists outside of you to you.
Okay. Give us some properties of the God you believe in. Is the God you believe in? Does the God you believe in exist in space in a particular location?
Yes.
Okay. Does the God you believe in have a will and a mind and a personality?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any places in the universe anywhere where that God is not located?
No.
Okay. So you're sort of you're one of these people who just thinks that God is kind of God is kind of everything, right? Is there anything which is not God?
God is Alpha and the Omega.
Alpha and Omega. That's great. Is there anything which isn't God?
No.
Like I had a spectacular shit this morning. It was amazing. One of the best I've had in ages. Was that God?
That was you.
Was it God though? Was it God though?
What's killing me now, right, is that you have asked me like 12 questions. I've answered them. Boom,
I really
boom,
want to
boom,
know
boom,
if my
boom,
poo
boom,
was
boom.
God. I really want to know. Just
And
tell
now
me.
you're obfuscating
No,
deviating.
I'm asking. I'm
Can
just
I
asking
ask
a
you
question.
simple question.
You can in a minute, but I really want to know if my poo was God, and now we all really want to know. So, like,
No, your poo is not God.
Okay, so God doesn't exist
Okay, so
in
it's
all
not
places. Then, so there are places where God doesn't exist. What separates? What separates?
So this is just not going to be a good conversation.
What separates
right? You just want to ask questions till you get to the
Yeah.
root of you taking a shit.
I'm just trying to ascertain your conception of God because it seems fairly idiosyncratic.
When I answered all your questions back to back to back,
you're being really helpful.
Answer one of mine, right?
I promise I'll answer your questions. The reason I'm asking these
how many questions must I answer for you to get to the center of your fucking bullshit?
We'll get there. We'll get there. At the moment, I'm asking you.
So how much longer?
Until we get
relax.
Until we get a coherent description of God.
Everything's going to be fine. I'm asking you lots of questions just so that we can conceptually pin down what it is you mean. Okay, that's fine.
You're insecure.
Okay, I'm wonderfully insecure and desperately incompetent. But in the meantime,
you definitely are.
Back to the matter at hand. I'm trying to ask you.
Let's get back to the matter of.
relax, take a deep breath, everything's going to be fine. So I'm asking you these questions just so that we can ascertain exactly what you mean, because your concept of God is a little idiosyncratic and a little hard to pin down.
You're being disingenuous, bro.
So earlier
everybody's seen it on this live. 166 people just saw you be so disingenuous.
It's a lot more than that, actually, because we've got another few hundred on YouTube. So it's closer to 500 have seen me be disingenuous. That's good. So earlier on,
you asked me a bunch of questions. I answered them back to back, and you're like, and you won't allow me to ask you one question.
I've already said that I will allow you to ask me a question, but we're nearly there. We're nearly there.
Your bullshit. Go ahead.
We're nearly there. So earlier on, when I asked you, is God everywhere? You said yes. But when I gave you an instance of a particular location, in a toilet related way, you said God wasn't there. So how do you define and separate the locations
God to your bullshit?
Yes, the locations where God is and the locations where God
would
isn't.
Be just bullshit, right?
What's the separation between the areas where God is and isn't?
John's not a bull.
How many fucking questions are you going to ask me, right?
As many as it takes for us to pin down your slippery concept of God. Because at the
moment,
moment,
as it takes for you to find some kind
at the moment, nobody knows what you're talking about. So we're just trying to gain some clarity here. You're struggling to provide it.
But I have a genuine conversation.
But I have lots of patience.
You know, a genuine.
So we're gonna keep on going.
Conversation requires us both to be able to ask questions.
It does, and I've told you that you can ask questions.
And I answered all your questions.
Not all of them.
I am legend. To have a fruitful conversation, we have to have a sufficient understanding of your God concept, and we don't have that yet. It may make sense to you, Alpha and Omega and all that. It doesn't make sense to us, and it could be that you're just a lot smarter than us. We're trying to get the God concept down, so that we can have a conversation about it.
I would point out that there's something contradictory in your God concept, which is why I'm a little bit bothered. Right, your God concept at the moment is incoherent because you've said two contradictory things. You said that God is everywhere, which means that there are no locations in space and time. Yeah, there are no locations in space and time where your God is not, and there are no things in space and time that are not your God. And you've also said that there are, and you've also said at the same time that there are certain places and things which are not your God. So those two statements. The kill switch has been activated.
No, there's no contradiction.
The kill switch has been activated by the inner circle. And I must do what the inner circle says. That's how the inner circle works. For those of you who don't know, we have currently 8 inner circle members. If 2 of them activate the kill switch, then I have no choice but to remove the guest. That's how it works. With great power comes great irresponsibility. The inner circle have spoken. The guest has been removed. Unfortunately, I had absolutely no choice. Our inner circle members responsible for this travesty are Flibberty Gibbets and Gordon Loves Science, both human beings that I hold in the highest regard, and I know that they would not have invoked the mighty power of the kill switch without good cause. So I think a round of applause for our inner circle members for wielding their power with such wisdom and grace. And if you're listening, still, I am legend. You were a legend. And your concept of God was incoherent. And I suspect that may have angered our inner circle members. So there you are. That's how it works. If you want to come back and speak to us another day, you're very, very welcome to do so. And hopefully that'll be okay. TikTok is getting upset about something or other. TikTok is accusing us of being continuous and monotonous actions without clear objectives of sustaining engagement. TikTok is such a ridiculous platform. If I'm not breakdancing around the room, it's complaining and getting upset. Honestly, it's such complete nonsense. But anyway, there we are. I'm going to read a couple of messages and then we'll get our next guest in. Love that.
TikTok is constantly accusing you of being boring.
I know. I'm starting to get upset about this. TikTok basically disses me every time I sit down here because I'm not dancing around the room or something. It's completely ludicrous. But hey, there we are. Okay, I've now got the super chats displaying on both streams. Tim, straight out the gate, to be convinced is to accept a proposition is true. Belief is holding a proposition is true. I can't hold a thing if I haven't accepted it. Absolutely. Tim's absolutely nailed it. He's not just good for jokes, you know. He's smart as hell too. Absolutely right. We have Mike. Great to see you, Mike. My older brother is a fundamentalist pastor. I didn't know that, Mike. And I've spent 7 hours talking to him, my dad, and one of my sisters, making the case for doxastic involuntarism this week. That is awesome, Mike. I love that you've done that. And I'm really curious to know how that's been received. I mean, I imagine probably with some difficulty, because it is hard. It's really hard for people in the system to accept the idea that belief is involuntary. Because as I said, it destroys the moral logic of belief-based salvation. But I'd love to know more about how those conversations have gone. Genuinely, really, really would like to know that. We also have Tim back again. No one talks about J-Man, the carpenter these days. Good that Messiah thing worked out. He built me something, shelves and their shit. He built me some shelves and their shit. Yeah, I'm guessing he wasn't the best carpenter, because he would have been known for that. Do you know how hard it is to find good tradespeople who like do the job well, on time, on budget, don't mess you around, don't, not turn up the last 2 or 3 days of the job because something else came in, and they leave the job like a little bit uncompleted and things aren't, sanded properly or don't line up quite right. I reckon if he'd been a really badass carpenter, we wouldn't have to worry about all this Messiah nonsense. I think you're onto something there, Tim, definitely. And finally, for now, we have Barshed. How do we say that? Bars HD1. I don't know how to say this. I'm going to ruin it again, aren't I? When they can't convince you to believe, they throw insults. They can't even follow their own rules of their magical book. Unbelievable. I know, right? I'm always thinking it's 2 Timothy 2:24, I think. Correct opponents with gentleness, and all of that evaporates the moment they get a little triggered, which is interesting and fun. Thank you very much for all of that. And let us get in Ash, and then we'll go over. We've got a guest waiting on the YouTube side. Puff's only son is waiting on the YouTube side. We're going to get Puff's only son in very shortly. I just have to bring this super chat in right now. I can't resist. Misinterpretation. So nice to see you. I love it when you're in the chat. This is your reminder to move around a bit so TikTok doesn't think you're boring. Sadly, I don't think there's any amount of moving around that I'm likely to do on this stream, short of actually getting up and dancing, which is not going to be happening today. That's going to convince TikTok that I'm not boring. I'm just resigned to TikTok finding me boring. That's just what happens. Let's bring in Ash, and then we'll get over and speak to Puff's only son. Ash, how are you, friend?
Hey, buddy. How's things?
Things are good. How are you?
Oh, good. Always a pleasure to see you and Sean and everyone.
You too, Ash.
Always good, man. Right. There's a few questions and different things that's kind of been on my mind a bit when it comes to, again, a little bit of free will and choice. Also, why is God hiding? And also something in the Bible, I guess, which I just want your clarification, as you guys would know a lot more on this. So when it comes to like people who have never even heard of God, are people who are religious saying that for the people who have never heard of him, they'll be given kind of a chance once God kind of comes out?
Near universally, they tend to overwhelmingly say, you have a pass if you've never heard the word. But once somebody knocks on your door and says, "Have you heard the good word?" you're screwed unless that person is very convincing.
My God! So basically, everyone should basically stop preaching. So
stay
if
at
God
home. I make this exact argument in the book. If that cutout exists, if that sort of theological legal cutout is there to say, people who have never ever heard the gospel are not condemned under the ridiculous laws of requiring to believe it in order to be saved, then the only ethical thing to do is stop proselytizing right now, shut down all the missions, stop doing any of that, don't knock on anyone's doors, and stop spreading the good news, because you're systematically depriving people of their immunity.
You know, with all the confusion of different religions and things to like try and get you to think and believe in something without evidence, and then suddenly God shows up of a different religion that you didn't find, unfortunately. And now it's like, you know, compared to someone who's never heard of the idea, say, oh, by the way, I am God. You want to worship me? Sure, you've shown up, I guess. Yeah.
But also, just before we move off that subject, it also, this point also carries with it, it reveals something about this belief system, which is that they assume an equivalence between hearing about something and finding something convincing, right? Because under the moral logic of this system, if an idiot knocks at my door and has the communication skills of a mollusk, but says, have you heard the good news about Jesus? And puts a pamphlet in my hand that he scrawled with a crayon that morning, I've now heard the news about Jesus and I am now without excuse, right? Yeah. It conflates knowledge of something with being convinced by that thing, which is, you know, obviously stupid.
Yeah, there's so many things that really don't make sense about the whole premise of the idea. So if God really wanted to convince everyone, and again, is it something like he's trying to test us, seeing if we can earn his faith by playing this game of see if you can find me, you know, and find the right one? Then you get to like live this, like, I don't know, life of eternity in heaven or something. But it's broken in so many different ways of thinking about it. But again, I guess having an open mind of different ideas and like being convinced or not being convinced, this is what's kind of given me to the next question of, again, free will and the illusion of free will, if that is a thing. But again, it is a thing. If we don't have free will, then it's still technically an illusion of it, right? Like,
yeah, but it feels like we have it, whether we do or not.
Yeah, which kind of goes to like the idea of, again, being convinced and having a choice. Like I get it that we have some form of like, you know, we either feel we have agency or we feel like pushed in a direction. Like, I feel like we do have choice of what we kind of, I don't mean like the outcome. We've discussed this quite a few times. Like, we can't just suddenly believe from 0 to 100, you know, God exists or not exists. And I think that's with like a lot of things. And it comes down to like taking the first step towards something, you know, like if it's saying like, can you become richer by just thinking it? It's like, no, but if you do certain things and do your research and put in the work, you can become better off compared to doing nothing at all.
Yeah.
But I get it, what you're saying, that you can never like fully choose the outcome. That is kind of, if you do all the options and choices, that still doesn't guarantee you are convinced at the end of the day.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
But this is a thing when it comes to other forms of, like, let's say, flat earthers. You know, they could either be kind of, I get it, like it's a very primitive way of thinking, but it makes sense. Like, if we didn't have technology and science and NASA and all these things, the world does feel flat. But as soon as you learn more about airplanes and GPS and how things work, it's like, it makes no sense how all this could work. Like, how everyone would have to keep it a secret for things to be like flat earthers to be kind of true. It doesn't make sense once you kind of get out of the way from it. But when it comes to,
and yet it does make sense to the people who believe it, right? So the people who are convinced by it, it makes perfect sense to them. They have no choice but to believe that, because they have found the same evidence that you and I just laugh at as being completely ludicrous. To them, it's compelling. So once they are persuaded by it, their belief happens to them. They have no choice.
But I get it in the sense of those people that either have lost faith in the systems and they just don't trust it. So they just go on what their gut instinct tells them. And the problem with that is that a lot of the things from just our sight and, you know, the optical illusions of life, that's so easy to, you know, convince someone of something that's not true. And just having the mind to think through ideas. So I think it always comes down to, can you really challenge your own thoughts every time and see if you end up at the same conclusion? So this comes to the question I have for yourself, John, is that, because you have mentioned it in a few different, you know, sessions lives, but you also say that if something was to convince you of God, if it did exist, what would that thing be? Because at the same time, let's say hypothetically, there is a God hidden somewhere, and he shows up, and he shows up at your door or anything. Yeah. Would that actually convince you, or would you still be like unconvinced? So are you then with the bias? Yeah. Would that then hide us from actually seeing?
I hear you. Yeah. So obviously we all have biases, right? And I admit to my own, we are all biased. Some of us realize how biased we are, and some of us are biased about how biased we are. But if there is an all-powerful God, that God would know, as part of their power and part of their knowledge, that God would know what evidence would be sufficient to get me over my biases, over my resistance, over my intellectual roadblocks. It can't be the case that there's absolutely no evidence that would persuade me. There must be some evidence. And in fact, an all-powerful God would be able to just implant the knowledge into my head, almost by magic, right?
Yeah.
This is the God who created the entire universe. It would be trivial for that God to just plop, make me aware, but provide me some personal revelation such that I woke up one morning and suddenly thought, I know this to be true. I've had a realization. I know this to be true. And God continues not to do that. And so I must conclude that God either doesn't exist or does exist and is happy for me to currently be unpersuaded of that fact.
Yeah, like I would completely agree. Like, I do not believe in an Abrahamic God or that, the Bible in a sense, because it's just full of contradictions and things that don't make sense. And if he's all powerful and all good, like there's no evidence. It's actually the complete opposite of that. But let's say there is a God, but he is not all powerful. Or if there is a God, he's maybe not all good. Then maybe, but still, it's something where, like, from what science tells us, like 4 billion years old, the sun came before the earth, Yeah. So if any text goes against that, it's more reason not to believe in those texts. Like, you have to work an objective framework from what we know. And if it's not that, then I guess we really can't trust our intuitions and our science if everything's kind of broken. If we're in a matrix system, who knows? We don't know. But the thing is, what I like the idea of is that never being fully 100%. I think that's a very scientific way of thinking, in the sense that there's always stuff that's unknown to us that may come to us. But again, that's why I'm more atheist than agnostic, because there's nothing to push me in that direction as of yet. But I would love to hear ideas and thought processes and ways of thinking. But you're completely right in telling people, like, you can't just be instantly choose what you believe in. But I would say having an open mind and thinking of holding the opposite view than that you normally have, that it may open to different ideas and you can see what resonates. But if people are not open-minded, they will never be open to any form of idea. They wouldn't be open to conversation. They just believe in their echo chamber, and then they're just cut off. Until they have some trauma or something that,
we can all decide to be open-minded. We can decide what our attitude is, and we should all remain open-minded. Of course, the famous saying is not so much your brains fall out, but we should always be ready to hear contrary views, ready to have our own views challenged. I love it when people challenge my ideas and my views. And occasionally the challenges are really good, and I realize I was wrong about something, and then I've learned something, and that's an opportunity for my ideas to get better. So we should always
that's the only way we grow,
have
right?
that. That's how we learn and grow, exactly.
But then again, like, the choice of being open-minded or not being open-minded, like, you would know more about this in the sense, I'm sure, like, is that within our control? Can we just decide to be open-minded, or is it from
I think so.
It's a really good question. There are elements in there which are beyond our control, but part of our sort of psychological makeup. Sometimes, for example, fear can stop you being as open-minded as you might otherwise be.
Right.
There are factors there, but there is some degree of control there. I'm with Sean. There is some degree of volition to say, I'm going to make a conscious effort to be, to try to be willing. I'm going to consciously. That's where there is some room for, for some free will and for some, volition.
I hear that's actually quite interesting. There must be a lot of religious people out there. They're just blinded by the fear of losing the community, losing their faith and everything. Consider
exactly.
Especially if the religious text tells them not to think and use their mind.
Exactly.
It really cuts them off from being open-minded. So how do you reverse this process?
It's complex and messy. It's complex and messy, and that's why it takes some people years to deprogram and to deconstruct and to get out of these systems, because these things have been baked into their schema since they were children. They're axiomatic in their world, and it's hard to get rid of them and hard to move on from them. But it can be done. Our community is full of people who have done it.
Absolutely,
it can be done.
Yeah. So keep doing what you guys do. I love it. It's great.
Cheers,
work.
Ash. Thanks, buddy.
Have you seen Jason? Was it just some guy? I've not seen him around for a while.
He's not been around for a bit. Yeah.
Gotcha. Tell him I say hey if you see him.
Cheers, Ash.
I talk to him sometimes. I'll tell him you said hello, Ash.
Yes. All right. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, John.
All right.
Take it easy. Thanks, man.
Bye.
Okie dokie. Okay, we're going to head over to the YouTube side and bring in Puff's only son, and then we've got Mike Bowen is in the YouTube queue as well. Looking forward to speaking to Mike. But right now, Puff's only son. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm all right. Sorry, I have a bad throat today. It's me, PVG. Sorry,
Indeed.
I was so. I wasn't. I was so confused with the user interface. So it was all black, and then I couldn't hear you once you came on. So I was so confused. I'm so.
No worries.
Just to let you know, I can only hear you. I can't hear Sean at all.
Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. On the previous conversations, were you able to hear me and John?
Nope, I can only hear John. I couldn't hear you.
That's okay. I think I know why. Don't worry. It should all be good now. But anyway, you're very welcome. Nice to speak to you again, PVG. How you doing? What's up?
Nice to speak to you. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I wanted to clarify something. I mean, don't take it because I admire you guys, both you and Sean. However, I just wanted to bring some perspective on some of the comments I saw the other day, where people were, and there was a comment saying that the Abrahamic faiths are the worst, the three Abrahamic faiths, and then Hinduism is not as worse, is not as bad, and then you seem to even agree with that statement. I just wanted to bring in some perspective from myself to this take over there, and in no way I'm not having a I'm not having I'm not antagonizing your stance or anything.
Sure.
I'm just trying to bring in a perspective that might have been missed from a Western perspective, because I have lived both in the West and India, and so my perspective is that everything in Hinduism is a collection of many different religions that existed in India since the Bronze Age. So there was the pre-Vedic Indus civilization, or pre-Vedic civilization, which were more animistic, animistic, yeah. And then the Vedic influx came in, and then they all mixed together, and they were. And then eventually, in the classical period, which is about 2nd century BC onwards, the new mixed form of whatever theism was there in the subcontinent was a bit more. I mean, the gods were quite revived, in a sense, like the gods of the old were completely gone, or they were made into demigods, and then new gods, the Vishnu, Shiva, and the Brahma, they were all kind of like the revived concepts from the old gods, mixing with the other group of gods. So it's about different ethnicities of people exchanging their cultures and also shaping gods based on their own culture, and then eventually mixing their culture and then shaping the new gods based on the new mixed culture. So that's kind of how the anthropology works. But as far as some of the statements that have been made, when I saw, Hinduism is not as bad as the Abrahamic faith, because people tend to look at sexism in the text. They look at outgroup antagonization in the Bible, and they look at moral inconsistencies or ethical inconsistencies, glorification of violence, glorification of certain atrocities that kind of, that contradicts with the ethics put forward for what is considered good. So these are the main things, right, in the Abrahamic faith that comes off very dangerous or very hypocritical. And I can confidently say those same things, and also pseudoscience, also things that are inaccurate based on how the people of those times try to unravel nature or epistemically pursue. So I can confidently say all those things exist in Hinduism, whether you're looking at the Vedic, about the time of the 1500 BC, 2000 BC, the Vedic religion or the non-Vedic religions, and then during the Puranic period, you got the mix of them both. Then you had the new wave Hindu religions, so Shaivism, Vaishnavism, or Shaktivism, the three main subsects that exist in India.
May I ask you? Forgive my interruption, but may I ask you one question then? Because
sure,
on your list of reasons offered for why one might say that Hinduism is not perhaps as bad as the Abrahamic faith, there was one you left out, which would have been possibly the first one on my list, which was, to my mind, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, I stand to be corrected and educated here, I don't think Hinduism carries within it the concept of being punished if you don't believe the correct thing.
Okay, so it depends on which subsect or which philosophy you kind of adopt. It does punish you based on, so what it says is that it doesn't punish you, but it says that you being born, it does bring the concept of something similar to original sin. So there is this school of philosophical school called Samkhya, which is, so basically this school of thought believe, there's a saying that we have all fallen from God in the West, we fall further and further away from God or something. Isn't there a saying in the West where people say, oh, how far we have fallen from God, and we keep falling farther and farther away, or something like that? Yeah, there's a similar concept in Hinduism where so whether you look, there's this dualistic school, non-dualistic school of thought where they say that everything is metaphysical. Both the supernatural and the natural are one and the same, and then some say they are different. They're two entities. So they're kind of like a bit of philosophical mumbo jumbles there. But what it says is that all materialistic things manifested, including human beings or all forms of matter and all forms of life, are impermanent. But at the same time, just by virtue of existing, they carry within them a non-divine nature.
But PVG, at the risk of forgiving you again for interrupting you, I want to make sure that we're focused here, because I don't want the audience to feel that we're getting a bit boring and a long lecture about the theology. No, that's fine. No, that's okay. So I want to sort of, if you can tell me if I'm right or wrong about this, because I haven't heard of a doctrinal requirement in Hinduism where you're going to get punished if you're not convinced of a particular thing. Am I wrong about that?
Not in the same way as Christianity, but you do get, if you don't believe in the God, if you don't believe in things that the Hindu texts tell you, you're bound to suffer. That's how they put it forwards. So your only means of salvation is surrendering yourself to this.
But isn't that more like saying? Isn't that more like saying if you don't have the belief, then not having the belief is likely to lead you to a less enjoyable life, or things aren't going to go so well for you, more as a sort of observation rather than a punishment for not having the belief?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not as direct.
That's quite a big difference, right? Because the whole thing that motivates me here is the idea, is that it's the core of all the work we do here, is the idea of treating belief as an action when it isn't an action, it's a condition. The belief is a thing that happens to you, it's not a thing you do. And that's why I'm particularly focused on Christianity and Islam, even more than Judaism, for example, which has got lots of problems, right? Judaism carries with it all the horrific moral baggage of the Old Testament, all of that stuff. It is absolutely horrific, but it doesn't have this idea of punishment for not being convinced of things. That's not that comes later in the New Testament, not really there in the Old Testament. And so in that sense, I don't think it's quite as bad. It's terrible in lots of other ways. And that's why I would have made the comments I made about Hinduism, as far as I knew.
Oh, I totally understand. I think I agree with that to an extent. I agree with that. I see where you're coming from. It's not as direct. It says if you don't believe, you'll be punished, and whatever wrong things you do, as long as you accept God, you'll be put in heaven. There are kind of similar sentiments because there is the Hindu hell and there is a heaven. There's definitely, and then there are certain things they tell you if you do these things, you will go to hell.
It's more about actions, though, isn't it, rather than mental states? Is the point?
It is, yes, it is more about actions. However, the inconsistencies come in where in the Gita or in the myths there is a point where some people just talked bad in front of God, and then they got killed right then and there. So it kind of is incoherent. You can't even think bad things, and there are kind of stories where people thought bad things and they got cursed for into something,
so which is pretty close.
Really bad.
That's pretty close. Yeah,
it's pretty close. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. I just wanted to clarify. It can maybe on that one thing, it's not as ridiculous as Christianity, maybe.
Yeah.
No, not quite clear cut. But then the atrocities are there: sexism, outgroup antagonization, dehumanizing of the outgroup that doesn't agree with the status quo. Yeah.
Well, thanks for setting us straight on that. I do appreciate that, PVG. I do.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, no worries.
All right.
Well, thank you so much, guys.
Nice
it was nice talking to you.
And you. Take it easy.
Take care.
Take care. Thanks.
Take care, Sean. Yeah.
Okay, still staying on the YouTube side, let's bring in Mike. Hey, Mike. Are you there?
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right. Hope you guys are doing well.
Very well indeed. Nice to talk to you.
Yeah, so I was just going to follow up on the chat I sent in. I actually got my brother and my sister and my dad to all agree that belief isn't a choice in those conversations.
That's massive. So do you think when they agreed to that they understood what the ramifications of that are? I mean, I suppose if you're a Calvinist, the ramifications would be less important, but I'm going to assume they possibly aren't.
I'm not certain about my brother, but I think my sister and my dad did get it.
Right. That's really interesting. I'm really glad to hear that you had that conversation. I just think more people need to. This is it. This is where the conversation's at, because people can speak all day about whether they find particular arguments for God convincing or whether they should or this or that. This argument, the argument of the injustice of punishing non-belief, would be a valid argument even if Christianity or Islam or any of these religions are completely true. If we assume for a moment that Christianity is true, Christ died for our sins, and it's all true, it would still be immoral to punish people for not being convinced of it because they can't help not being convinced of it. So it's a really, really important avenue of discussion and a really important way. I think I want to see everyone engaging with religion in this way and with these belief-based salvation ideologies in this way. So I'm over the moon. Good for you. I mean, 7 hours. It sounds like you really, really got into it. I mean, good for them for having an open mind to engage with you on it. What was it like?
All of them, I think, appreciate honesty over anything else, and that there just isn't a way around it if you're willing to be honest.
Yeah. Fascinating. So where did you leave it? What was the sort of the culmination of the conversation? Did you reach a point of what was the exit, or where are things at with that?
My brother and sister both agreed with me. At the end of it, my dad told me he'd take some time to think about it and get back to me. So we'll see where that one goes.
Amazing. Well, let us know.
Are
Let
your
us know,
siblings
Mike.
are they all believers?
I have 5 older sisters and my older brother who's a pastor, and all but one of my sisters are still believers.
Okay, so but the ones you talked to about doxastic involuntarism, they're believers, and you got them to understand that belief is not a choice.
Yes,
that's great. Did you guys discuss at all the theological ramifications of that with respect to heaven and hell?
Yes, I pushed that pretty hard.
And what did they think of
in
that?
the conversations? I think my dad was the most uncomfortable with it.
Yeah,
but my brother and sister kind of understood where the problem was located.
Gotcha.
Amazing. That's brilliant, Mike. I love hearing this. Really, I do. Good for you for doing that. I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate you letting us know. I'm fascinated to know where the conversation goes from there, because as Sean said, like once you get that, you have to think about the moral logic of the religion differently. Once you realize that, because otherwise, if you don't, then you are in the unenviable position of having to maintain that it makes moral sense to punish someone for something they didn't choose to do, which is not seems hard to think how anyone could be kind of okay with that morally. So I would love to know what happens next.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that my dad is currently turning over in his mind, is whether that actually makes any sense.
Yeah.
And but I'm a very stubborn dude, so I'm going to keep having the conversation until it gets somewhere.
Amazing. What you might find is that they slip back slightly from a position of apparent sort of consensus. They may backslide slightly into a sort of defensive trench of needing to find culpability and accountability in the process somewhere, and the place they find it often is in the attitude. So they'll say, yes, we understand that you can't necessarily decide what you find convincing, but it's how hard did you try to hear the message, or how resistant were you to it? That tends to be the fallback position that people get to, but it's not a defendable position, because it's still the case that there are people who did everything to try and believe, and as Sean often says, desperately cling on to wanting to believe and are still not able to. So we can't just look to attitude, and a motivation to sin or whatever it is, as the way out. It doesn't account sufficiently for the people who desperately wanted it to be true and just weren't able to maintain it. But let us know, man. Come back and let us know again. We're all keen to find out where the discussion goes.
I think for my family, that position is even less defensible, because I gave 15 years of my life to Christianity, and I came out of it not believing, and I don't know what more could be asked.
Yeah. And was that a painful process for you, without getting into a long deconstruction story right now, but that transition from being in it and believing and doing it and living it to coming out, was that traumatic for you, or was it liberating, or both, or was it quick or slow? Just to get a sense of what your path looked like there.
The first 6 months or so were absolutely brutal, but by the time that I got through that process of thinking I was going to hell for a few months and found out it wasn't real, that was liberating. It was it gave me a sense of peace.
Fantastic. That's awesome. Well, Mike, we're all the richer for having you in this community, and I always love seeing your name pop up in the in the chat, and to know you're around. So thank you for that, and for sharing the story with your family. And genuinely, please let us know how things develop from here. It'd be really fascinating to know.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys a lot. I hope you all have a good one.
Thanks, Mike. Take it easy. Thanks. Okay.
Right, bye.
Take care. Heading back over to TikTok land, we are going to bring in Shaquille. Hey, Shaquille.
Hi, John.
Hey, how are you?
Not too bad. You okay?
Good. I think we've spoken before. Forgive me for not completely remembering, but I know we've spoken before, but I can't quite remember what our conversation was. So let's just start again. Why is God hiding?
I wouldn't say God is hiding. Gravity is hiding in that sense. We just feel the effects of it. I don't think it's necessary for God to make himself apparent for someone to believe.
Well, he doesn't have to make himself apparent, but he needs to provide whatever evidence would be required for someone to believe. So in the case of gravity, we can all observe the effect of gravity on other things, right? Whether we perceive gravity as a force or whether we perceive it as a field or a distortion in space-time, however we want to model it, we can see the effects of it in front of our eyes. We can mathematically define it, right? Inversely proportional to the square of the distance apart. And it behaves exactly correctly every time. It's totally reliable. It's undeniably there because we can see it. So it's not analogous to a God. We don't have anything like that for God. All we have for God are poor arguments, logical fallacies, and bedtime stories. What else?
Well, obviously, from your experiences, I would say that you have come across various concepts of God.
Yep.
Rather than sticking to one and scrutinizing it as much as possible. And because of that, you have a distorted imagination of a God. And this is where it all stems from. Now, however, the effects of gravity, we do tend to feel and observe. However, we don't actually see the process. Just like the effects of God, we see it through nature. We observe it, we feel it. You understand?
No. Well, I understand, but I don't agree.
Now, however, the difference between me and you is that you refer it all to science, which only explains God's handiwork.
Hang on a sec. Pause for a moment. Pause just for a moment. So science is not an explanation.
It is an explanation.
Science is not an explanation.
It explains how things work.
Science is not an explanation. It's a method. It's a methodological approach for thinking about claims and evaluating them. It itself isn't an explanation. It's nothing like that. It's just a technique that you can use to test ideas, where you can basically be systematic about accounting for bias, accounting for our own cognitive limitations, and all of these sorts of things. It's a way of subjecting ideas to stress testing to see where they break and to see where they're strong, and sticking with the strong ones and holding them tentatively, not as grand truths, but as tentative models that explain the things we see and allow us to make predictions. So it's not that you look to science as an explanation. You look to science as the method you use for trying to explain the things you see. So when you say science explains God's handiwork, all you're saying there is you're just slapping a label on reality and calling it God's handiwork. But you don't get to do that. You have to demonstrate that it's God's handiwork, not just announce it. Can you do that?
Yeah, you say the same with science. You don't demonstrate it, you announce it.
As I said,
science
is not making grand truths or claims. Science is a method for developing explanatory models which explain what we see, are normally systematized or generalized to laws, and make predictions which come true. And if they don't come true, if it doesn't have predictive power, it's pretty much useless and it's discarded. How does explaining the world in terms of a God come anywhere near that? Because all you've done is just said, here's reality, and I'm just going to say it's God's handiwork.
Yes, it is. You stop at science, we go beyond that, and we say science is God's handiwork. So everything that you say in regard to science, we're not in denial. I'm not in denial of that. I'm absolutely agree with you. But what it is that you stop at science, and I say science is God's handiwork.
Yeah, that's lovely.
And that's it.
You're just adding a bedtime story on top of knowledge that we already have. I'm asking what the justification for doing that is.
Can you prove to me that I'm adding a bedtime story?
I can prove to you that you're adding unsupported
Can you
claims.
prove to me that you're adding a bedtime story?
Yes, I can. And my proof of that is that you can't provide any evidence for your claim that it's all God's handiwork. All you can do is continue to assert it.
Okay, let's
provide some evidence that it's God's handiwork.
Right, let's scrutinize science then, yeah? Would you say science is intelligent?
No.
No.
I've just spent 2 minutes explaining to you that science is a method.
Just a method.
Right, okay, so this is what I mean. So now you're telling me yourself that it's not intelligent, and I'm telling you the reason why you're saying it's not intelligent is because it can't think for itself.
Science is a thing that people do. This is a category error. Dude, it's like saying jogging around the block can't think for itself. It's a category error. Science isn't a thing. Reverse out of this cul-de-sac of argument because there's a wall at the end you're about to hit. Don't go there. Try again.
No. Look, science, right, is just God's handiwork.
So you keep on saying, can you demonstrate that?
And you stop at science, and we actually give science.
We've also gotten away from whether God is actually hiding. To someone who does not believe God exists, God is imperceptible. Correct, Shaquille?
Pardon?
Okay. To people who do not believe God exists, God is imperceptible. They cannot and they do not and cannot perceive God to exist. Correct?
Right. Well, this is interesting now because as a Muslim, we believe in God, and we also believe that He's.
That doesn't answer my question.
It does, because I
okay, so is that I asked a yes or no question. Is that a yes or no?
God is incomprehensible, yes?
No, I didn't say comprehensible. I said imperceptible. Okay, so Bob does not believe any gods exist. God has looked at it. He looked at all the evidence. Bob does not see the evidence for God, so God is imperceptible. He cannot see God, perceive God. Correct? Yes or no?
You can believe in something that you can't perceive.
That's not my question. My question is to a person who does not believe God exists. If someone does not believe God exists, that is someone who does not perceive God. Correct? Yes or no?
Look, if someone doesn't, if someone believes that God doesn't exist, he can't perceive God. Now, however, I believe God exists, and I still can't perceive God.
Okay, so what do you mean? What does perceive mean? What does perceive mean to you? Okay, so they look at what you think is his handiwork, and they don't believe it. The point is, so you're a Muslim, right? That means most of the world either does not believe God exists or believes in the wrong gods, most of the planet. God can fix that right away by, if he's all powerful, by letting them know he exists, i.e., show himself, whatever the method. Therefore, but he chooses not to do that, so he chooses to continue to be imperceptible to those people, right?
Right. So, believers in God, we believe God, the might.
Yes, I know.
Right. Well, the might and power that God possesses, we don't have the ability to withstand his presence because of his essence. Yeah.
Okay, I got to you. Belief is not. You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. You're preaching. So
I did answer.
Shaquille, come on. You appear to have prepared for a completely different conversation than this one. I'm very sorry to have inconvenienced you with this one.
It's because you two are gish galloping between yourselves, yeah? If you stick to one subject and rather than drag,
I brought it back to the prompt. This is the subject we're sticking to. Why is God hiding? We're sticking to the first conversation, whether God, because you said he's not hiding. Most of the world either believes in, if Islam is true, most of the world either believes in no gods or the wrong God, correct? Yes or no?
What's that?
Okay. If Islam is true, that means, and I'm giving you some grace here because I think English is probably your second language. If Islam is true, most of the people in the world either believe in no God or the wrong gods, correct?
I believe that Muslims, we believe that there's people from other faiths who believe in the same God as we do, but they just carry a different concept.
Okay, so Christians who believe Lord and Savior, who believe that Jesus is Lord and Savior, are they right?
The concept of God is wrong.
Yeah, are Hindus right with Shiva, like gods with 6 arms and other gods? Like, are they correct?
Well, if you look into the Hindu doctrine, they also believe in just one God. They use images as a direction. Yeah.
Okay, so this is a deflection. Does everyone on the planet believe your God exists? Let's just simplify this.
Obviously, you two don't. So.
Okay, all right. So we are unable to perceive God, right?
Yes.
Okay. God is all powerful, which means he could show himself to us, right?
He did show himself to Moses once, and Moses fainted.
Moses isn't here. Moses isn't here. Focus.
I'm sorry, Sean. I'm sorry, Sean. As much as you desire to see God, right? Unfortunately, we don't have the capability of withstanding God's presence.
So is God powerful enough to let me know he exists in a way to where I would have no doubt God exists without making me faint or causing any problems for me? Is he powerful enough to do that?
Yeah, just wait till he's dead.
Oh, come on. Shaquille, there's another inconsistency. Just to interject this, there's another inconsistency in your position which may not have occurred to you, Shaquille, which is in one breath you say that we can't comprehend God, that he's too mysterious and we can't possibly understand him. And then you go on to confidently assert specific properties like we wouldn't be able to survive seeing him. And I'm not sure how you could possibly know these things if the first thing you said about him is true, which is that we can't understand him. The point that Sean is trying to make, which you seem unable to grasp for some reason, is that there are billions of people in the world who don't perceive this God that you insist is there and you claim is the author, and that the handiwork of science is a display of his handiwork. There are hundreds of millions or billions of people in the world who don't agree with you on that, who don't see that, who don't see any evidence of it. Here's a question, which is a yes-no question. Is God powerful enough to convince all of us, without making us faint or pass out or die or whatever it might be, to just convince us that he is indeed the author of all of that handiwork? Is he powerful enough to do it? Just a yes or no.
Are you intelligent enough to...
Just a yes or no. No. When I ask you a question that says a yes or no, don't reply with a question. Just a yes or no. Those are the only options. Either he is or he isn't.
If he wanted to, he could.
If he wanted to. So he is powerful enough. Okay, great. And you actually half answered the next question. If he wanted to, he could. So he doesn't want to. So God doesn't want us to know he's there. And by definition, he is therefore hiding. Agree?
He doesn't need to for the majority of us.
We're not talking about need. I just want you to concede that what you've just said is he's powerful enough to let us all know he's there, but he doesn't want to for some of us. So for those of us that can't see him, he is hiding. Hence my question, why is he hiding?
he doesn't. I'm not saying that he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to in the way you want him to.
No, you did. I asked you if he's.
No,
Is
in
he?
the way
No. Hang on. Stop. I'm not going to let you squirm out of this. I asked you, is he powerful enough to give us undeniable evidence such that we would be completely persuaded of his existence? And you said he is, but he doesn't want to for some people. Because you said he could if he wanted to. In fact, don't want to put words in your mouth. You said he could if he wanted to, but the fact that he hasn't means he doesn't want to. So that's fine. He's not obligated to. But then I would ask the question, why is he hiding?
Right, John. So you just made an interesting point there. You said that.
I know I did.
Why doesn't God...
Can you address it?
Yeah. Why doesn't God give us undeniable evidence? Yeah. You said that, didn't you?
I did.
Right. And you want undeniable evidence?
I mean, I don't really care, but if he's gonna chuck me in a lake, if he's gonna torture me for not knowing he's there, then the moral thing for him to do is to provide it, wouldn't you say?
How badly do you want this undeniable evidence? Because I can point in the right direction.
Well, of course you think you could, because you're assuming I haven't heard your apologetics before. There's no argument you're going to give me that I haven't heard before. That's beside the point. It's a switching of the topic. I'm asking, why does God... This is not just about me, mate. You're not going to provide this undeniable evidence to the billions of people in the world who don't share your religious views. You're not, even you, with your dialectic superpowers, are not going to be capable of providing the evidence to those people. So why is God hiding?
He's not hiding. He just doesn't choose. He doesn't show himself the way you choose him to show himself.
It's
which is
not about what I choose. It's not. I'm not saying visually.
It is.
No, I'm not insisting. I don't know at what point did I? At what point did I?
Being rather controlling.
At what point did I say that it has to be that it has to be visually?
Agnostic.
Shaquille, at what point did I say it has to be visually? I just said provide evidence that would leave people, and this is not just about me, as I said. Provide evidence that would leave people certain of his existence. And I asked you, could he do it? And you said he could.
No,
and then you said, if he wanted to, he could, but he doesn't want to. And I'm asking you why he doesn't want to.
I told you, science is God's handiwork. The evidence is there. You just don't want to see it that way.
No, that's just you going back to your. That's just you going back to your original claim that you were unable. That's just I am, because that's how it works here. You keep on going back to your original claim that you were unable to evidence, as if continuing to be unable to evidence it is going to improve things. It's not going to improve things. It's going to be a waste of time. So rather than just repeating that claim that you were unable to evidence, let's try and stick to what we're talking about here, which is, what is God's motivation for withholding evidence that would convince people that he exists if he wants them to know him? If he doesn't want them to know him, then that's fine. Then your answer can just be, God doesn't want people to know him. That would be an acceptable answer.
The only thing that God's withholding right now is your intelligence, because the evidence is there. It's science.
That's fine. That's fine. But as I said, you keep on just repeating the same claim that science is the evidence of God. If science was the evidence of God, then all people acquainted with science would believe in God. But there are a large number of people who are acquainted with science and don't believe in God. Therefore, we can be confident that science is not sufficient evidence for God. So I'm going to ask you one more time, why does God withhold evidence that would be sufficient to convince people when he could provide it, but as you said, doesn't always want to? Why not?
No, he doesn't withhold evidence. God says, look at nature. He points us to the sun.
He points us to the sun. You know. Yeah. Do you think that pointing to the moon and the sun is convincing for everyone?
Hold on. Why do you keep interrupting, Paul?
Because I'm trying to reach clarity.
Get you to answer the
question. And stop us waffling, because you're
a good discussion.
You're avoiding the questions I'm asking, and you're pivoting to worse questions. So for the sake of my audience, I'm trying to keep you on. I know. I'm trying to keep you on topic here and focused, despite your efforts not to be. So again, pointing to the moon and the sun may convince you. Fantastic. I'm very happy for you. You saw a tree and decided that was good evidence for God. Hooray for you. That's not sufficient evidence for many other people. And God would know that it wouldn't be, wouldn't he?
No, but look.
Would he know?
Is that a yes or no?
No. God's not going to come and present himself just because you're too stubborn.
Why?
Okay, we're back to question time again, and we are going to focus here. Does God know that looking at a tree or the moon or the sun is not going to be sufficient evidence for some people to believe in him? Does he know that, or has he not discovered that yet?
We've got to a stage where my arguments I've led you to start dictating the conversation because you can't have a healthy two-way discussion.
That's another yes or no question that you're not answering.
Yeah, don't worry about how I'm running my live stream right now, because that would be a major pivot that no one's interested in. I've asked you a question. Can you repeat back to me the question I asked you?
I've answered it a few times.
No, you haven't. I just asked you a question. I just asked you a question, and I think you've forgotten what it was, because I think you were too busy worrying about whether I control the conversation in my live stream. Okay, I'm going to ask it again. The question I asked was, does God know, is God aware of the fact that for some sizable number of people, looking at a tree or the sun or the moon wouldn't convince them of his existence? Does he know that? Yes or no?
Yes, of course he knows that.
He knows it. Okay. Therefore, you stipulating that as an explanation for why everyone should be convinced of him fails, because he knows that it wouldn't be the case for many people. So having established that, we're going to go back now to our previous question, which was, given that God knows the things you're pointing to wouldn't convince many, many people, in the case of those people, why is he hiding?
Maybe you just need to look harder.
Is that your answer? Maybe you need to look harder.
Yes. I can feel the effects of God, just like you can feel the effects of gravity.
I know, because you think looking at a tree is sufficient evidence. I just don't think that.
No. Earlier on, you said that you feel the effects of gravity even though you can't see it. I feel the effects of God even though I can't see him. See, the difference between me and you is that you need to feel harder. You need to be a bit more sensitive to what's going on around you.
Right. God knows how sensitive I am, and God knows exactly what I would require, and has so far withheld it, hasn't he? And when I asked you that, you agreed and said he could do it if he wanted to, but so far he hasn't wanted to. So why is God hiding?
You need to look harder.
I need to look harder. Okay, I guess that's it. Is that all we have? I need to look harder? It's my fault?
Belief. We could talk about belief.
It's my fault, right?
Actually, I have an idea for that. I have an idea for that, John, for looking harder.
Yeah.
You should start a live on TikTok and talk to theists on a regular, like for hours and hours, day after day, looking for evidence for God. You should do that. That's why you don't believe. You haven't been looking hard enough.
I know, right? Never occurred to me. I mean, how long have I spent doing this? Maybe about 30 years or something. I need to look harder, clearly. How much harder do you think I should look? I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what you imagine I should be doing that I'm not doing. And Sean and the millions of other people who are better versed with any of the theological ideas than you are, have a deeper understanding than any of the science than you have spent more time contemplating these things than you've spent, and have just come to different conclusions. If the best you've got is you need to look harder, then I'm not sure why you would think that reflects poorly on us. It reflects poorly on a God who, knowing how hard people look, knowing how honestly people apply themselves to this search, decides in any case to remain hidden. So I don't think that you have persuaded anyone, Shaquille, that God doesn't hide. I think you've basically just confirmed that he does, and for that, I thank you. Okay, moving on. We are going to go with we're staying on the TikTok side, and we're going to bring in Jalen. Hey, Jalen.
Yeah, what's going on, man?
All good. How are you?
Doing all right.
Excellent.
So,
welcome.
Host, are you ready?
Yeah.
Yeah. You promise not to run?
Where would I run to?
Yeah, I mean, like, just kick me.
Well, I'm not going to promise not to kick you. It depends how you behave. If you're civil, if you listen, if you're responsive to conversation, and we allow time for each other to speak, then we'll have a good time.
Okay, let's just make sure. All right, cool. I'm going to prove you're not intellectual. You ready?
You're going to prove I'm not intellectual? I can barely wait.
All right. Can you give me the moral dilemma? If God does not exist, why I can't be a rapist as an atheist? Go ahead.
Yeah, I can quite easily, but that's a complete diversion from the topic we're talking about. We're talking about why is God hiding? Are you saying you don't want to talk about the topic? You want to talk about something else? I can talk about it if you want to.
Yeah.
Would you like me to answer your question? If I answer your question, can we switch the topic back to the one we're actually talking about?
Yeah. So it has a lot to do. If God is hiding, then that means that you can have the ability to prove to me that I can't be a rapist morally. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a dick move to say go ahead at the end of everything you say, like you're on a walkie-talkie. It's not necessary. When you reach the end of your statement, if you stop, then funnily enough, under the rules of conversation, I'll know it's time for me to speak. I don't need you to give me permission, but thank you for offering it so generously a number of times. Okay, so whether or not a God exists, we can intuit that it's wrong to rape people because it's a violation of their autonomy and it causes suffering. And under my moral framework, avoidance of suffering is the measure that I subjectively choose to prioritize.
Okay, so consent is just going to be a social construct. Can you demonstrate how it's immoral? Go ahead.
Are you capable of ending a sentence without saying "go ahead"? Because it's a real
performative thing that
it is.
It's a performative thing that Phil Bros do. They're like blah 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 blah. Go ahead. It's like, and then are you going to say slow boy too, or do like a little fake laugh in there? Something you practiced in the mirror, or this is the adult table where we have civil back and forth conversation.
Because you said you were going to demonstrate a lack of intelligence on my part.
Oh,
at the moment,
bingo.
Yeah.
Dodge number 3.
At the moment, you're demonstrating a lack of good faith engagement on your own part, and I think I'm doing all right. So, to come back to come back to what you were saying, you were asking why I think it's okay to why I don't think it's okay to rape people if there isn't a God. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I just think I believe in the principle of people having autonomy and dignity, and raping people causes suffering. And that's enough reason for me to say that I don't agree with it. I don't see what the problem is.
What's going to be the why it's immoral? Go ahead.
You can't help it, can he?
Jesus,
what's going to be the saying "go ahead" at the end of every sentence? Go ahead.
Yeah. Are you? Hey, Jalen, is that all you have? Is that like performative thing? See, this is the grown-up table where we have. We have grown-up conversations where we have a back and forth. No one's trying to win. I get that you have this little thing where it's like a big dick measuring contest where you swing your dick around, try to, I'm gonna intellectually skull if I like. Can you like tone it down and just try to have a civil conversation?
Yeah, am I debating you, host, or your cheerleader?
You're speaking to both of us. You're speaking to both of us at the moment. Sean is my cousin. At the moment, you're not debating anyone. You're just making a dick of yourself. So let's try and gather ourselves together. Just calm down. And if you say "go ahead" once more, then I'm going to put a vote to the room about whether we keep you or boot you. Okay, that's the rule.
Get your validation. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to put a vote to the room right now. I'm quite happy to talk to you, but I don't.
This is a dodge again, chat.
I know. We're going to say this is a dodge again.
Don't forget Phil Bro on bingo. Is that still there?
Oh yeah. Oh, fully. Yeah. I'm going to hit the bingo in a minute once we've dealt with this.
W dodge, by the way, chat.
I know. You're doing a wonderful job of proving us all lacking in decorum. Hang on a minute. I'm just putting a vote to the room. Just to see. I know. It's so sad.
Is he even 18?
Autonomy.
Yeah, we forgot to ask your age. How old are you, caller?
Yeah, July 18, 2001. Try again.
2001. Oh, bless him. Bless him. Such a baby. Okay, so I'm just put a vote to the room. Okay, so we've got 41 votes to get rid of him on the TikTok side, and a 93% vote to get rid of him on the YouTube side. So, dude, you fucked it up. You were going to come in here and have an adult conversation, but you weren't able to do it. So off you go. Never mind. And there he goes. Such a shame. Like, our doors are open to people who want to engage in good faith and have normal conversations. But people who can't do that, I just don't think there's any point. It's just a dick move, right? We don't.
Yeah. So
there we are.
The bingo.
Yes, we need to address the bingo right now because there have been significant calls on the bingo. So this is going back a little way, but they're all good. They're all good. So I've decided, by the way, I was talking to Sean about this between streams. I think that it disrupts the flow of conversation when I call the bingo in the middle of the conversation, and it's a bit jarring. So what I've decided to do is call the bingos between conversations. So on that, we had Gordon Loves Science correctly called no morality without God. Kif came in nice and strong on the Filbro Babble, undeniably true. And Upshot was absolutely there on the Filbro Babble as well, but also on God Works in Mysterious Ways with Shaquille. And we also had T nailed it early on, straight out the gate with a look at the trees. And that's also bingo. So we're absolutely killing it on the Believer Bingo so far. Completely brilliant. Loving that. Well done, everyone. Okay, we are now going to go over to Savvy World and bring in Savvy World for a discussion. And hopefully it might go better than the last one did. Hey, Savvy.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you?
I'm doing well. Getting ready for Good Friday.
Indeed, yeah, Zombie Jesus Day, one of my favorites. What's going on?
The prompt says you think that God is hiding, and I wonder,
why is he hiding? Is he shy? Is he like socially phobic? What's up with that?
Well, what would you define the characteristics of God?
Well, I just think he could make himself easily known to all of us, right? It'd be trivial for him.
Well, that's not necessarily my question, but you could go ahead with that.
Depends on what God you believe in. Different people have different God concepts. So what's your God concept? And then we can address it.
Well, I'm assuming we're all considering the God of the Bible, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Sure. Yeah. So we kind of assumed we might be, because you mentioned Good Friday. So I didn't think it was necessary to really get into that detail too much. So yeah.
Yeah, Sean brought it up.
So yeah, that's fine. So that God, you agree that God could make himself unambiguously known to all of us in a heartbeat, right?
Not only could he, but he does.
Do you think he has?
Yeah, I feel like you just deny the evidence, and that's totally fine.
Romans 1. So
yeah, I'm saying, like, if somebody tells you 1 + 1 = 2 objectively,
yeah,
you could deny that evidence.
No, I couldn't.
I could deny it.
And then spend your whole life trying to figure out why it could be something different.
Yeah, I could say the words. Could say the words.
I can't.
But you couldn't choose to not be.
1 + 1 = 3.
Exactly. Yeah. You can't be.
That's not what I said. You're rephrasing.
But hang on a second.
You said deny the evidence.
Yeah. Denying. Hang on. Calm down for a second. Denying is a thing. Denying is a thing you do with your mouth. It's saying words, right? We're not talking here about.
No, it's something you do with your heart.
Well, yeah, but denying is actually speech, right? Denying something means to say it's not true.
Well, the verbal part comes from how you feel in your heart.
Okay.
Can we agree?
Heart. No, we don't, because hearts pump blood. They don't have feelings. We experience our beliefs using our minds which are derived from our brains. Now, if somebody says to me 1 + 1 = 2, and you say I can deny it, well, denying it, I'm not capable of believing it's not true. I'm not capable of doing that. That's beyond my ability. No, I'm not. I'm capable of saying it. You can disagree as much as you like, but you'd be wrong. I'm capable of saying it.
No mathematicians that have tried to figure out another way.
You can. Answer? No, you can. If you're in binary 1 + 1, you get a different figure, right? In binary, 1 + 1 is 3. Right.
Cool. So yeah, I'm a computer science.
Right. Okay. So understood. But under normal usage, with all things being equal, right, without special circumstances, what you're saying, you use that as an example of something which is obviously true, and then you said someone could deny it. And I'm just making the case that you could say it's not true, but you're not capable of believing it's not true if you're convinced it is. That's something that no one can do.
But notice how you had to say if you're convinced it is. Some people are not convinced,
right?
And so because they're not convinced, they believe that that 1 + 1 could have a different could equal something other than 2.
Right. Well,
and so they try it.
Yeah. If they're not convinced, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but if they're not convinced it's true, then they're not capable of believing it's true, are they?
So if they're not convinced, does it not mean that 1 + 1 is 2 objectively?
Are you going to answer his question?
He didn't ask me a question.
I did. I asked if they're not convinced, are they capable of believing it's true?
If they're not convinced, are they capable? No, they don't believe it's true because they're not convinced.
Because they're not convinced. Exactly. So belief isn't a choice, is it?
It is a choice based on your perspective and your understanding.
If you're not convinced of something, are you capable of believing it's true?
Well, you have to figure out what gives you the conviction. So it's like if you see the expression and your math teacher teaches you 1 + 1 is 2, and that doesn't convince you, then what are you looking for to be convinced? Would be my question. So yeah, you could say
his question.
Yeah, if you're not convinced of something for any reason, whether it's in the domain of mathematics or science or philosophy or anything, any claim about anything, if you're not convinced by it, are you capable of believing it's true?
No, but does that mean it's not true?
No, it doesn't. You could be wrong. You could be wrong.
The question.
You could be wrong.
I just answered this question.
Yeah.
I said no.
Okay. So we're not.
I had a follow-up question.
All right. Well, I'll
Do I
take your
get to
question.
ask any questions or no?
You do. So let's just
Okay,
clarify that this isn't about whether it's true or not. It's about your belief, right?
Correct. It's all about belief.
So in the case of God, if you're not convinced. If you're not convinced by it, if you're not convinced that God is there,
the evidence,
by the evidence, yeah. If you're not, if you don't find the evidence convincing, belief is impossible for you, and God would know that you wouldn't be convinced by that evidence, because God, being all-knowing, would know what evidence you've come into contact with and how your mind would engage with that evidence, and would know for every single living being on earth whether that person or living being was convinced of his existence, right?
I would agree.
Okay. And knowing that, God would know all the people who are not convinced, and he would know what would need to be done to make them convinced, and so far hasn't done it, therefore hiding. QED, wouldn't you say?
No, I would not say. I could tell you your blunder in your conclusion to the argument.
Sure.
You're assuming that. So, well, I did have a specific question.
Go ahead.
What's the blunder in his argument?
I'm going to get to it.
Yeah, I want to let you. You can ask your question because I said you could. So go ahead. And
Thank
ask
you.
Your question.
All right, go for it.
Okay, thank you. Also, co-host Sean.
Sure.
So my question was, if the evidence is not convincing, and therefore the person does not believe something is true, does that mean that the thing is not true?
Of course
because
not.
They don't believe
no,
it's
they
true?
Could be wrong. They could be wrong. This is asinine.
Okay, I just wanted to hear it out loud.
Yeah, of
See
course.
if you'd be honest. Okay. So
of course. I mean, any different
Okay.
answer there would be idiotic, because people. That's what making a mistake is people make mistakes all the time.
Yeah.
I could be mistaken.
Very well. So the blunder in your leading to your conclusion, is that God wants us to love him, and these are his character. Like, that's why I asked you from the beginning, well, you're asking for evidence of a God, but if you don't know the characteristics, then how could you know when you see the evidence? So
if God is all powerful, he can get around that, right? Like, he can convince everyone on the planet he exists, and then we have the free will to love him.
You just made a blunder as well.
No,
I can get to that.
I wasn't done. I wasn't done talking.
Okay.
If you don't know God exists, it's impossible to love him, because you just don't even know he exists. It's like a son. If he doesn't know you exist, he can't love you. He doesn't know you exist. Let's say his mom told him that you died in the salt mines years ago, and he doesn't know about you. He cannot love you until you let him know you exist. Now the son has can decide to have a relationship. I'm sure you think so. So now the kid can now use his free will to decide whether or not to have a relationship with you, right?
Well, in that disanalogous comparison, yes.
Okay, so what's disanalogous about it?
Yeah, why is it disanalogous? Come on.
Yeah, so that's why I say he made two blunders, because again, God does actually reveal himself to us. So real quick, because that's the blunder you said, and that's why it's not comparable, because in the analogy you said the Father does not present himself, but God does present himself. You just denied the presentation.
Hold on, can God try and fail to do something?
Right. So that leads back
to yes or no.
well, that leads back to the first blunder you made that I will point out in my answer.
Just answer the question.
Can I give you some advice? Hang on a minute. I'm just going to give you some advice. Stop counting blunders and focus on making an argument, because you're being distracted from making a good argument by counting blunders, and it's blunting your ability to make anything even remotely resembling an argument. So don't worry about counting blunders. Just make an argument.
Every time I count a blunder, it helps me to maintain the points in the argument that I want to make.
I'm not convinced.
It just sounds more like posturing.
Just because you're not convinced doesn't mean it's not true.
So the question is, can God try, the all-powerful God, and fail to do something? Yes or no?
So going back to the first blunder, you assume that
you're going to answer my question.
I am. I'm answering the question by pointing out.
Yes or no? Okay, preface it with a yes or no, please.
Your question is you're making a category here.
You're trying to create verbal distance between yourself and the question. Can God try and fail?
Let me answer then.
Yes or no? Start with a yes or no. No, 30 seconds for a yes or no question.
You're making a category error.
This is just
not going to be a yes or no.
How is it a category error to ask you a general question? Can an all-powerful God try and fail to do something? No. If you don't want to answer the question, I'm not interested in your excuse why not.
It's like yes asking me, is God green? So the answer could not be yes or no, because that's another category error. You're making a category error.
It's not a category. No, it's not a category error to ask if God could do something.
Let's see if you refute
it's not a category error.
Well, let me explain it. Then give me 20 seconds, 15 seconds to explain the category error. And then
if you're not going to answer it, I'm not interested in the excuse not to. It's very basic, because you said God. Okay, I'll spell it up. I'll spell it out for you. You said God revealed himself to us. If he revealed, by definition, if God revealed
15
himself
seconds of not talking.
No, hold up. No, hold up. Because
10 seconds.
No, I'm sorry, not going to happen. I know the verbal distance between, I know following a conversation in a linear fashion is not good for you, but just hold on. You said God revealed himself to us.
Do you know what a category error is?
We do.
Yes, I do, and I'm gonna finish. So you said God revealed himself to everybody.
Reveals himself to everyone. Yes.
Okay, so he reveals himself to everyone. If he reveals himself, if he revealed himself to me, that would mean I saw him. That would mean I would necessarily believe God exists. It's just
another category error, another blunder.
All right, stop talking. I know you're really impressed with yourself. Stop talking over people.
Oh, so that's it. Sorry, kill switch. Yeah. Sorry, dude. The kill switch has been invoked again. The powers are mighty. In this case, Drew Smith and Tracy invoked the kill switch, and I am legally bound to follow my orders. That's how it works. I think that's probably an act of mercy in this case. I guess it was a blunder. Or two blunders, or three blunders. But I think you were right to press the point there, because it's not a category error to ask, is God capable of failing to do something, or is God likely to fail to do something? That is a question which...
he's all-powerful, just say no, but I think the problem is he knows if he just answers it honestly, no, he's all-powerful. He cannot try to do something and fail to do it.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, well, we're going to just have a couple of messages, not like from a sponsor or anything, but just things that nice people have said. We have got Accidentally Atheist, great name. I think a lot of Christians and other conspiracy theorists are not convinced, but are unable or unwilling to denounce the identity marker. That's really true. Their evangelizing is as much to convince themselves as you. This is absolutely right. And this is why some believers are so triggered by the fact that we exist, by the fact that we have these communities and these conversations. I often say that my content isn't really for non-believers. Like, I get it. I get some of the things I say are offensive to them. I don't say them to be offensive. I say them because they're things that some people need to hear, that just happen to be offensive to certain people. Move along. If it offends you, I get it. I do understand it. I'm sorry you feel offended. Just move along. There are plenty of channels where you can go and hold hands with other believers and sing songs and talk about how wonderful Jesus is and feel good. This is not the place for you. But I think that they are very triggered by the fact that they see people like us living normal lives. We're not chewing on babies. We're not out, stealing cars or anything like that. We're just normal people. We love, we laugh, we have pain, we have joy, we raise kids, we have friendships, we love each other, all the normal human things. We just don't believe in those stories. And it's very triggering for them. And then when you push back on the beliefs, it is very difficult for them. And I think a lot of them, you're right, stay in there, even if they're not convinced about it, because it's too difficult, and the validation is something that they need. I completely agree. Sufficiently advanced tautology, great name as well. Thrilled to catch a stream live. Oh, thanks. Enjoying how firmly yet fairly you deal with callers and with immovable calm. Oh, thank you very much. Graciously obliterating falsehoods. Well, we try. That's really kind of you. Thank you very, very, very much. We try. Docs and Greenlight, great to see you. The it's okay to thing guy is back. He's bold. Oh, yes, I think I know exactly what we're saying here. Is that Jordan? Is Jordan back somewhere? Oh, no, I know what you mean. Oh, no, that wasn't Jordan. Yes, this was Shaquille. I also remember Shaquille from our previous conversation, wherein he was unfortunately justifying domestic violence, sadly. At the moment I remembered that. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Docs.
You know what's sad is when in reading this, I don't even know which specific caller until you brought it up he was referring to, because there's been more than one.
Yeah, I remember the conversation. Unfortunately, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't pretty. Okay, Drew. Hi, Drew. Maybe God is really, really shy. Well, I think that is something we need to consider as a possibility. We're all just assuming that if you have the power to create universes, that you can have good social skills. But I think, if you think about it, a lot of people in engineering are not blessed with great social skills. So maybe we're onto something. Maybe God is just prefers to be on his own. Maybe. Who knows? I don't know. Possibly. But definitely shy. Good call. Bars HD1. I know I'm massacring this. You're going to have to explain to me how I'm supposed to pronounce your name. Thank you for the message. Lack of comprehension and critical thinking skills is very strong in this one. I think I know which caller you were talking about. God is going to be very disappointed in this one. Heaven pass denied. Revoked even. Yeah, I suspect I know who you're referring to here. Yeah, go ahead. Just kidding. And Zeitgeist Omega says, Phil Bros are out in full force tonight. They really are. Do they not understand they have nothing to bring to the table intellectually? They don't, which is why it's so performative. No. It's the signature of someone who has no confidence in their own arguments, that they have to be so performative about it and do all of these weird little mannerisms. I swear they all go to the same school to learn them. Go ahead. And all of that stuff. And that's going to be this, and that's going to be dodge number 3. They all have exactly the same mannerisms. It's really strange. It's really strange. Mm-hmm. I would be fascinated if someone...
It's downright cliche.
It is.
It's cliche. And they all have is there like a school that they all go to?
That's what I'm wondering. I mean, there was a time where lots of them were sort of aping and echoing like Darth Dawkins' shtick. But it's a bit more than that, right, because it's not just the substance of the argument. It's the specific mannerisms and the cadence and the way it's delivered. It's like they've all been studying the same videos. The tone, the delivery. Yeah. I'd be mortified if I was that unoriginal. Like coming on the internet in front of like thousands of people and just, I don't know, being a dick. It's really weird. I don't really understand it. Okay, a couple more before we get on to guests. We have a few in the queue. Fliberty Giblet says, Killswitch appears to be a good advert for Inner Circle membership. Well played. It is. It is an advert for Inner Circle membership. And the thing is, I was a little bit hesitant about rolling out kill switch, because if it's used too much, it could be a problem, right? And I'm not for tone policing and all of this stuff. And ultimately, I kind of think we need to sort of make those calls. But I think at the moment, there's not a huge number of people on that membership tier, and they're all people I respect. And if it gets to the point where there's lots of people on there, what I'm going to do is up the number. So I've programmed it in such a way that I can set how many people need to hit the switch for it to be triggered. So right now,
that's a good idea.
I think there's 9 members right now. I think we have one possibly joined in this stream, which may or may not be reflected correctly when I do the membership wall. But if we get to a point where there's 20 or 30, then it might be the case that 5 or 6 need to hit the kill switch, because I don't want it to be overused. I don't think that's a great thing, but I think on both of those occasions today, it was well judged.
Agreed.
It was well judged. And I think, I take a lot of stick in the comments between streams from people telling me one of two things. They either tell me I overspoke someone too much and didn't let them speak, or they tell me I didn't overspeak enough and I let someone speak too much. I'm resigned to the fact that there are going to be people who say that we get that wrong a lot of the time. I can't get it right all the time, but I figure give a little bit of power back to the community. And if someone is being completely insufferable and maybe I'm letting it drag on too much, I trust you guys to intervene, perform an intervention and say, get rid of that, get rid of this person, enough. And I will listen, as you've seen today. And then the final message before we move on is from the beautifully titled Elvis Presley Touched Me. Appreciate you. I love ancient mythology, so was always baffled why people will believe one while accepting all others as mythology. It's the same metric. Absolutely right. If you try to consistently apply the same standards of evidence across all religions, you end up in logical spaghetti. You're just a mess. It's just a mess because you can't do it. You can't do it and hold on to any. The only way you can do it is do that and reject them all. Everybody else's claims and faith claims and beliefs are myths, apart from mine. Mine are real. I know the real truth and everyone else is wrong. It's ludicrous hubris and it's very, very silly. Okay, we are going to bring back in Rojo. We spoke to Rojo 5555 I think on the last stream. So we're going to bring him back in again right now and see how the call goes. Hey Roger, how you doing?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
We can, perfectly.
Yeah,
how are you?
Got you.
All right. Well, thank you for bringing me up.
Sure.
I think we got off to maybe a slightly harsh start a couple days ago.
Okay. Well, we can reset. It's all good.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you told me to fuck off, and
I don't think I'm likely to have said those exact words, but
yeah. Well, it's okay.
Do you mean literally or figuratively?
No, linguistically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
it's okay. It's okay.
Welcome back.
Okay. I appreciate your spirit. All is well.
Good.
I think you know who I am, and I think I know who you are, and it's all good.
Let's get to the issue then. Oh, are we still there?
Yeah, he's muted. Rojo, you're muted right now. I know you did, and I didn't.
Yeah, you might have muted yourself by accident.
Rojo, if you can hear us, you're muted. I don't know what happened, but there's a microphone at the bottom. Just press that to unmute yourself.
Maybe forced to tell you to fuck off again, unfortunately. You're very welcome to unfuck off and come back again once you get your microphone working, but this isn't peak time viewing right now.
That's really weird.
Okay, we're going to have to disconnect that one. Roger, come back again once you get your mic working. We're happy to continue the discussion, but we can't
maybe
continue
you got
the
a
discussion
call
if we can't hear you. Yeah, quite possibly. All right. Well, in the meantime, we've got Espresso Jack, our good friend over on YouTube. We'll hold on for a moment while we bring in Erin Grape Juice, who is also a wonderful, wonderful friend of the channel. Hey, Aaron. Hopefully TikTok is managing to get Aaron in. There we go.
It was trying.
Yeah.
So someone in the chat had recommended taking a shot every time that guy said blunder. And I would advise against, I'm not a medical doctor, but I would definitely advise against doing that when these Phil bros come on, because they love their word of the day calendars. And that's what they're using.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? It's mad. They have their turn, their stock phrases and their linguistic turns.
Yeah.
And I specifically asked him to try
rhetorical
not to do them.
devices. That's all it is.
He couldn't help it. It was so baked in. But I think a shots game for Phil Bros would be quite amusing for eligible customers only, of course.
And then, go ahead. Right?
Go ahead.
I could not. I was cackling, laughing every time he said it. I was like, this MF.
Yeah. That was just classic. And I don't think in my entire time of streaming I've ever seen such a decisive vote in the room to get rid of someone. I put it out to both rooms, and the numbers were wild. It was absolutely amazing. I would have happily kept on going with him because his arguments were garbage. His argument amounted to, if my imaginary friend doesn't exist, then on what basis could you ever say it's wrong to sexually assault someone? Which has to be one of the poorest arguments any of us have ever heard. That was the one he chose to go with. That was his gotcha. That was his big moment. He was probably working himself up to it for a week. It was so pathetic. I would have enjoyed taking it apart, but it wasn't going to happen because he was just too rude and infantile. So there we are. But yeah, I think we might have to think about some kind of Phil Bro drinking game. Might not be a bad idea. I like it. I like that a lot.
Make sure you ask the 21 and up thing, or I guess 18 there, but
Yes. Yeah. Eligible customers only.
Right. If you want to drop me, I thought that was hilarious. Sorry.
Brilliant. No, thanks, Erin. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for that. Speak soon. Take it easy. Okie dokie. Okay, well, we've got Rojo back. So let's get Rojo back in right now and hope everything works okay.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. We don't know what happened to you.
I am so sorry for some. I don't know. I got a phone call and I declined it, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
That's all right.
Anyway, what I was saying is that in order for you guys to have a good apologetic, which you do for your atheism, agnosticism, you know the scripture, and I appreciate that. I don't think that we can give a good answer unless we know our opponent's position solidly. And you guys do. I sense that. What do you think about Calvinism? And, it's a sect within Christianity, as you know.
Yeah.
And, the gift of faith, effectual grace, limited atonement.
Yeah.
This is the body of divinity that basically says, well, of course, atheist, you don't believe because you've not been granted the gift of faith. And so, the Calvinists would say, that, the Calvinists would apologetically say that. What say ye?
Yeah.
Doesn't that entail by necessity that people who don't believe have not been granted belief because of some moral failing on their part? Like basically,
no, it's not a moral failing. It's all on God's side. It's all on God's side.
No, but what I'm saying,
it's not conditioned.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, God. Wouldn't God only choose the good people to believe? Like, why would he?
No,
okay,
no, not according to that systematic. I'm just saying, not according to the systematic. That's not how.
Yeah, so I just want to understand. Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong. So my understanding is Calvinism is basically the notion that things are predetermined, like God knows the future, so therefore the future can't be deviated from God. But so wouldn't it seem kind of arbitrary that like these people get to believe because they were born and raised in a Christian country and a Christian culture, and these people don't get to believe? Okay, how's it work?
That's not Calvinism.
Okay, go ahead.
It has nothing to do. Calvinism has nothing to do with the creature, and their activities.
Okay, so explain Calvinism. Explain it, please.
Calvinism is in the hands of the Lord God. So if I believe, it's because of the Lord God. If I don't believe, it's because I've been left to my own human nature.
Okay.
It has nothing, Calvinism has nothing to do with my morality or goodness or lack of goodness.
Okay, so what?
Can I just check something? Sorry to interrupt. Are you driving at the moment by any chance?
Well, I'm almost home.
We just can't speak to you when you're driving, unfortunately. But if you want to call us back once you get home, we'd be really happy to. Just it's not okay. But shout us when you get home. When you say
in a parking lot,
you pulled over. If you've pulled over, then
yes, I pulled over. I pulled over.
All
yes,
right.
Sir.
In that case, carry on, guys.
Yeah. Okay. So,
and again, I'm just quoting that systematic. I'm not detailing what I particularly believe.
No, I got you.
I wanted your view.
I want to address it accurately to what you understand Calvinism to be. So, under Calvinism, God is choosing who the believers are going to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Before in that systematic, before time began.
Yeah.
No, I got you. And so on what basis is he choosing? One before that.
His own will.
His own will.
Yeah. No, I know. Well, that's not with a basis. That's just everything you would do would be his will. Same with me. Everything I do is my will. But what I'm saying,
it's an active will.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, on what basis is he choose? Like, for the first thing, people who don't believe are screwed, right? Helltown, do not pass go, do not collect $200.
Yes, sir. In that system.
Okay. So God's choosing these people to believe. These people don't believe. Therefore, he's basically choosing them for hell. What is the basis for that decision?
According to that system?
Yeah.
His own good pleasure.
Yeah.
Oh, so then I think that's awful. Like, what? Like, don't you?
I'm not asking you if you think it's awful. I want you to weigh in on how does that weigh into an atheistic worldview?
Well, atheism isn't a worldview. It's just not being convinced that God exists. So I have worldviews about certain things, but as far as
I would say that's a pretty massive worldview, that there is no God and there is a God for those who believe in him.
Atheism is only not being convinced that God exists. Now, if there's a subset of those who believe,
and then theism is believing that he does exist.
Right. But is like not believing leprechauns exist a worldview?
No.
We can call it a leprechaunism.
Okay, let's not go there. That's a strong.
Okay,
all right,
so
go ahead.
I'd like to say something. So one thing I will say is that Calvinism is one way of engaging with my central doctrine or thesis, rather, not doctrine. Sorry, thesis about belief not being chosen. Right? It's actually quite a powerful response to our whole moral argument goes like this. Right? Belief is involuntary. Judging involuntary actions is bad, right? And so most believers that I engage with recognize intuitively that punishing involuntary actions is bad, and so the point of contention is the first claim that belief is involuntary. That's where we get the disagreements. People come in and we've heard them tonight. They insist that belief must be.
Are we still on Calvinism? By the way,
we are. Yeah. So they insist that belief must be voluntary because they intuitively know that if they grant that belief is involuntary, they're in a morally difficult place. What Calvinism does is it's capable of subverting this line of argumentation by granting that belief is involuntary, and conceding that point and saying, but it doesn't matter, because even whether you believe, whether you don't believe, it doesn't matter anyway. God's already got a plan for you. He's decided before the universe it began to exist who was going where. Are you driving still? Because I can hear an indicator going.
Driving indicator?
Yeah.
I am. I must confess.
Okay. Well, dude,
I jump back on the road. So,
yeah, call us when you get home or another time, because we can't allow that. So that's a shame. Happy to talk about the stuff, but not while you're driving along the road and being dishonest about it. So I guess that's technically telling you to fuck off again, albeit not in the same words. But hey,
in a polite British way.
In a polite British way. Happy to continue the discussion with you, but not while you're driving your car. So we're not going to do that. We are going to, as promised, go over to the YouTube side and bring in our good friend, Espresso Jack. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, good. You?
Very well indeed. Thank you for waiting. Nice to hear you again. What's going on?
It's good. So I saw the go ahead and the Philbro, and I wanted to speak a little bit more about why it seems that we're seeing this a lot.
Sure.
So it all has to do, believe it or not, with the manosphere. I don't know if you're, So there's currently like the Philbro debate bro thing kind of going on.
Mm-hmm.
And it was introduced into the manosphere when Andrew Tate turned Christian. And so now there's a blend of like Philbro, debate bro people. And very often they do this whole like go ahead or, just say, oh, well, that's fallacious. And then just spit out a random fallacy that doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah. Am I crazy? I thought Andrew Tate was Islamic.
No.
He's not Islamic.
He said he was Christian, I believe.
I'm going to look that up in case I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Not that it's important, but it's Andrew Tate is where that came from. You said
Uncle Charlie in the YouTube is also asking, didn't he turn Muslim? But what you're saying,
turned Muslim recently.
He might have done.
I knew he said something about he didn't believe in God before, and then he was stupid, and now he does believe in God. So I don't know.
Yeah. You're definitely onto something, and this whole like manosphere thing. As soon as you said it, I was like, yeah, that rings true. It's this really ridiculous reframing of what masculinity looks like. That this new version of masculinity involves like being aggressive and being misogynistic and being constantly needing to appear to dominate. I disavow this. Like, I'm completely comfortable in my skin as a man, right? I'm completely comfortable, but I don't feel the need to do any of that stuff. Like, I'm okay with just being a normal human being, just like relating to other people in a normal way. And when I see guys doing that, they just look like children to me. They just look like kids who are, I don't know, have everything still to prove. It's weird.
There's also something I've noticed within like fundamentally Christian people and fundamentally Muslim people. They most oftentimes homeschool their children, and I've found that when I've seen these homeschooled children, not all homeschooled children are like this, but the ones that are particularly protected seem to be more religiously affiliated. And they don't have the same kind of social skills. And I believe this, coupled with the like debate, influencers online and mixing with the manosphere, I think that has a lot to do with what we're seeing now with these people, especially after Charlie Kirk and all that. So It's terrible what social media does to children sometimes.
Yeah, there's a whole red pill, how to be a man, even literally obsessing about and even verbalizing, I'm alpha, don't do that because that's beta. There's like this literal obsession with trying to be alpha, and portraying kindness, empathy, compassion as like unmanly and weak, like it's a weakness. When I grew up, there was an old, I don't know if you guys, anyone can remember, that's before most of y'all's time, Kung Fu. There's a guy named Kane. There's a TV show called
I remember that. I remember his face completely. I completely picture it.
And what I loved about that is he was so calm, kind, compassionate, and serene. But he could open up a can of whoop ass. But he only used it sparingly, and he was never a bully. And it was all about you can be tough, you can be manly, and still be kind and compassionate. And then you have Charlie Kirk. I pulled, there's a quote, an infamous quote from him that came out after he died. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made up new age term that does a lot of damage.
Yes. Is that what he said?
He said, God. Yes.
And that's what's being like taught to these guys. And it's so toxic and it's so harmful.
I would recommend you look up, you said the term red pilled. I would recommend you look up the term God pilled, because there's a lot coming out with that now.
Yikes.
Yeah. So it's blending all together. It's disgusting.
Yeah. The moment you said manosphere, something clicked in my head. I was like, yes, that's what it is. It's that. And it's, these things have always been there. There's always been young men, trying to, I know that thing has always been there, but it seems particularly like there's a cultural moment for it now. There's I don't know if you know who Louis Theroux is. He's a British documentary maker, and he's got a documentary out at the moment. I think it's on Netflix actually, exploring this whole sphere, the manosphere thing. I haven't watched it, but I plan to. Yeah, interesting stuff. But that's very insightful. So yeah, thanks for giving us that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Nice that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Take it easy. Cheers.
You too. See you.
Okay, so let's see what we've got next. We have the poet. Rojo's back. So let's get the poet in, so we can say a quick hi to our friend the poet, who's always wonderful to talk to.
Which side?
Sorry, on TikTok. Okay, pardon, John. And then we'll speak to Rojo again. Hey, poet, how are you doing?
I'm all right, man. I didn't realize I was going to be on so quickly. I thought it'd be a while.
Well, you arrived. I thought we'd bring you in. Rojo is now safely back home, I'm going to assume. And in the queue, so we'll get Rojo in to carry on the discussion after this. Yeah. But good to speak to you. How are you, man?
I'm all right. Well, I tell you, if you want a quick catch up, I got in a relationship. That's why I've been around. Then I had a bad breakup. That's why I've been around. But stuff happens. That's life.
Sorry, man.
It's okay. But yeah, if I can give some advice to Rojo before he joins, brother, don't use your phone when you're driving. That's dangerous. That's going to get you hurt.
Or someone else.
Yeah. Or someone else. It could be a kid, it could be a dog, it could be a pigeon.
Yep, we agree.
But yeah, so do you know what I've been noticing with a lot of your guests tonight? Something I found very interesting.
What's that?
A lot of them seem to forget about what is written about omniscience and omnipotence. They don't realize that if you're omniscient, and you spoke about this, Sean, actually, they don't realize that if you know everything in the world, then you know how to convince every single person in the world how to believe in God. And if you have all the power in the world, you have the ability to make that happen as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the exact argument. That's the exact argument we've been trying to get people to see. They miss it every time, which is why Sean asked, can God try to do something and fail? to try to push them into that understanding, and he's just short-circuited. He couldn't grapple with it.
There's also the third one that I haven't heard you guys talk about, which is omnibenevolence, which is all kindness. Obviously, you guys know that. I don't know if everyone in the chat knows that. And if you were all kind, you would do everything within your power, and apparently you're all powerful. You would do everything you can to make sure everyone reaches heaven, and he's not doing that.
Yep.
So he doesn't care about you.
He's hiding. That's why he's shy. He's just scared.
Why is he shy? Why, brother? You got all the power in the universe. Everyone wants to be you.
That's it. That's what we're hoping to find out. I'm hoping someone is going to come and explain it, and we're going to go, of course, that's why. But I haven't heard it yet.
I'm going to send him a text message right now. Say, come down. I'll chat to you. I'll make you less shy. Come on, brother. Let's explain to everyone what's going on.
You should do that. Definitely.
I'll text him now.
All right, Bo. Good to see you as always.
Always, man. Thank you, guys.
Take care, bro. Bye.
Safe.
Okie dokie. Okay, so I'm going to assume that Roger is now back home. So we'll bring Roger in, and then we've got JRD after that. So let's hope that we're now on safe ground. Roger, third time lucky.
Yes, then I am in my house.
Okay,
Thank you, poet, for your concern. I appreciate that. You're absolutely right. I should not be talking while I'm driving. I am not driving, so
good. Okay,
whatever.
So now we can pick up where we were. Yeah, I can't quite remember. I can't quite remember where we were.
Well, we were talking about Calvinism. I just don't know how far we got.
Yeah, we were discussing Calvinism. Where were we on that?
Oh,
John?
that's right. I was telling you about my where Calvinism plugs into in voluntarism is that excuse me. It offers a way of saying, yes, we grant that you don't choose your beliefs, so they can concede that point, but still say, but God kind of has decided everything beforehand anyway, which I think is morally infinitely worse. I think it's a morally unacceptable position to say that God created creatures, sentient beings capable of suffering, with the express plan to condemn them to an eternity of suffering later without any possibility of them being able to change that. I think that would prove that God was evil.
Yeah, and I understand that. So especially if it involves, which it does by deduction, double predestination. I choose Jacob, but I don't choose Esau, for instance.
Yep.
And Romans says, I have loved Jacob, the begetter of Israel. I've loved Israel, but I have hated Esau. So you're right. It does, it goes there. It goes there.
Yeah.
So, and the reason I'm asking it is that, as a believer talking to unbelievers, how does that sit with you? You answered that, that is double evil, like yuck, type of thing. So thank you for that. And sure. I pretty much understood that an agnostic or an atheist would look at that as, oh my gosh, I had a problem with a free will God, a predestinating God. I really have a problem with. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, I do.
Yeah.
I think it's horrific. I mean, from your point of view. So when you started, raised Calvinism, and you seem to be at pains to point out that it wasn't necessarily a position you hold. Am I right about that? I
struggle with it because there are some verses in the Bible, in the book that I believe. I don't make an apology for it. There are some passages in the Bible that I believe that are like really, really struggling with free will and foreordination and predestination. Romans 8:28 through 30. Ephesians 1, almost the whole passage, etc. Ephesians 2:8 and 9 says, by grace you have been saved through faith, and that is not of yourselves. It's the gift of God, meaning the faith So
yeah, it's tricky, isn't it?
I don't necessarily, it's a struggle.
So I think you're in an unenviable position then, because you only have two options as far as I can see. One is to conclude that God has decided before the universe was even in existence that he was going to populate it with sentient beings capable of suffering and then make them suffer eternally. That's not a great look. And the other one is that he didn't do that. He created the world in such a way that it was full of sentient beings that were capable of being convinced he was there, but then set up rules where if they weren't convinced he was there, they would be punished forever, and then decided not to give them enough evidence to convince them, which is also not a great look.
Well, that's the instrumentalist view. It can get worse, in your view. It can get worse in that the gift of faith is the instrument to receive salvation, and that
it's even worse.
That's predestined. I will give faith to these. Let's say 13%. 13% of the human population for all time. I'll give 13% the gift of faith, and the rest I will let go to eternal destruction. If you believe in eternal hell, I'll make provision for anyone that might come up on a panel, etc. That
some people, even
are annihilationists.
But even for those people, that's still the death penalty. Like in our life, that's considered the worst possible punishment a person can receive. And is like if you unalive somebody through capital punishment, that's only a finite punishment, because let's say they had 30 more years to live in their life and you deprive them of that. In this case, it's an infinite life, and you're unaliving them.
Right. Well, at best, they're being unalived. At worst, they're never unalived.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the moral logic of this pertains, even if you say that that hell is just a minor inconvenience. Let's imagine there's some other way of looking at hell where
has anyone ever said that?
Most people wouldn't, but this is the point I'm making. It's just like to try and think about this in a new way, an original way, right? Even if hell is nothing more than just a minor irritation, it would still be morally problematic to impose that on someone for not being convinced of something. Because being convinced of something isn't something that you can choose to do. So the moral principle holds.
Especially in this systematic.
Yeah. So it sounds like you're agreeing with us.
We're talking about.
So it sounds like you're agreeing with us.
I'm not easy. I'm not easy. So I don't embrace a worldview after like 5 minutes of conversation. Ever. Freaking ever.
Well, that's fair. I mean, take time to think about it and everything. Yeah. But you are a believer, so how do you, even if you're not a Calvinist, how do you reconcile that?
There are some verses that allude to, and you won't appreciate this, and I won't denigrate you for not appreciating it, to be honest. But there are some verses like Job, where he puts he says, I don't understand, so I put my hand over my mouth. In other words, I'm not going to give an answer. I'm not going to give a response. I'm not going to judge God. That type of thing. So that's kind of where I am. Is that it's too complex for me. God is large. I'm not. I'm just a man.
Does it weigh on you? Does it bother you?
Well, if hell is eternal, it weighs on me. If hell is annihilationist, then it doesn't weigh on me as hard. And I'm still studying those, and I'm still reading whether or not God, the God of the Bible, is a God of predestination and double predestination, predestining his, a good chunk of his creation to hell and a smaller chunk to bliss, is that the God of the Bible, or is the God of the Bible saying, I'm just going to annihilate them and I'll just put the 13% in heaven?
And that's before you get to all the absolutely horrendous stuff he does in the Bible, right? We haven't even touched on that. That's a discussion for another day.
But I appreciate you listening and hearing me out. That that is this particular believer's weight.
Yeah. Well, good luck carrying it. It's a heavy burden.
Even if it's not Calvinistic, isn't he he's choosing not to reveal himself to those who don't believe he exists or believe in the wrong God, right? So in a sense, he's choosing not to take an action which will result in many more people being either annihilated or burned alive.
A lot of Christians would say, in answer to that, they would say, this is I'll put it in my words, this is the epoch of faith, which is, this is the epoch of believing the invisible. Let me say that again. This new covenant, New Testament, is the epoch of believing the invisible. I haven't heard another Christian say it that way, but I think it's true deductively that, it's crazy. It's crazy that God doesn't give more evidence to the natural world, that he exists, that he's plugged in, that he's concerned, that he's concerned with the poor, with the needy, with the suffering, the children, whatever. It's true. It's true. And I'll give you that. I'll absolutely give the atheist. This is crazy. This is a crazy epoch in which God does not make it obvious. That he even exists, not to mention that he's concerned.
Yep. And then promises to, punish people in some way for the situation he's put them in. I mean, that I appreciate your honesty there. And I would say,
I want to be honest.
Keep thinking about it. Don't close your mind off to the possibility that the explanation to all of this is that it's a load of bullshit. Just keep that open in your mind as a possibility, because
I have believed for 20-something years, so I respect that. I appreciate that. It's not according to my worldview, with all due respect, host, and I do respect you. I'm sitting here looking at you, and I respect you. It's not persuasive for a Christian who has been, quote, in the faith for, let's say, a good chunk of time. To be, very changeable, if you will.
You're being very honest. Okay. You are being very honest.
I am. I want to be.
Let me just add a qualifier here. When I say that, I'm not in my wildest dreams imagining that you wake up one morning and just go, right, I'm done with that, and that doesn't happen. But I would say, if you want to,
John Cohen says, hey,
I'm realistic.
Give it consideration.
That's not how it works. But if you want to broaden your mind a little bit, read "Losing Faith in Faith" by Dan Barker, who was an evangelical minister, fundamentalist pastor for 20 years plus, and he went on an intellectual journey where he moved along the spectrum of belief from very fundamentalist to slightly less to a bit less to a bit more, and he eventually, the way he puts it is it was a 5-year process for him actually. And he says that he threw out the bathwater and realized there was no baby, and it's a beautifully written book. And look, it just sounds to me like the starting point for anything is intellectual honesty, and I respect you for that. I really do.
Yeah,
so I think there's some mutual respect here, Roger.
Yeah, I appreciate it. My best friend in the world, his name is Ben. He has walked away from what he and I used to share in fellowship. He's walked away. He's working on a biography to, detail his personal journey of losing faith. And he's still my best friend. I just had a beer with him tonight. So,
Good.
Yeah. So, there's all of that honor and respect, and, I am a thinker. and I'm not quick to change my mind. I do attempt to, do my due diligence mentally as a human being.
That's good.
Giving, so I appreciate you guys.
Thanks Rojo. And we're here. If you want to bounce ideas, I don't have an agenda to deconvert this guy, but we want to have honest conversations where we listen to each other and we presume goodwill and good faith on the part of the other. And I think we've definitely done that. And so, not going to tell you to fuck off now. I'm going to say thank you for coming in to speak to us and being so honest about your own thoughts
absolutely.
and stuff. We respect
if you don't mind kicking me off, so I don't struggle with that. Thank you all.
Yeah,
appreciate
all right,
it.
man. All the best. Take it easy.
See you, man. You too.
I want to give a shout out to Joel Reed's Bible. I saw him in the chat. Welcome to the live. We love your content, and everyone follow him if you're not already.
Joel, come up. I was messaging with Joel, and we said that he might stop by and come and hang with us. So, Joel, request up, dude. Come and be with us. That would be amazing and fun and enjoyable. If you are we still in here? I'm trying to see if Joel is still here.
Yeah, when I click on the guests, he's in the chat. His name's toward the top. So
okay, well, if you're able to and you want to, we would love to have you, Joel. Just request up. We'll get you in. Okay, as promised, we're going to go for JRD, and then we've got Brandon and T on the YouTube side. We'll get them in immediately after that. So first, we're going to go JRD.
Hey, thanks for having me.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic, thank you.
Cool. So I'm curious. Do you believe in aliens?
Well, it depends what you mean by believe in. So I think it's reasonably likely that there is life elsewhere. I think on balance, I think the chances that this has been the only place in the entire universe where life has developed are low. I think it's quite likely that life has happened elsewhere. So in that sense, I would say, yes, I probably do believe in aliens. But I think the chances of them ever having visited us here are extremely close to zero. And I think the chances of us ever making contact with life anywhere else is also close to zero. Because when you start to consider the distances involved, even at light speed, the journeys involved are longer than the entire lifespan of most species. So I think it's unlikely. If you imagine sort of putting an ant down in New York and another ant in Iceland and another ant in Paris and another ant in China, there's no way those ants can ever meet because the journey times for an ant to crawl to any of the other ants is so many orders of magnitude larger than the lifespan of any ant. That's how I think about life in the universe. So, yep, I think there's life somewhere, but it ain't here, in my view. What about you?
So, well, first of all, good points. I definitely think it's possible. However, I'm not so sure that the conversation is different than believing, in a God. I think it's just believing in else.
Believing in something else.
Right.
Well, we have examples of biological life coming about on a planet here on Earth. So we have one example. We know it can happen, and we know the vastness of the universe. And then we also know life is comprised of all the common elements that are out there, including the nucleotides in our DNA. They've all been found on asteroids even. So the building blocks of life exist. We know it's happened once. And so through inference, I agree with John. It's likely that there's other life out there. I don't have any examples of any gods.
So do you think that evidence for life out there is different than like a Christian trying to claim that they found some evidence to support their beliefs?
It depends on what evidence they're referring to, because they can't say we can all agree that like we ourselves are life and that there's other life on Earth. And so there's an example of it happening. It's just a matter of is this the only place it happened? And so evidence would point to the likelihood based on priors and based on us being made up of all the common elements that already exist, et cetera. Like, do we have anything that's analogous to that for gods?
Well, I'm suggesting that we're talking about the same thing. But I think it would make more sense if I explained it like this. Are y'all familiar with the concept of superposition?
Like quantum superposition?
Superposition particles.
Yeah, right. So it spins every direction until you observe it. It runs through the human mind. Humans can't understand what humans can't understand. So what if God is like superposition, and what we really are arguing about all the time are just different brains, cultures, and languages that the information runs through and is interpreted in different ways. Now we're in the future, so we interpret it as aliens.
So my reaction whenever I hear physics invoked in conversations about these topics is that there's a very high likelihood it's being invalidly invoked, because most of the time it is. I'm not saying that that is happening now, but that's my instinct. I'm not a physicist, but I imagine that people who are physicists probably don't like these kind of arguments, because they're applying a sciencey kind of patina to discussions which are not actually science. So that would be my inclination there. I don't think that quantum superposition is going to get us to gods or aliens or anything like that.
Well, you use the word imagine, but in this context, I feel like it could be synonymous with the word belief. So you're putting your belief in a scientist rather than else.
Well, I have justified trust in the scientific community.
Like you trust humans?
Yes, to varying degrees. And so, for example, if you're sick, you go to a doctor because you know the doctor has all the medical training. And so you you could even get a second opinion, but you're not going to go to a plumber. You're going to go to a subject matter expert in the field that is required to help you get better from your sickness or your injury.
So and doctors also, never do wrong.
Well, no, it's also one
that's
thing.
Not what I said.
It's also not trusting. It's not necessarily putting your trust in the people. It's putting your trust in a process, in a systematic process of evaluating claims and building knowledge production. So it's not to say that people are flawless. Of course, people aren't flawless. Of course, people make mistakes and people are corrupt and all of that stuff. But it's pretty much the best we have is to defer to experts in a particular area rather than self-appointed internet experts who haven't done the work.
Well, that's an assumption, but I can use another example. Really. You haven't heard what I'm saying yet.
No, go ahead.
You can also use this example in quantum computing. It's the same thing. They instead of using zeros and ones, they use superposition, infinite combinations between 0 and 1. It's the same concept.
Jared, let me ask you a question. If you have an injury or an illness, and you want to get better and diagnose what the problem is and fix it, you can go, if you have a choice to go to a doctor or a plumber, which is most likely to give you the best outcome?
Well, it depends on what the illness is.
Really? Which illness would be better going to a plumber?
Well, I don't know what the illness is.
No, but name any illness where you'd do better going to see a plumber to get your illness sorted out than a medic.
Maybe one that causes me to give, very large defecations, and
you would go to a plumber to sort your illness out?
I mean, who else is going to unclog the pipe?
Oh, come on. Be serious. Be serious.
No, I am trying to be serious. It feels like y'all can't conceptualize the idea of there being an else that does not abide by our physical laws of reality because it's in a higher dimension. And therefore, if anyone were to experience it, it's filtered through the brain, through the language, through the culture. And that gives us a bunch of different versions of what else would be.
You might as well have said, it sounds like you guys can't imagine magic. That's basically what you just said. It sounds like you can't imagine magic. Look, there could be magic. The time to believe it is when there's evidence for it. You could say, what if? Yes, there might be higher dimensions. There might be wonderful, mystical, magical things like that. Could well be true. Bring the evidence for it, and that's the time to believe that it's true, not before.
Well, they do experiments on particles in superposition, which pick a direction when observed. They're creating supercomputers that have quantum computing, and that's the whole point of why they're being created. There's lots of evidence that this thing exists, but you can't. The only wrong answer to this question is that there's no else. And you agree with me because you think there's a possibility for aliens. If you're attacking beliefs, you're attacking cultures and languages, not the existence of else.
When you say the existence of else, what exactly do you mean?
Superposition.
Superposition. I mean, I think this is sounding a little bit like pseudoscience to me. And by pseudoscience, I mean sort of incorporating the language, terminology, and words of science and sort of using them in contexts they were not intended to be used in. That's what it feels like to me, and it sounds to me like you have a little bit of knowledge. You've read into quantum mechanics a little bit. You understand concepts like spin and superposition and quantum entanglement and all of these very, very cool things. Because I read a bunch of books on quantum mechanics when I was much younger, and I found it absolutely fascinating. And then I went down this rabbit hole of reading books like the Dancing Woolley Masters and the Tao of Physics and stuff like that, and some Paul Davies books and stuff, which were very, very sort of sciencey and lots of legitimate science in there, but also a load of, frankly, real woo-woo. And at that point, I wasn't able to differentiate the two from each other. And it just sounds like we've got some scientific terminology being co-opted here as a basis for esoteric beliefs. So that's not a journey I think I can really join you on, I'm afraid.
Well, it sounds like you might be making assumptions about me because of other people you might have talked to that, I don't know, sound like me or say things like me.
It might be. You might have a deep understanding of this. That's fine. You might have a deeper understanding of this than anyone I've ever spoken to. I would still say that I think that the areas you're talking about don't establish the claims that you might be trying to establish, because if they did, there would be consensus on that in the scientific community, and there isn't.
Okay, but you believe in aliens in, the good year 2026, where it seems to be the word that we're calling it.
Well, can I just clarify, when I said I believe in aliens, that's not me saying I definitely think they're there. That's me saying, on balance, I think it's more likely that there is life elsewhere than that there is not. But I would be perfectly happy to be wrong about that. There's a significant chance I'm wrong. Maybe like a 45% chance I'm wrong. It could be something like that.
All right. Well, that's all I had to say. I appreciate y'all's time.
And you. Thanks for coming up. Take it easy.
I appreciate you. Y'all have a good one.
You too. Take care. Okie dokie. Right. We are going to whiz over to the YouTube side and bring in Brandon. Hey, Brandon.
Hi, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well, sir. How are you?
Very well indeed. You're all very welcome. Why is God hiding?
So I'm actually not a Christian. I'm a former pastor turned atheist. But there was a couple points, if you don't mind,
sure,
just really quick, that I wanted to bring up.
Of course.
So the first thing is, I constantly hear Christians say this, that God delivered the Israelites out of slavery, and they always try to say like, oh, God didn't condone slavery, but the fact of the matter is He's the one that put them there. Actually, any time that the Israelites were ever enslaved, it was because they sinned against God, so He put them into slavery. And it's, I like to use the example, it's as if I beat my wife, and then I realized like, oh snap, I just beat my wife, I need to take her to the hospital. And then you want to get them help and deliver them and get them all get them situated. So that's never an argument, is oh, God delivered them out of slavery. No, He put them there and then realized the mistake He made and then brought them out. The second thing is, everybody says Jesus is this loving, kind person, And the fact of the matter is, Jesus is actually not loving and kind, and neither is the Holy Ghost. You see, there's a story of Ananias and Sapphira in the Bible, and everybody passes this story up. But the reality is, the story goes a little something like this, and I'm going to give you the ghetto King James version of it, just to kind of, bring some humor into it. But the story goes a little something like this. There was a trend going on social media where, hey, sell all your property and give your proceeds to the church. So what did Ananias and Sapphira did? They jumped on board with the trend, right? They sold their property, realized they probably got a little more than they expected, and they decided, you know what? I'm probably not going to give my proceeds to the church. Well, they just so happened to be walking in public, and they came across Peter and a few of the other apostles. So what did Peter say? Or what did one of the apostles say? Hey, Ananias, don't you owe us some money?
I know where this goes because I know this story. It's grim.
Exactly. And Ananias gave them a little bit of money. And instead, one of the apostles, I believe it was Peter, may have said, hey, you lied against the Holy Ghost. You're holding back some money. Yeah. And the Holy Ghost or God killed both of them.
Straight on the spot. Just killed them.
On the spot.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the problem with this story is that, one, God breaks one of the 10 commandments, which is coveting another man's goods. You see, you didn't need the money. If God owns 1,000 cattle on a hill, then why don't you go sell one of your cattle and give the proceeds to the church that you want to establish? Instead, God, the Holy Ghost, or whoever it is, Jesus, decided to covet another man's goods and keep the proceeds for himself. He robbed that man and his wife blind. And every Christian forsakes this story and says, oh, Jesus has great principles. He's loving. This is the same man, John, that said, if you don't hate your brother and your sister and your mother, you are not a follower. Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to bring those points up because every Christian, and I've argued, and I make it, a lot of people, you, Justin, I watch Matt Dillahunty, a lot of people go the nice route. Sir, I don't go the nice route. The nice route. I'm here to demolish this thing because at the end of the day, when Christians say, oh, this gives me peace and this does good things in my life and so on and so forth. How? Every rhetoric in the Bible is negative. It is bad, whether it's against homosexuality. Did we miss the scripture in James where it talks about Sodom and Gomorrah serves as an example of homosexuality? And not only that, and this is my last point, if you don't mind, sir, is everybody forgets the fact that there's omniscient narration in the Bible, which is, oh, Herod sought to kill Jesus. Well, how do you know? Were you there? No, it's omniscient narration. It's knowing things even though you weren't present. And this is
Jesus walking in the garden in Gethsemane, right? Who was documenting that?
Exactly. Yes, sir. Yeah. Absolutely. So I just wanted to bring those points, just a little arsenal for you. Just because I'm a new subscriber, but every morning for work I watch about 3 hours of your show, and then on the way home for work I watch another 3 or 4 hours, depending on if it's 6 or 7 hour live stream. But I really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Brandon. I really appreciate your input. So yeah, that's great stuff. I'm going to let you go because it sounds a little noisy, but thank you very much, my friend. Really appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Take care. Yeah, I mean, there's room for lots of different approaches. I love the fact that he's fired up and passionate and angry, because I think there's a lot to be angry about. Let's not get it twisted. This is a toxic ideology which causes a huge amount of suffering to lots of people. I don't argue that there are no upsides for anyone. I don't say that. There are people who benefit from their faith. There are people who obviously clearly benefit from community. Obviously, there are people who find solace and meaning and purpose and structure and all of these things in their religious devotion and their practice. Of course, that is all true. But I think when you look at it as a totality, when you look at the moral architecture of this belief system is bankrupt. It's disgusting. It tells us that we are all deserving of punishment. We're born deserving of punishment because of something that apparently happened some few thousands of years ago. Never mind the fact that we know that human beings, in this form have been on the earth for hundreds of thousands of years, not just a few thousands of years. And the amount of denial of just commonly known textbook science that you have to do to get into the idiotic idea that our original progenitors existed in a garden in just a few thousand years ago is ludicrous, right? So the whole thing is just built on a pile of nonsense. And then we tell people that, yeah, we're all deserving of punishment, and the way that you escape what's coming to you, what's rightly coming to you because of your disgusting state, is that you're required to believe these ludicrous stories of people walking on water and raising the dead and coming back from the dead and all the magic that's in that book. And we all know that, like, grown-ups generally stop believing in magic. It's really horrendous, actually. So I love the fact that Brandon is angry. I completely get it. I feel his anger too. So we can be angry with a polite manner and an English accent. I still feel angry about it, and I say that not as someone who's ever been personally harmed by it. By the way, I feel angry about it on the part of the people who have, because that's what compassion is, and empathy, if that's not too new age a term. Anyway, let's read a few more messages and see where we're at. You're right, Sean.
Yes, I'm good.
Good. Okay, we have got Optimus Rhyme.
Blunder on bingo.
Yeah, was there a blunder on a bingo? So let's just quickly check the bingo for a moment, because there are a couple of pending calls which I think we probably need to deal with.
I think that chat is alluding to the guy who kept calling out supposed blunders. That's another blunder. That's blunder number 7.
Oh, that we need to put blunder. Yeah. We don't have blunder on the bingo today. It's not something that comes up too much. But I mean, I'd quite like to put go ahead on the bingo, but it's like, what do you take off? These are all so good. But go ahead might need to go on the bingo. So we had a call on Nothing Comes From Nothing from Upshot. I'm going to give that because I can't quite remember if that did come up or not, but I think given the sort of nonsense that's been spoken tonight, it's quite likely that it probably did. So Upshot gets the Nothing Comes From Nothing. And then Kif called Evolution is Just a Theory. Did someone say that? Did we get Evolution is Just a Theory?
I don't remember it coming up.
I'm feeling generous, so we're going to give it anyway, just because it probably did. And if it didn't, I'm sure they were thinking it anyway. So there we are. We're absolutely killing it on the bingo right now. If you want to get involved on the interactive bingo, if you're on the YouTube side, you just need to be a channel member. It's available to all channel members on all tiers. And a few people on the TikTok side have said, how can we get into the interactive bingo? I'm going to roll out a way of doing that within the next few days. So I've got a plan. Watch this space. You will be able to do it too, because it is fun. The non-interactive bingo, you can get involved in that quite easily. I will put the links in the chats for that, just so you can follow along. That means you can see the bingo board as it fills, and you can always call them in the chat. It's just I quite often miss the chat, which is why I ended up trying to go for an interactive one, so that it wasn't just going to get the calls weren't just going to get missed in the chat. So the non-interactive bingo is going into the YouTube chat now, and I'll put it in the TikTok chat as well. And then I've got a few messages to read, and both queues are currently empty right now. So if you want to come up and tell us why we're wrong and tell us why God is not hiding, then come and do that. Right, that's gone into the TikTok chat too. Hopefully I didn't mistype that. It's bit.ly/p-believer-bingo. Okay, we have a couple of guests waiting now on the TikTok side. I was going to read some messages, but they can... let me just grab a couple so they don't fall off the end of the queue, because if I leave them too long, they disappear and then they're lost forever, and I feel really terrible. So we've got from Tim. Thank you, Tim, again. What are these social skills you speak of? I think that relates back to our manosphere Philbro discussion of these people without social skills. I think that's probably what that was about. At least I think it was. And then Oceanus says, I will settle for a ghost giving a TED talk. What was that in relation to? I can't remember. I feel bad now for not remembering what that was about. Sorry, Oceanus, maybe clarify that for me just in the regular chat, and then I can explain what you meant by that, because I've missed that one. And then finally, for now, I found God, yelled, "You're it, now I hide." That seems fair. Why should God get to do all the hiding? We should get to be able to hide too. I think that sounds absolutely reasonable. Okay, we are going to bring in on the YouTube side. On the YouTube side, we're going to bring in T, who was in the queue earlier and was out and is now back. So hopefully that will work. Hey, T.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
Oh, I'm good.
Good.
I just called to say I heard something about you, and I wanted to clarify.
You heard something
about you, and I wanted to clarify it.
About me? Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. I heard you wrote a book.
I did indeed. How are you, T?
And what's it called, and where can we get it?
Oh, you're so sweet. I wasn't completely sure if it was you, because I just saw T. This, of course, is our very good friend and Inner Circle member, Tracy. My book is called Unconvinced, How Belief is Not a Choice and Why That Changes Everything. It's not actually out until November, but it's on pre-order now everywhere. And if you are interested in this, then you can order it on Amazon or Barnes and Noble or Waterstones in the UK or Foyles, or there's a big Canadian bookseller whose name now escapes me. It's on all the places, so that would be wonderful. And actually, there was a question in the TikTok chat earlier about the audiobook for this. I will be recording the audiobook for this in September. So when the book comes out, it'll be hardback, ebook, and audiobook, and I'll be reading it. So thank you very much for asking about that.
I pre-ordered the hard copy, but I'm going to wait for the audiobook because I usually just fall asleep reading books. It's easier to listen to one while I'm driving.
I consume all my books on audiobook now. I can't remember the last time I had a paper book, because it's just so much easier. As you say, you can be driving, you can be exercising, be cooking, all the things that you can't do with a book in your hand, you can do with an audiobook. So I do love it, but I have a pet hate, which is I hate it when non-fiction books are not narrated by the author. I don't mind it for a novel, because there's something to that, but for a non-fiction book, I don't like it when the author doesn't narrate them. Even if the author isn't necessarily a fantastic speaker, I would still prefer to hear someone saying their own ideas rather than a sort of polished voiceover artist who's going to come in and deliver it like an advert and all of that sort of stuff. I don't love that.
Yeah. Well, if you want one that's read well, it's you may have even listened to it already. It's called Make It So. It's Sir Patrick Stewart.
I haven't, but I love Patrick Stewart. He's fantastic. Is it an autobiography?
Yes, it's an autobiography. I mean, he goes from like childhood on up, and I mean, I love Patrick Stewart, but I mean, after I listened to this, I just love him even more. He's just fantastic.
He is wonderful.
Is this the actor? The actor Patrick Stewart?
Yeah.
Captain Picard.
Oh yeah. Professor X as well. Brilliant in both roles.
That's a great book. I would highly recommend it if you like him as an actor.
Yeah, he's good. He's definitely good. He's very Shakespearean, isn't he? All right, T. Well, thanks for coming in, man. For anyone watching, I didn't set that up. T is just an amazing supporter of the channel and a good friend, and I really appreciate you. And wasn't completely sure that would even be you. I just saw T and didn't even put it together. But yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I was figuring you slipped him a 20 or something.
Yeah,
pop up.
right. Honestly, the number of people who accuse me of having stooges on the show, it's happened quite a lot. Every time we get like a crazy, and then I'm like, right, that's going on the clip list. And then, you know, next day or a few days later, I'm clipping it because it's like, people need to hear this. This is wild. And then I always get it in the comments on YouTube. I refuse to believe this caller is real, and Cohen is obviously setting this up. Like, I'm not. I don't set it up. I don't choose who calls in. We don't have a screener. It's all very, very light rock and roll here. I just realized that I had Brandon's name all on the screen through all that. Look, this shows how badly run this entire operation is, that I even had the wrong name on the screen during T's call. Erin just said in the TikTok chat, the exception to having the audiobook read by the author would be if Ems is going to narrate it. I think we can all agree that if Ems was going to narrate the book, it would be worth stepping aside. Completely true, because his voice is off the chart. Absolutely brilliant. A couple more messages. Oceana says, what if games always stay at what if unless we do science with that hypothesis? So this relates to the conversation before about, well, what if there are all these higher quantum being things and they are gods or aliens or things? Yeah, you have to have a hypothesis, test it, see if it's falsifiable. If it's not falsifiable, it's probably not worth talking about. And if it is falsifiable, try as hard as you can to falsify it. Get clarity on what it is that would falsify it. Under what circumstances would this claim be shown to be untrue? And then try to test for that. If you can't do that, it's a waste of time. And I completely agree. The what ifs are just what ifs, right? And then finally we have Upshot again. What if butterflies had door gunners? then we'd all be fucked, right? Yeah, of course. If butterflies did, we'd all be in trouble. And he's a Marine and he knows what he's talking about. So yeah, completely agree with that, Upshot. Thank you very, very much. Okay, we are going to go back to the TikTok side and bring in our good friend Elizabeth. I love talking to Elizabeth. Hey Elizabeth, how are you?
Hey John, hey Sean, how are you guys?
We're great.
Good.
Welcome back.
How you doing?
Good. I should be asleep, but I'm not. I'm sitting here listening instead. I'm very glad. I wanted to share a win that's happened over the weekend. I went and got my hair cut, and my hairdresser is a flat earther and a uber religious. He's a great hairdresser. Like, he does great coloring my hair and he does great cutting it, and I stay with him for that reason.
Sure.
But I don't bring up religion. Like, I avoid it like the plague.
Yeah.
He knows I'm an atheist, but I avoid the subject. And he looked at me trying to get a gotcha, and he goes, I need to ask you, Elizabeth, how do you come up with right or wrong? I don't understand it. And I paused for a second, and I just thought back to every live stream I have watched and everything that I have learned over the last couple years. And I was like, I base everything based off of empathy. And the fact that we are all based on having a reason to know that we're supposed to have freedom and well-being, and that if we each have our own freedom and well-being, then we come out well as a society, and that if someone infringes on those rights, then they need to be removed from society, and we as a society stop that from happening, and that is how a society progresses well in society. And he goes,
yeah,
I've never had someone actually come up with an answer to that. How did you do that? And I was just like, because I've actually thought this through.
Oh, and good for you.
Oh my gosh. He just stopped. He was like, I didn't think you'd have an answer.
Fantastic.
And I felt so good.
Good for you. And so
big up.
A question I sometimes, because the moral argument comes up all the time. Well, how do you ground your morality? It comes up all the time. And one question I always ask is, not always, but sometimes, If you found out hypothetically no gods exist, would you still care about the well-being of others?
Mm.
And I'll personalize it. So start by asking them, just from the starting point, if you would, is there some level of risk to yourself you would accept to help protect a child? Is there some degree of risk, and inevitably the answer is yes. Okay, what if you found out there is no God? Would that change? Is there still some level of risk to yourself you would have for a child? And so that's it right there. So you don't need a God to care about the well-being of others, to be willing to risk yourself or fight for the well-being of others. That's just innate to us because we have empathy.
Absolutely. I remember when a friend of mine found out that I became an atheist, she asked me, she said, well, how are you going to know right from wrong? And I looked at her and I was like, Jamie, I'm still a good person. I was like, it doesn't change the fact that I'm still a good person. And she's like, well, I don't understand it. And I said, you don't have to. And I gave her a hug and I walked away. That was the end of the discussion that day, because I had just started and I knew very little and I didn't know how to answer the question then. And I know how to answer it now, and it felt so much better. But it's like I have the words to say what I knew then, which was I'm still a good person.
What a
I'm
fantastic
still
win.
willing to take care of society.
That's brilliant. I mean, how did you feel coming away from that? I mean, what a win to give yourself there. Coming away from that exchange, having just like absolutely hit it out of the park and just delivered such a perfect answer. You must have felt brilliant.
I felt great. And by the time the thing was done, he had tried to like come at me with, well, what about the story in the Bible where Jesus came up and said that everybody should lay down their stones with the woman caught in adultery? I said, you mean the one that was added to the Bible 300 years later and wasn't in the original manuscripts?
Right.
And he went, what?
Boom.
And I said, you got to do your research, bud. It wasn't in the original manuscripts. And he goes, oh, okay. And he went, well, what else are you not liking? And I was like, I don't like the fact that you can stone children. I don't like the fact that you can burn women alive. I don't like the fact that you can sell off your daughters into slavery. I don't like the fact that you can do this. He goes, where's all that? And by the time we were done, he's like, I don't think I need to argue scripture with you. And I was like, it's probably not a good idea.
It sounds like he's going to be quite nervous about doing that again.
And we changed the subject really quickly.
But I need to ask you something really important. Did you get a good haircut?
I got a fantastic haircut. My hair is rocking fuchsia. Amazing. And it has got lines in it, and it is sick.
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Well done you. That's so good. I mean, the fact that you were able to approach a conversation like that, completely confident that you had the answers to back up your position, and not feel that would be a challenge for you, is just absolutely brilliant. Good for you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you for letting me share. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Thanks, Elizabeth. Lovely to see you.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
You too. Bye.
And it's wild to me, the people will say like, oh my gosh, Jesus was he said not to throw rocks at the woman. So like, imagine, John, if like, I'm imagining you say like, hey, you probably shouldn't throw rocks at a woman for adultery. Like, that's probably a bad thing. And then everyone just stands up and applauds you like, what a moral person John is. What kind of hellacious dick would you have to be to say that that's okay? Yeah. Do you need Jesus to tell you that that's an awful thing?
It's not an enormously high bar, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy stuff. Wow. Well, good for Elizabeth. That's absolutely brilliant. I love it when we sometimes get people who sort of come into the community and we speak to them for the first time, and then you just see them growing and in confidence and in just, I love it. It gives me so much joy to see it. It really, really does. Brilliant.
Well, I think listening to these types of shows or Atheist Experience or The Line or, Deconstruction Zone, that sort of thing. Listening to those conversations happen, I think, better equips you because it gets you thinking about all these issues, and you hear all the arguments, you hear how they're addressed, you hear all these perspectives. I think even just listening better prepares you for when the conversations come up in your day-to-day life.
Definitely. I mean, that's how I learn a lot, is just listening to these conversations take place. That I went through a period of just completely binging debates, like the old school, the Hitchens debate. I think I've watched every Hitchens debate online, some of them multiple times. If anyone has ever not seen the Christopher Hitchens Stephen Fry debate, it was an Intelligence Squared debate. The resolution was the Catholic Church is a force for good in the world, and they were arguing against it. And Christopher Hitchens' 11-minute long opening statement, I think it was 11 minutes long, in that debate is an absolute masterpiece. The whole debate was over when he finished his opening statement. There was nothing else that needed to be done or said, and it was absolutely brilliant. And yeah, I just learned so much from listening to smarter people than me talk about this stuff, and that's how it works. That's how ideas spread. So yeah, we are all standing on the shoulders of giants, I guess. But it's brilliant to hear people like Elizabeth. They're absolutely fantastic. I love it because it's not just about what you know. It's about like having the confidence to be in it and talk about it and say it to other people and stand up for it. It's so good, really, really good. So right now, both queues are currently empty. So if you want to come and talk about why God is hiding, if you have an idea of why God is hiding, maybe there's some reason God has for hiding that we haven't heard yet, or maybe you don't think God is hiding. I think the problem is that we can't see God. We have KJ on the TikTok side. Sorry, Sean. Coming in right now. Hey, KJ.
Hi. I have a real quick question. I am an atheist. I am loving this so much. I just want to know what you mean that belief is not a choice.
Yeah.
And then I'll jump right off and let you just talk about it. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, KJ. Thanks very much for that. Okay. Are you wanting me to drop you down now? Oh yeah, he dropped down. Okay, so what I mean by belief is not a choice, and for Sophie and Sir Jedrick and Marcus, thank you all for joining the queues. I promise I'll get to you all in a moment. I'm just going to answer KJ's question. So belief isn't a choice. And the reason why people think it is really a cultural thing. It's just to do with the way we talk about belief. It's the language that we use to speak about it. People have phrases like, I refuse to believe, or I'm choosing to believe this and that. But it's not a choice. Belief is a thing that happens to your mind once you become persuaded by something. And so if you're not persuaded, you can't have the belief. And if you are persuaded, then you can't not have the belief. It's a thing that just happens to you. It's like a perception. It's more like seeing something or becoming aware of something. And the reason we know it's not a choice is if you think about something you don't believe right now, something you don't find convincing. And Sean and I will often start with an extreme example. So something like the moon is made of cheese. You don't believe the moon is made of cheese. Try as hard as you can to just start believing that it is. And you'll slam into the cognitive wall, which is the inability to do that. And the reason that wall is there, the reason you can't just will yourself to believe it, is that there is no information that can convince you that it's true. And so because you're not capable of being convinced, you're not capable of having the belief. You can want to have it, you can try to have it, you just can't switch it on like a light switch. And similarly, if you were to discover that the moon actually was made of cheese, if you traveled there and got out of your spaceship and just landed in a mound of Stilton and looked around you and everywhere you looked was cheese, well, in that moment, you wouldn't have the option of not believing it because you would be persuaded that it was true. And having been persuaded, the belief would take form. You would have no choice about it and the belief would happen and that would be it. So that's really what I mean by you can't choose your beliefs. That's really what the book is about. And the book really is a moral argument to say, once we correctly understand that belief is a process that happens to your mind rather than an action you take, then we can look at belief-based salvation in a completely new way, in a completely new light, because we know that it doesn't make moral sense to judge people, to reward them or punish them for things that they didn't choose to do. And you can't choose to believe, so it doesn't make any moral sense to be punished for not having it. So I hope that answers the question. And if I didn't answer it well enough, then stick something in the chat and I'll try and clarify if there's anything I didn't make clear there.
And I would add, it's I would consider it even more than just like a perception. It's literally a perception. It's a perception of reality.
Yeah.
And so, yeah,
exactly right.
it's your perception of reality.
Exactly right. So Marcos on the YouTube side, hold fire. We'll get you in just after this. We're going to speak to Sophie first on the TikTok side. Hey, Sophie. There we go. Hey, Sophie.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I have a question.
Sure.
You know, there is a lot of intelligence, human believe in God. There is a lot of high IQ, human believe in God.
Yeah.
A lot of philosophers, a lot of scientifics believe in God.
Yeah.
So can you tell me why?
Yeah, because they're persuaded it's true. Something has persuaded them that it's true. Now, what that something is could be different for each one of them, right? Everyone has a different journey to what they find persuasive. So some people are persuaded by philosophical arguments. Some people are persuaded by like the moral argument, right? That if there isn't a God, then how can things be right or wrong? And that's enough to persuade them. Most people aren't persuaded by those kind of arguments, though. Most people are persuaded by upbringing, indoctrination, emotional needs to believe things, or even just because they find certain evidence compelling. Some people hear the evidence of Christianity and think it's really compelling. But in the case of all of them, even if every single person believes for different reasons, the one thing that they all share without any exceptions is they all hold the belief because they find it persuasive and it's convinced them. Something has convinced them.
Sophie, would you agree that there's a lot of intelligent people who don't believe in God?
Yeah, and this is contradiction.
What's a contradiction?
There is a lot of philosophers believe in God, and a lot of philosophers don't believe in God, and we don't understand, you know.
Yeah. So I was just making that case, and I would never expect that to be an argument why you shouldn't believe in God, because here's all of these intelligent scientists and philosophers or what have you that don't believe in God, because in whatever field they're in, they're not God experts. They're experts in physics or biology or philosophy. And likewise, there's many brilliant scientists who believe in God and philosophers. So that doesn't really get us anywhere one way or the other.
Yeah, and so this does not mean if you believe in God, you are stupid or something like that.
Of course not.
Totally
No.
agree.
Okay.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
We would never make that argument. It's silly, obviously.
Yeah. And one of the most intelligent people of all time, in my opinion, Isaac Newton, believed in God.
Yeah.
I'll grant that freely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you know, really, really intelligent people can participate in fallacious reasoning and erroneous reasoning. It happens to all of us. We are all a little bit less smart than we'd like to think. We are all prone to cognitive tunnels. There's an Italian cognitive psychologist called Massimo Piatelli Palmarini who writes about cognitive tunnels, which are sort of faults in reasoning that human beings commonly fall into. And interestingly, some of them you're more likely to fall into those tunnels if you are of higher intelligence. So we would never make the claim that only dumb people believe in God, or that if you believe in God, it means that you're not intelligent. It just means you're not reasoning correctly, and all of us are prone to doing that sometimes.
Yeah, Matt Dillahunty will often say, my IQ didn't go up when I became an atheist." Yeah, because he himself was once a believer, and so was I.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, that's a really good one. Well put. Yeah, so
thank you so much.
Thanks, Sophie. Appreciate that. Thanks. Take care. Okie dokie. Okay, as promised, over to the YouTube side. We are going to get in Marcus right now. Hey, Marcus. Are you there? I can hear you typing away. Hey, Marcus. Earth to Marcus. Are you there?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. It's a little noisy where you are. Are you near a fan or something like that that's making a lot of noise?
I'll turn it off. But,
that would be super helpful.
My neighbor is plowing his lawn right now, so maybe that's what you're hearing.
Ah, okay. Well, that's fine. Don't worry. Just do whatever you can to be as near to the microphone as you can, and you're very welcome. What would you like to say?
Yeah. What can I say? I would say that I agree with you. I believe it's not a choice. It's something you are convinced by.
Yeah.
For example, my case might be weird for you, but I don't want to believe in God, but I believe in Him. I believe in God, even though I don't want to.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. That you don't want to, but of course, whether you want to or not has got nothing to do with whether you're persuaded of the truth of it. So you could not want it to be true, but you apparently are convinced that it is. Out of interest, what is it that convinces you?
It's a niche topic, but sorry, it's a very niche topic. I may be humbling when I talk about it because I already discussed with others that you may know, but it's on my head, and I have never seen anybody disprove it or convince me of the contrary.
Yeah.
That this thing proves God.
So you're convinced God exists because it hasn't been disproven? Is that the only reason?
No. It's just that there's this niche topic that a lot of people don't know even about, that I believe convinces me there's a God. Might sound silly.
What is the niche topic? If we can ask, what is it? I'm sure we're all dying to know.
I already discussed this with other lives, the atheist experience. They said it wasn't exactly the same. About it's there is a prophet. Let me explain now. There is a prophet. Her name is Ellen White, and she said she had precognition of a meeting before the meeting occurred. And she apparently recorded it in her diaries and manuscripts. And there is a manuscript was written. The meeting was in 1891, and she wrote it in 1890, November of 1890. And she wrote exactly what the meeting was going to be about, exactly what the intentions of the editors of the meeting was going to be about 4 months before the meeting occurred. And I looked for natural explanations for this, but like, if that editorial decision was being discussed for a while, if she was just informed about it, then one of the editors that later turned against the church, against her, and even made a magazine to disprove her supernatural claims, could simply say, "Oh, their tattoo matter was being discussed for a while. Someone informed her, obviously, but he didn't say that because he knew." So for me, it accused the theory that somebody could have informed her.
Right.
So.
And that's the reason you believe in God, because a woman successfully predicted a meeting.
Yeah, I'm sorry that might be a rambling from my part, but I said
okay.
It was a niche topic.
Yeah, it's pretty niche. It's pretty niche. I mean, I suppose what I would say in conclusion is, are you confident that you've eliminated competing hypotheses for this occurrence?
Well, she might have been very, very lucky, but that's not an explanation my mind accepts. I mean, she came to the meeting claiming precognition and she got evidence for it. So,
yeah. Are you familiar with David Hume?
David Hume, yeah.
I really love Hume on miracles, because David Hume said it's only sensible to believe a miracle if the falseness of the claim would be a greater miracle. I think it's such a good principle to apply to stories like this. Like, I obviously don't know, right? I don't know what you're talking about, don't know the details, but even without knowing any of them, I would confidently assert that if you applied Hume's principle to this story, a woman is said to have predicted a meeting that was going to take place. If the falseness of that account is a greater miracle, then it makes sense to explain it in terms of the miraculous. But either the falseness or another explanation are clearly much more likely to be the case than that one story on its own providing evidence of the divine. I mean, there's so many other explanations that could be candidate explanations for that story. It's not clear how one gets from the story at face value to therefore a God exists. I would gently offer that you might want to think about the sort of epistemic framework being used there.
Yeah, she claimed that was God that showed her, and there is evidence for it. And there's no evidence for any of the alternatives, like, was the document forged? It could be a possibility, but there is absolutely no evidence for it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going to bring up immediately a super chat here. Mike has just said, prophecy only makes sense if those who fulfill it are unaware of the prophecy. Meaning, of course, that you never know when agents in a situation are doing things in order to fulfill something that was written down. We just don't know. And I don't know anything about the details of the situation you're describing. But there are thousands of stories like this, and they always turn out to have a prosaic explanation. They always turn out to have, a parsimonious explanation, which is not divine or miraculous. At least that's what's happened so far. So, but anyway, there we are. I accept that that's the reason for your belief, and it's interesting that you say you don't want to believe, but this story has persuaded you so powerfully that despite your disinclination, you found yourself compelled to believe. I think that's pretty powerful evidence that you don't choose your beliefs, right?
Yeah, I personally, I hate God. I hate him with all my being. If he exists, I'll flip him off because he's an horrible being.
Yeah,
for me.
He's pretty
for me.
He's pretty grim. I agree. If he exists, he's definitely not someone I'd want to hang with.
Like even his salvation. Like, come on, he will save fathers, but not the daughters. He will separate families on the day of judgment, and one of you burn forever or be annihilated.
It's disgusting.
The other one will just spend eternity without them.
Agreed.
And they're supposed to love the guy who did that.
Agreed.
Who did that.
Yep. We're in full agreement there, Marcos. Well, thanks for coming in to talk to us about the story. I agree it's pretty niche, but we appreciate you sharing it. Take it easy, man.
Yeah. Thanks.
Take care. Okie dokie. Back to the TikTok side. We have our good friend Sir Jedrick. But before we get to Sir Jedrick, we're going to bring in Truth Teller 61. Hi, Truth Teller. At least we will once TikTok's done it. Hey, Truth Teller, how you doing?
I'm doing well this evening. How
Good.
are you?
Very well indeed, thank you. What's your view on God hiding?
Well, I think that I don't think he is hiding. I think one reason the flat earthers squashed the earth is because our telescopes kept missing God, and they could only say that he was playing squirrel around Jupiter for so long. So what they had to do, the flat earthers had to flatten the earth, put a dome up, and then now God had a, because to them space doesn't exist. So now God has a place to hang out.
Okay, so that's their rationalization. But I mean, are you a Christian, if I may ask?
Oh no.
Okay,
I think Truth Teller's being tongue in cheek here.
Right.
Yes.
I was trying to figure out where you were coming from. If you were explaining away.
No, I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah.
No, I got you're an atheist, right? And you're being tongue in cheek right now.
I am.
Yeah, sorry, Matt. I wasn't sure where you were coming from on that. Whether you were just having a go at the literalists, but still had a more nuanced view or something. Okay, got you. Yeah, well, yeah, that would be it then.
We've heard so much that it's understandable John didn't pick up on it because we've heard it all on here. So
sure. I was a bit unclear, but and let me tell you what I came up to share, and if you'd like to hear it, then I'll go ahead and share it with you. But
sure,
I was on a Christian. I was on a Christian TikTok, and I went on the panel, and this is a reason that I was given that we needed Jesus to, should I say unalive on the cross.
You could say die or kill. I don't care.
Die.
Yeah, we don't do TikTok speak here.
He gave me a rationale for it, because I came up and I said, and I think that this is one of the worst moral lessons to have an innocent be tortured and nailed to a beam for something that, for my mistake. It's got to be one of the worst moral principles, one of the worst.
It's disgusting.
And this is a pillar of Christianity.
Yep.
It's a pillar of Christianity. And it's even worse with Jesus, because Jesus was super innocent. He wasn't just innocent, he was beyond. But, really, John, this is a modus operandi for the Christian God. Killing the innocent for the crimes of others. Oh, yeah. It's a theme.
Yeah,
it's a working theme. So
we spoke about this in the last live. Actually, collective punishment is a big thing for God. He loves it.
Oh yes. Oh, just ask the Amalekites.
Right, 400 years later. Yeah.
So I told him it was a terrible, and I said for example, if I'm in a hurry, I back out of my driveway, I accidentally hit my neighbor on his bike. He breaks his leg. It wasn't malicious, but I've still hurt my neighbor. I've caused injury because I was careless. Killing and beating the innocent 2,000 years ago, how does this help the situation? You know what would help? If I pay his hospital bill, and I walk his dog, and I water his plants.
Right.
And I help him out till he gets back on his feet. His leg will never be quite the same, but I've done something real to mitigate the harm.
Yeah.
And so I asked this Christian, how does killing this innocent 2,000 years ago? And here's what he said. He did this little trickery thing with definitions. He said, if you want to improve morally, if you want to learn and become a better person, a more moral person, you have to die. The wages of sin is death. And I said, no, not necessarily. I said, if you try to assault someone directly, they might kill you out of self-defense. So maybe in that case, the wage of sin is death. But in the case of my neighbor, my sin, it wasn't death, it cost me some money and some time to help him out. So no, the wages of sin isn't always death. So here's why he said that if I improve and I learn and I become a better person, the person I was died.
Spiritual, symbolic death, not real death.
Yes.
Words don't mean words, of course.
Exactly right. Exactly right. It's just a part of human growth. The growth is how it's the experience of being a human and growing and learning.
Yeah.
And he's labeled it death. And then he said, so that death 2,000 years ago of the innocent is justified.
Yeah.
Words don't mean words.
Perfect, isn't it? Every time. Yeah. When the stuff completely stops making sense, just redefine words to make it make sense. It's fantastic. Anyone could do it about anything. It's wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Yes. It's exactly what it's like when they say whatever God does is good. So when we wipe out whole communities, including the infants and the women and the children and the goats and the sheep.
Yeah.
You know, all the people weren't quite enough.
It's good.
We got, and so now what does good mean now?
Yeah.
You know, usually good means something, it means it's healthy. It's something we ought to do. It's helpful to someone else. But now it means killing, torturing, graping.
Anything. I often say that religion solves its moral problem by abolishing morality and just replacing it with obedience. Job done.
Yeah. Yes. And, you know, I think you made a real good point the other day. I'll finish with this because that's what I just wanted to share with you, the way he used the word death to justify.
Yeah.
So that like you said, words don't mean words. But when you said, it just left my mind. Oh, when you said, when you say, I'm not convinced of the Christian narrative. I'm not convinced this God is real. But they have to turn it into a crime. They say you're denying Jesus.
Yes.
You're not just unconvinced.
Yeah.
Because that would be awful to torture someone for eternity just for being unconvinced. But if you're guilty of the crime of denial,
terribly bad.
So
rejection, denial. There's all kinds of other euphemisms.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I thought that was a great point, John, when you said that. That's what they have to do to justify it.
Yeah, that's it. That's how it works. We have to be bad, otherwise the moral logic of the religion collapses if we're not bad. So we have to be bad, and the way we are made bad is by reclassifying honest non-belief as a willful rebellion. That's it. That's how it works.
Exactly. You got that right.
Yeah.
All right,
Thanks,
guys.
man.
Well, it was fun to talk to you. I just wanted to share that with you.
Thanks for coming up.
You guys have a great evening.
And you, buddy.
And we'll talk again.
You too, Truth Teller.
Thanks. Okie dokie. We did have someone on the YouTube queue, but they went. So we're going to head back, stay in the TikTok, and we're going to bring in user 338 and a bunch of other numbers. That's if it works. It doesn't work. Nope, they've gone. That's not happening. So then we see Sir Jedrick. We will get you in a second, buddy. We're going to try Big Time Welder. That's a good name. Hey, Big Time Welder. Hello.
You know the biggest problem I have with it?
What's that?
Is that for some reason they seem to think that if you're not part of a church or you didn't go to church when you were young or was raised in church, that you can't have morals and values.
That is what they think. It's idiotic.
And it really gives me a problem because I'm going to tell you, I was raised very well as far as don't do this, do the right thing, just to be a good person, help people, be generous, kind. And when somebody says something like that, I also have two sons. One is 32 and one is 23.
Are you whisking an egg?
Yeah.
Are you making us dinner?
I'm making lunch for tomorrow. But, my eldest son is a certified welding inspector. He does very well, And my youngest just graduated in November, he's an engineer. But I raised him with morals and values and knowing right from wrong, you know. And it really makes me angry whenever somebody comes at me that way. Like, oh, like it's impossible for you to have morals and values if you don't get them from there.
Yes, it's stupid.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's the dumbest thing. I grew up with many people that were raised that way and were very good people and still are. They never was in a church. Now, I'll tell you what I have seen. I've seen some nasty people come out of church and say some nasty things.
Of course.
You know?
Yeah. There's nasty people on both sides of the belief line, and there are good people on both sides of the belief line. And the things that separates people you'd want to be with from people that you don't want to be with are really their values and the degree to which they are considerate about other people. That's pretty much it. Right. If you apply that, you sort people correctly. But belief or non-belief as a demarcation of personal quality, it's not reliable.
And I'm sure that you know this. I'm almost certain that you know this. Being crucified on the cross back in Rome them days was nothing special. It wasn't a special treatment to anybody.
Yep.
It was a known punishment for people. But that bothers me because it's like they cherry pick that one thing to make it something so special, and they just disregard the fact that that was a common punishment in Rome in those days. It wasn't unique to Jesus.
Not at all. Not at all.
But listen to him. If you listen to him, that's what you're going to think. That's exactly how it's going to be portrayed, I promise you.
Have you ever heard the arguments where people said that if Jesus had been executed by some other means or potentially at some other point in history, you might have billions of people walking around the earth with little electric chairs on their chains?
Yeah, and
I always love that.
Thing too, you know, that cross. Like they paraded around, but if you was to truly look at what it was evil.
It's horrible. Horrendous.
I mean, look what they were doing with it.
Yeah, horrendous stuff.
Actually, when you think about it, what's the difference? So let's say he was unalived by the state in Florida in modern times. People would be wearing an electric chair around their necks.
Yep. Yeah, that would be quite cool, wouldn't it? all the merch.
I mean, it is pretty morbid.
The merch opportunities would just be off the scale. It'd be amazing.
But I didn't I don't think about it like, even though I've been deconstructed for a long time now, it's so normalized with the cross that it just seems normal to me. But if you replaced it with an electric chair, that would be be really weird.
Yeah, or a syringe. Yeah, it's grim.
Yeah,
all horrendous.
You know,
big time welder.
It's so easy to research stuff.
Sorry, man.
And it's so easy to research anything this day and time.
Yeah, well, we've all got all the information in the world in our pockets, which is why it's even more ludicrous to hold to these ridiculous beliefs. Like that people 150 years ago had an excuse or some semblance of one. We really don't have an excuse now. We need to make a kind of secular common sense version of Romans 1, don't we? Like the evidence of the world is all around you. Take the cell phone out of your pocket and grow up. Stop being stupid.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watch your reels. I watch your stuff all the time, you know.
Oh, thank you.
It makes sense, you know, but I'm a critical thinker. Always have been. You cannot be a critical thinker and wrap that around your brain. It doesn't work. No matter how hard you try, you can't.
Yeah, I agree that I mean, there are really smart people like Francis Collins, right, head of the Human Genome Project, and also a celebrated evangelical. And when I try to understand what's going on there, I just think, well, obviously he's a much smarter person than me. But with respect to these particular ideas, he's just not thinking critically. He's not. He's engaging in some type of heuristic or motivated reasoning or something that's leading him to the point of being convinced that this stuff is true. Right. That's the way I make sense of it. So, you know, wouldn't want to say that, you know, he's dumb. He's, I said, brilliant man. He's just not thinking right on this stuff.
I like Dan McClellan too.
Oh, he's brilliant.
Oh, for sure.
Dan McClellan's brilliant.
And he's Mormon.
Yeah, he was.
But he's smart, he's done a lot. He knows it very well. And they can't stump him on anything because he knows it too well. So
he knows it too well.
Yeah. One thing I've found is Mormons tend to this is just anecdotal from the Mormons I've spoken to on here. They seem to be much more likely to accept, even though they're believers, that the Bible is neither univocal nor inerrant. And that gives them, I think, a stronger footing, at least in that regard.
And it's far from infallible too.
Yeah,
for sure.
Like they think it is. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard them say.
Craziness.
You can't even read it with common sense and believe that. There's no way. It's impossible.
Yeah, and it's tripping over its own feet all over the place. So for sure, dude, we're going to move it on. A few in the queue, so we want to get to people. But thank you so much for coming in. Nice to speak to you for the first time. Feel free to come back anytime and say hi. Appreciate that.
Absolutely. Good talking with y'all.
And you, man. Take care. Thanks. Okie dokie. Speaking of really, really smart people, I'll have the privilege of doing a joint stream with Justin, Deconstruction Zone, on the 9th, which I believe is a week today. I think it's Thursday next. It's Thursday evening next week. That'll be 6 p.m. Eastern time. We'll be doing something together. So I'm not entirely sure how it works. I guess I'll probably just guest on his channel is probably the simplest way to do it. We haven't sorted out all the details beyond the time and place, but that'll be really fun. We've been speaking about doing it for a while, so that is the case. And at some point, it would be lovely to do something with Joel as well. Being an admirer of his work, that would be good. So Joel, if you ever want to come and hang out with Sean and me, you're very, very welcome. It would be lovely to have you. Brilliant. Okay, we are going to head over briefly to the YouTube side and bring in Ritz. We're going to bring in Ritz right now on the YouTube side. Hey, Ritz. Are you there, Ritz? And yes, for those in the chat, I do mean Joel Reed's. Joel Reed's Bible is amazing. If anyone doesn't follow Joel, check out Joel. He's amazing. Ritz, are you there, dude? Because you're in right now, but we can't hear you or see you. Guessing that might be a no.
Ritz?
Yeah, not there. Okay, well, I'm going to put Ritz back in the queue, and we'll head back over, sorry, Sean, to TikTok world and bring in Sir Jedrick, who is a very, very fine person indeed. Hey, man, how are you?
Good evening. How are y'all doing?
Very well indeed. How are you?
Excellent. Doing pretty well. Good, great to see y'all again. Loving the live so far.
Thank you.
I did just want to say, guys, I'm a little bit disappointed tonight. Y'all have been making some blunders, so go ahead.
But did you count the blunder? Was that blunder number 2 or 3 or 1? I don't know. I've lost count. Go ahead.
Oh my God, I don't know.
We have had some special ones in tonight, haven't we? I'm going to have so much fun.
Like the minute anyone begins, it's not even onesie, twosie once in a while. It's like the minute you start saying anything, that's a blunder. Oh, that's another blunder. Like, anyway.
Yeah, you couldn't even finish a single word. That was great.
It was fantastic. Yeah. How is everything in your world? Are you guys good? You and your lovely wife?
We're doing well. Yeah. Everything considered, doing well. I did want to just briefly touch on the topic that you have up here, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Yeah, this is Sean. I know you'll appreciate this too, as well as John. This is one of the big things for me to start my deconstruction, start the ball rolling when I was even just a child. Because it seems, as you read the scripture, and I've read the Bible completely through 30-something times, and as you read through, it seems like God picks and chooses when he's going to be intimately involved and involved in detail with some instances, and then just completely aloof at other times. we could take a lot of examples, but just one example on this, two opposing examples. When David was trying to bring the ark of God back to Jerusalem, and evidently he was not transporting it the appropriate way, Uzzah reaches out to try to stabilize the ark, and God strikes him on the spot.
Yeah, he reaches out to stop it falling, and because he touched it, God kills him on the spot, dead. That's it. Yeah, delightful.
Yes.
Jeez.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that story, to be honest with you, but just wow.
Yeah.
Don't mess up even a little bit.
Absolutely horrendous.
And the thing is, like, there's so much into that story, Sean. It's a great read along these lines. That Uzzah was completely unaware that he would even possibly have been making a mistake. David was unaware. David had to go back and study on how to appropriately transport the ark. So you have an instance like that. Then here's another just opposing story, the story of Jephthah and his daughter. God seems just completely, totally removed.
Do you know this one, Sean?
Remind me. I'm not sure yet.
It's absolutely hideous. Do you want to tell it?
Just a brief summary. Jephthah goes out to defend the Israelites and war with some of the neighboring tribes, and he says, he makes a promise to God, if you'll grant us victory, I will sacrifice whatever comes out of the door of the first thing that comes out of the door of my house. I'll sacrifice that to you.
What the frick? Like his own family?
So
he doesn't specify it. Yeah, he doesn't specify it in the moment. He's so keen to barter with God about being victorious in battle that he makes this deal with God. He says, deliver me a victory, and whoever comes out of my house first, I'll sacrifice.
Jesus.
And he doesn't even say whoever. He says whatever.
Whatever,
so,
that's right.
It's completely unspecific.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it happens to be his daughter. So he gives his daughter 30 days to go and bemoan her virginity and then come back and let her father do what he had promised, because under that law, it was worse to break your promise than it was to make an absolutely crap promise.
Yeah.
Mm.
And God holds him to it, right? So the absolution that God granted Abraham, when he said, okay, you don't really have to kill Isaac, just kidding. He doesn't extend the same courtesy in this instance. It's in Judges, isn't it? Judges 11, I think.
Yes.
He doesn't extend the same courtesy to Jephthah. It's absolutely hideous.
God, his own daughter. So he ended up unaliving his own daughter?
Yep.
He did.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it doesn't actually describe what he does. It's just that he made good on the promise. It says he fulfilled what he said he would do, or something like that.
But they spare us the details as to how.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But it proves there's so many stories, but just those two opposing stories go well with the topic here. And as a kid reading through this, and then later on as a teacher trying to teach these Bible stories and choose how they were applicable to the lives of the audience that I was teaching, it just is completely mind-boggling. And times when God decides to be involved in a very big way and then is just completely gone at other times.
Yeah. Divine inconsistency. I have to read this comment because it's directed at you, my friend. So our good friend Mike says this caller has an exceptional Louisiana accent. There you are.
Oh my goodness, thank you.
There you are. It is. You do speak beautifully every time. I think the same. Yeah, absolutely. And the hiddenness thing is just, it seems so unnecessary. I was going to speak a little bit about John Schellenberg. Have you come across John Schellenberg?
I'm familiar.
Yeah, so he's I think he's Canadian, but he's a modern day philosopher who really kind of coined the idea of divine hiddenness being a problem when you think about non-resistant believers. So it's one thing if people have sort of turned away and are actively kind of rebelling, but there's a significant number of people, we speak about them all the time, who really want to be in a relationship with God. In fact, let me just look something up because there's a really good quote from him on this.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued with this.
Yeah, it's definitely worth checking out. 1 second, so make sure that I don't misquote him. Schellenberg's fantastic on divine hiddenness. Here, his core argument, he says, if God is perfectly loving, and a perfectly loving God would never allow a person who genuinely wants a relationship with him to be unable to have one, then the existence of sincere, non-resistant non-believers is evidence against God's existence. It's such a powerful argument because it holds, right? That's it. It's so simple. So a perfectly loving God would want to be in conscious relationship with every person capable of it. A perfectly loving God would therefore ensure that anyone who doesn't resist such a relationship is able to have it. Being in relationship with God requires, at minimum, believing God exists. Therefore, a perfectly loving God would ensure that every non-resistant person believes he exists, which ties into the same discussions we often have when we say God could make us aware. But this is even more pointed because our interlocutors in those instances could say, well, you've hardened your heart and you're too whatever. This is specifically people who explicitly want to be in relationship with God, but just are not persuaded he's there. And then but clearly there are people who do not resist God, who sincerely seek, remain open and desire relationship, and yet cannot bring themselves to believe. And we've spoken to quite a few of them here. Therefore, a perfectly loving God does not exist. I think that's such a powerful argument. I don't think I've ever heard anything even approximating an adequate response to that from a believer. What they do is they just say that those people aren't actually non-resistant. They really have resistance in their hearts. That's what they do. The trick is to just define the thing out of existence and say, well, clearly you're not non-resistant. You're just saying you are, but actually you just love your sin and all the rest of it. You want to be your own
Correct,
God.
because it's the only fallback, right? There's nothing else. There is no other explanation, and that was so beautifully stated by the man that you just quoted. But it's true. There's no other fallback. Yeah. But then you take God from a biblical standpoint like that, and someone that's actively trying to seek him out, search him out, apply that to physical life. I've got a sister that's terminally ill. I've got a brother that was pew-pewed 4 times. I've got another sister that's terminally ill, and you spend years and years of agonizing, praying and seeking God, to try to grant healing and grant some sort of semblance of life, those types of things. And again, it seems as if God is completely aloof. And so this topic, I think, Jon and Sean, is very, very, very good to be discussing.
Yeah, thanks. I think it is important, and when you then overlay the threats of punishment for not having come to the right conclusion, it's just the cherry on the top, isn't it? It's like the moral cherry on the top of the shit cake, because not only are people who want to have a relationship with this God denied it, but everyone is then
blaming them.
Yeah, and then exactly blaming them, blaming the victims, and then the ultimate sort of comeuppance is everyone is punished for coming to the only conclusion they could come to, given the divine hiddenness. So it's really nasty stuff. It's really nasty stuff, but it really focuses the mind, right? Let's have an explanation about this, and that's why I think it's valid to say, why is God hiding? If the stakes are that high, if eternal futures rest on this, just pop in one day, say hello. We'll all know you're there. Then we can all have fun using our free will to decide if we want to follow you or not, but at least we'll all know. And there won't be any non-believers anymore. God could make the number of atheists in the world 0 right now.
Yep.
Easily. And it wouldn't involve violating a single person's free will.
Right. I wonder if you guys had thought of the verse in Revelation. I forget the exact quote right now. There's a verse in Revelation, and I know this is completely different, I guess, timelines in Scripture as it comes to, I guess, air quotes, rightly dividing and putting things in their appropriate place or whatever. But when God sends an angel down from heaven to preach the everlasting gospel,
yeah,
he decides to do that for whatever reason at that very specific moment in time. Right. To your point that you were just talking about.
Yeah, he can do it. It just chooses not to for reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I think the
Right.
answer to why is God hiding is reasons. As reasons. No, ours is not to wonder why. Don't lean on your own understanding.
Right.
Yeah. Stop thinking. Right. Stop using your mind. I think that's the
Reasons
answer.
that are higher.
Reasons that are higher. Yeah, they exist at high altitude. Yeah.
That we cannot comprehend.
That's the one. That's the one.
Well, before I make any blunders, carry on, guys. Go ahead.
Oh, brilliant. Thanks for coming in. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Take it easy.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening.
And you, my friend. Take care. Brilliant. That was awesome. Okay. We're going to try and get Ritz in again just quickly to see if this works, because he's still there, he or she, on the YouTube side, but let's just see if this works. Ritz, are you there? I'm guessing that's a no. Okay, I'm going to remove Ritz from the queue there. So that's going to be removed. And we're going to go Redwood Dragon has been waiting for a long time. And then we've got Not Jay after that back again to speak to us. Hey, Redwood.
Hey.
How are you?
How are you all doing?
Very well indeed. How are you?
Okay, well, first thing, big fan. Love your show.
Thank you.
And I'm calling in to see how many blunders I can make with the following question. Question.
I'm feeling blunders making their way into the merch store very, very soon. But fire away.
So I really appreciate what you said about, I mean, I know you wrote a whole book on it, about not being convinced. And that how that ties in with belief and the absence of belief.
Yeah.
But I think I myself, raised in a Christian home and then getting on some kind of deconstruction journey, I think that perhaps I and a lot of people around me had their beliefs, but really had no justification, or no, like if they were pressed to defend their beliefs, they would say, you know, hell if I know. I just, this is what I believe. Like the Bible makes no sense to me, or the path of faith makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
And I was curious. I hadn't heard you mention the tunnel thing before.
Yeah.
And I was just curious what your take is on that, because
sure,
I questioned everything about my childhood religion for as many years as I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, you know, I've heard you all cover countless times how those questions are often met with certain types of clergy.
Yeah.
And the clergy, the pastor of my childhood, would probably reject any questioning of any kind. But we changed pastors growing up, and the new pastor we had, that everybody thought was excessively liberal, welcomed questions all the time. And he never really felt like he had any answers, but he did not reject the questions.
Yes.
So would he come out and say, like, that's a good question, I don't know the answer to that, let me look into it, get back to you? How would he handle that if he didn't have the answers?
Well, I think that he might eventually give up and say, I just think there's some things that we don't get to understand. He wasn't known for saying exactly his ways are higher.
Right.
Because at least the way that I hear it spoken about in our community, it has a dismissive tone sometimes. His ways are higher.
Yeah.
But I think he would just sort of sit in the uncertainty of it all, and just say, you know, I don't really know. And I think he probably would have said, yes, there are quote unquote errors in the Bible, or horrifying stories in the Bible, and I don't know how to make sense of those either. And so he made space for people like that, because I think he was people like that. But just made me curious. Like, what would you call that type of person that said, you know, I don't know, I just believe it? Where even if people ignore evidence, they're just in some sort of denial. They ignore evidence and they're in some sort of denial.
One possibility is he, and I'm not saying I think this is necessarily the case, he could potentially be a candidate for the clergy project. He might be one of those people that either realized from their perspective it's all BS or some of it's BS. And I'm not saying that's necessarily the case with him, or it could just be he's a believer. And there's something to like having the thought process that God's ways are higher. I don't know the answer to these questions. They seem like valid questions, but I just believe there is an answer without knowing what it is. I mean, it's hard to say what's in someone else's head.
Well, it's true, but I'm just thinking about the various things that I've gone through, because if you're the type of person who's going to be saying this doesn't make any sense, and why would God do this, or why would God do that, or in other words, why is God hiding, right?
Yeah.
I think that if a person has had their faith long enough, or so far it really hasn't cracked, for lack of a better word.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of looking for a name for what that might be called, especially
cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, it's definitely that. But in the description of the tunnel phrase, I don't think I quite understood what it meant. And and does that apply to the kind of thing that I'm describing?
I don't think that the cognitive tunnels would, because they're very, very specific. Like, I'll give you an idea. Like, they're to do with things like how we intuitively misunderstand probabilities and things like that, and like very, very specific things. Like the idea that if you flip a coin a few times, if you flip a coin and you get 3 heads in a row, are you more or less likely to get heads on the next flip? And some people will intuit that it's less likely because they understand instinctively that flipping 4 heads in a row is not that likely. So it changes their perception of the likelihood of the next flip. Whereas, of course, if you think about it critically, you realize every flip is independent. There's an independent event of the prior flips, and the chances are always 50%, irrespective of what's happened before. So there's a disconnect between the chances of a long series of heads being low still doesn't change the likelihood of getting ahead on the 8th or 9th if you've already got a bunch. So little things like that. In terms of the pastor, I reckon that there's one of 3 things possibly happening there. So one is that he is still genuinely convinced that all of this stuff is true.
Yeah, I think he is.
He is genuinely still convinced of this, and he's just accepted being in a place of not knowing, but he's also convinced that the explanation for these things will be provided later. So like we quite often speak to people here, and we'll give them like an absolute slam dunk, like an all day long Bible contradiction which cannot be resolved. Like, is it 4,000 horses or is it 40,000? Right? It can't be both. One of them must be wrong, at least, right? They cannot both be true. And their response will be, I'm going to go and look into it. And their response will often be, I'm sure there's an explanation for that. So they've already told themselves, they're already persuaded of the fact that some information will come to them later, which is going to resolve this tension and make this problem go away. So it could be that in a slightly more sophisticated way, he was doing that. So he's saying, I don't know, and he's giving himself permission to be an I don't know, rather than just trot out some kind of shooting from the hip apologetic, which he kind of probably instinctively knows no one will buy. So I don't know buys you some time, and it gets you off the hook from having to give an answer. That's the most likely thing. And then my suspicion is if he goes away to try and figure it out, he's going to have to stay in I don't know for a long time, because there aren't satisfying answers to these things. There are people who try to,
Yeah, and also from what I gathered from listening to people on these types of platforms, the I don't know stage, I don't know, but I believe anyway stage can be a stage of deconstruction and can last a painfully long time.
It can. So the other two scenarios that I was going to offer up was one in which he actually doesn't really believe, but his emotional need to stay in that position, to stay in that frame, is so strong that it tips him into still believing. So even though he kind of, I don't know, like if he was to dispassionately look at the evidence, he would be a non-believer. The emotional need to stay there and the motivated reasoning there keeps him convinced. It's a kind of artificial conviction. And then the other one is that he really genuinely, so I call that cognitive denial, right? That's cognitive denial, where when someone is denying the completely obvious, but they're not being insincere. There's no gap between what they're thinking and what they're saying, right? And then the last possibility is good old-fashioned denial, where that gap actually does exist. In other words, he doesn't believe it's true. This is the clergy project stuff, right? He doesn't believe it's true. He's lost his belief completely, but he's not prepared to outwardly acknowledge that yet. And so he just says words to make it all go away and not actually engage with it. But actually he doesn't think it's true and doesn't have his belief anymore. And there are lots of people in all three of those stages. And sometimes that's a stage on the road to deconstruction, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes that's just the end destination itself.
That's where they stay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would be stunned out of my mind if this guy wasn't still a believer.
Right.
I think he's just not arrogant, and he doesn't run around acting like he has all the answers.
And I respect that. Actually, I respect that. Someone saying I don't know is pretty respectable answer in some ways.
Yeah, and there are plenty of believers who, especially if they've been to seminary school and what have you, they believe in God. They believe in much of the Bible, but they don't believe the Bible is inerrant. They don't believe it's univocal. And he could be in a situation with that particular church where he can't say that out loud, even though academically that's his position. He just has to be quiet about it. That speculatively, that could be the case as well.
Yeah.
Yep. True enough. Well, thanks.
Sure.
Thank you both.
Of course.
Have a great rest of your night.
And you. Thanks for coming up. Okay. Appreciate it.
All right. Bye-bye.
Take care. Okay. Just a few messages to read out. We're going to start with the wonderful Real Jiffy Cones. Friend and mod extraordinaire. I had a divine command from Puff to tithe today. Oh, well, thank you very much indeed. May you be reflected in his scales. I appreciate that very much. Sage Scarlet, thank you very much for the message and the contribution. I actually had the words to say what I knew then is a very powerful statement. Oh, this is from Elizabeth. Absolutely. Actually had the words to say, this is Elizabeth talking about finding the words to articulate what she had previously held in her mind, but maybe lacked either the confidence or ability in some way to get out there. It is a very, very powerful statement. I completely agree. I had a rush of joy hearing Elizabeth speak about that. Happy for you, Elizabeth. Thanks, Sage, for expressing that. I think we all share your admiration there, and that was absolutely brilliant. And then we have Oceanus. Atheists have less motivation to be adversarial towards science. We might not be smarter, but might be more inclined to seek answers outside of Bibles. Hell yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah, the Bible is pretty much the last place to seek answers for anything, I would say. That's absolutely right. Definitely not smarter, but perhaps more discerning in our choice of reference material, let's say. And then Gordon says, hey, Gordon, thank you for this. These streams really make me think. Thank you, Jon, Sean, and chat. Oh, thank you very much. They make me think too. Don't think for 1 second that the flow of intellectual traffic here is one way. I'm always learning from Sean, from you guys, from guests, from the whole experience. I'm constantly drinking it in, learning as well, and making me think too. So absolutely agree with that. Thank you for that. And finally, we have the very wonderful Sloshy Whale. Always a joy to see you. W. Mike, Brandon, Elizabeth. Awesome calls. I completely concur with all of those. And of course, to add in all the other guests who have also been amazing. Even the trolly funny ones. Because tomorrow I'm going to be sitting somewhere very comfortable with a very nice coffee selecting my clips. And I do love that bit. It's such a wonderful feeling when we have a live stream and we have all sorts of conversations in it. And some of them are really productive and sensible. And some of them are the crash outs and some of them are the crazies. And I wake up the next morning and I have this wonderful feeling that dawns on me, knowing I've got a 6 hour long live stream to go through and pull out the best bits. I absolutely love doing it. So yeah, brilliant. Keep it coming, everyone. Really, really love it. Okay, we are going to bring in Not Jay, who we've spoken to a few times before, and we will welcome him back right now.
Did you say you do live streams for 6 hours?
Yeah, we've been going for 5 hours and 18 minutes on this one.
How do you find the time?
My full-time job.
Oh, I wasn't aware that streaming on TikTok was your full-time job. That makes sense. That's a short day then, isn't it?
Well, I work quite hard, so I'm constantly working on material and editing things and have a book coming out and all of this stuff. Yeah, it's good. Keeps me young.
That's fair.
Or old. Yeah, I don't get much sleep.
There you go. I just wanted to chime in on a couple of things and then I'll go.
Sure.
So I actually asked a rabbi about that story about Jephthah.
Uh-huh.
It was actually a pretty surprising conversation. It was that and a couple of other things. Surprisingly, when I asked him, he thought I was attacking. I think he was thinking I was an anti-Semite when I asked those questions. But regarding that story with Jephthah, he told me that in the Talmud, that interpretation had been argued on that side, that Jephthah did not sacrifice his daughter, but rather sent her to some temple for service in perpetuity that kept her a virgin, something along those lines. There's a Rabbi Tovia online that if you wanted to check it out, that does the explanation much better than I could. And they said scripturally it's derived from that she went to the mountains and mourned her virginity and that she never knew a man.
We knew that she had mourned her virginity, but the text is quite explicit about the fact that that he fulfills his vow. So in Judges 11, I think we're going to find it right now. It says
whatever you put up, I'm not going to dispute at all.
Sure, I'm just going to read it for anyone else who wants to consider.
There's Talmudic writings that explain it. Would go through all of what you're about to.
I hear you. So the Talmudic writings would have to grapple with the fact that it says at the end of 2 months, she returned to her father, who did with her according to the vow he had made, which was to sacrifice with a burnt offering. It had to be a burnt offering, the first thing that came out of the house. And then she had never slept with a man, so there arose an Israelite custom that for 4 days every year the daughters of Israel would go out to lament the daughter of Jephthah. So it seems to me that interpretation, that rabbinical interpretation, feels to me like a bit of a cope. Could be wrong.
Well, and it could be. And again, I'm not giving you the Talmud word for word like he did with me. I'm just suggesting to you that anybody else that's anybody else that's listening can go look up for themselves what the rabbinic interpretation is, and then maybe decide for themselves on the story.
Yeah, I mean, for me, there's a motivation there, isn't there? Because this story doesn't exactly paint God in a wonderful light, right?
Oh, I'm 100% sure everybody knows what you would say to any interpretation on the passage other than your own.
It's not so much my own as much as just like a sort of on the face of it, reading what the words actually say, and then I'm slightly skeptical that, like, because there's a motivation on the part of a Talmudic scholar who's going to try and put a spin on this to make his God look not quite so morally horrendous. I'm approached it with a lot of skepticism.
No, I get it, and I'm sure that you would be skeptical on any apologetic. So I get it. The other thing that I was going to say to you is that there's a whole laundry list of reasons why God stays partially hidden from us. And I'm not going to go through them all, but there's actually on CatholicAnswers.com, there's a very good article about what the reasons are. I mean, among them, just really quickly, that it would be overwhelming and would affect free will. The fact that he did reveal himself person to person in Christ once.
I mean, can we address those one at a time?
No, I don't really care to. I'm just saying that there are other perspectives on this. There are other interpretations.
We've heard them and addressed them tonight. Even
the other thing that I would suggest to you is that that Bishop Barron also does. He had an interview with Ben Shapiro on his Sunday special about how even atheists of goodwill would be able to obtain salvation indirectly through Christ. But if anybody wanted to look that up, including you guys, and then combine that with the Catechism, 633 in the Catechism, it pretty clearly states how even somebody of an atheist that follows his conscience can, to the best of his ability, can still obtain salvation.
Isn't Ben Shapiro Jewish?
He is.
Yeah, that's why it was interesting. Bishop Barron is Catholic.
Yeah.
And Ben Shapiro asked him, he says, hey, I'm a Orthodox Jew. I not only follow the 10 Commandments, and I actually follow 603 others. But is it the Catholic view that basically I'm screwed?
It's not Ben Shapiro who said like salvation through Christ. Okay.
Yeah. Then Bishop Barron piped up and he said, well, in the Second Vatican Council, this very thing was discussed. The conclusion that they came to is that although belief in Christ and the church is the privileged preferred method to be able to obtain salvation, that even an atheist of goodwill can obtain salvation. And there's a whole reasoning of how that can happen.
My issue is I don't think anybody should require salvation. That's the problem. I don't think that salvation is a thing that anyone does or should need to acquire. That's the whole. All of these arguments presuppose the fact that salvation is a requirement. Yeah. And that's where I get off the bus before we reach that stop.
So can I ask you, John, and now I'm really super curious, if he set up a system where all we had to do was not sin, and then we could spend eternity with him in the garden, and then we did sin, why would you think salvation, maybe you would say he set it up that way? And then I would say to you, well, in order to have free will, he had to set it up that way. And you would say, well, he didn't have to set the parameters that way, and ultimately it's up to him. Would that how the conversation go?
Two problems with that. One is the standard Christian doctrine is that we have a sinful nature, which we didn't choose to be born with, that makes it so every single person cannot not sin. So that's already a setup. And under that paradigm, having salvation, and then I forget what the other thing I was going to say, but that alone is a problem.
Consequence of free will, problem solved.
Wait, say again.
I said that concupiscence. I always get that word wrong.
The other issue.
Free will, problem solved.
No, because if God decided to make us in such a way that we cannot,
John.
Hold on. God's not powerful enough to make versions of us who have free will but don't choose to sin.
It's like making a square circle.
Yeah. It isn't.
Do all
It's
angels in heaven sin?
Yeah, it's not
logical. It's like making dry water.
No,
Do all
it's not.
angels in heaven sin?
What's that?
Do all angels in heaven sin?
Not all angels, no, but they're not made like men are.
Oh, right. That's my point. So it's not like a square circle. So he can make beings who have free will that will never sin, but he decided that we will have a sinful nature, and so that's a setup right there. So
we're not
if
angels.
he's good, well, exactly. He chose to make angels in such a way where they A, have free will, and B, will never sin. But he decided for humans to have a sinful nature because he was mad at Adam and Eve for eating a fruit.
Yeah, no, you're oversimplifying that in an insulting way. You know you are. So I'm not. I'm absolutely not going to comment anymore on anything you have to say, Sean.
Oh, come on.
Okay, well that's fine. I'm still a co-host, and I'm still going to speak. And no, I don't know that I am.
Yeah, that was a very disrespectful, very simplified
No,
way
come on.
to insult.
How is it inaccurate?
Because you know that it's not because they ate a fruit. You know there's more behind that, but you choose to portray it that way to insult.
No, I disagree I disagree with you about the contents of my mind. So we can disagree, but I have the ability to read my own mind about what I know and don't know.
Well, I'm not saying I can read your own mind, but I can't think of any other way to to take that. You're telling me I'm
not Jay
giving a shallow reading of what you just said. It
not
requires
Jay.
interpretation, but
did Mary
I choose
sin?
not to talk to you anymore, Sean.
Not Jay. Did Mary sin?
Mary was kept from sinning.
How? Did she have her free will
for
abrogated?
A special purpose.
Was she forced to? Did she have free will messed with?
So
why couldn't we all be kept from sinning then?
That's not a question I thought to ask, John. I would have to get back to you on it.
We'll look forward to that. I mean, there's so many inconsistencies here, right? God presumably can create a heaven in which sin doesn't exist, but all the people there enjoying it are still possessed of free will. So we know it's possible for there to be an environment which includes free will, but precludes sin. And if God is capable of producing such a place, then why not do that on earth at the beginning, and no one needed to get nailed to anything?
Don't know right now, to be honest with you. You ask so many questions that never occurred to me to ask that I'm not prepared for everyone that you ask.
Fair enough. That's an honest answer. I mean, think about it. Because these unanswerable questions are hinting at something. They're hinting at a logical sort of unfeasibility in this whole doctrine. Is that there are too many difficult questions, and you know, you may. I appreciate that you're honestly answering in that way, but I sense that you probably are assuming somewhere along the line that there are answers available, sufficient answers at least for these questions, and so I don't think there are.
Yeah, my understanding is that angels have the capacity to sin because they have free will as well, because some of them decided not to, but they're created differently in that they had 100% knowledge. They're all spirit. I'm sure there's something, if I went down the road with that, again, it'd have to be something I'd have to stop and go and research. And to be honest with you, I don't know if that's an important enough question to me to go and research.
Well, that's fair enough, but it's a pretty big point, because any solution you come to address these problems is going to diminish your God. Any reasoning you come to, any explanation you might contrive as to why this state of affairs pertains is going to make God smaller, because you're going to end up with saying, well, God had to do it this way because he just had no choice. And then you're going to have to say that it would be a logical contradiction if he didn't. But that isn't what a logical contradiction means. A logical contradiction is something which affirms A and not A together. And there's nothing illogical about this. It's just these would just be logistical concerns. It would just be saying God just couldn't manage it. He's just not up to the task. And if I believed in a God, which I don't, but if I believed in a God, he would be kick-ass. He would be able to do all sorts of crazy shit that the Bible God apparently can't do. He would be making worlds fully stocked with beings possessed of complete free will and the disinclination to sin. Everyone would be having a lovely time, all being nice to each other, no sin, lots of free will, no one being nailed to anything. It would be great. But this Bible God seems a bit inept, to be honest. He seems a bit sort of, I used the phrase a bit like Mr. Bean in the last one. I don't know if you know who he is, but he kind of just always messes everything up. That's how it comes across to me. You know, he makes the whole world, he stocks it full of people, then it all goes wrong. He couldn't possibly have seen it coming, so he decides to reset by drowning everyone. What an absolutely horrific thing to do. As if that's going to solve the problem. Then the world's like gets fucked again afterwards. It's like none of this stuff works.
Yeah, that's one interpretation, and you're absolutely, you are entitled to have your interpretation. So yeah,
cool.
There you go.
There we go. Well, thanks for coming to say hi. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Sean.
Take care. Bye bye.
You do.
Take care. Okay, we are going to go to Dingleberry Jr. because with a name like that, how could we not? Hey, Dingleberry.
Sorry. The 5-year-old in me's coming up. How's it going, Dingleberry?
I'm good, thank you. How are you guys?
Good.
Doing well.
Very, very quick age check, just to make sure. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 21.
Nice one. Okay, well, welcome.
I am a friendly. I just had a few questions, if that's okay with you guys. I was kind of interested to hear your opinion on like cultural Christians nowadays, because it feels like to me when I meet a lot of Christians around my age, they kind of don't know the Bible that well. They kind of just cherry pick little like verses that they like, which in isolation is like not necessarily problematic, but I think to wider society, it's just not great to have like a safe space for what I'm sure we both agree is like a fundamentally problematic like religion, right?
Yeah. I totally understand what you're saying. I think the vast majority of people who affiliate as Christians probably don't have a clue what's in their book. Most don't. And they've inherited the identity, and religion serves primarily as an identity marker. That is essentially what it does primarily. And then as a belief system is secondary to that. And so there are people who fit very comfortably into the identity, but when it comes to actually knowing the scripture, knowing the verses, knowing even the theology, most don't. And that does provide a kind of, I guess, a sort of madness of crowds kind of thing, to enable the fundamentalists and the horrible aspect of the doctrine to just blend into the background. I think you're describing something which is a thing, definitely.
It's like, for me, I have a friend who's pretty Christian, and he's always kind of like, why are you so against Christianity? Like, what's the big deal about it? I'm kind of like, I think as someone who's like no offense to him, but like a straight white male, you kind of don't really understand like what it does to someone who's part of a already marginalized community. It gives like a soft blanket for people who you are giving a safe space to go out and say like awful things about us. I don't know if you've heard about a basketball player recently in the NBA called Jaden Ivey.
I haven't.
He recently got cut for saying just rambling about a bunch of terrible things. One of the things he mentioned was the LGBT community. He was like, "Oh, I can't believe we celebrate this like unrighteousness and stuff." And it's like in the NBA, you have guys like LeBron James, who's like a cultural Christian. He's like super feminist. He's pro LGBT, but yet he supports an ideology which is so harmful to those people. Yeah. How can you like cognitively know that? And still support it? Because what you're like, I don't view LeBron James as like as immoral as Jaden Ivey, because I guess they're different in a way, but he's still providing a safe space for people like Jaden Ivey to say horrible things about a community.
Yeah.
And the same thing with like out throughout all of history, right? Where you see like Christian colonialism, crusades, anything, right? There's like a myriad of things that you could talk about, which has been just horrible by not just Christianity, by Islam too, and stuff like that. It's like, sorry, go on.
That actually tracks because LeBron James flops a lot and acts persecuted. But
that's very true. Yeah.
No, when the term cultural Christian, you have to identify who you're referring to too, because Richard Dawkins, controversial, referred to himself as a cultural Christian, and he doesn't believe any of it. And so, and there's also cultural Jews, people who identify as Jewish, but they're actually atheists. So, I mean, there's sort of a myriad of different belief spectrums about different things. And I'm always pleased when self-identified Christians, especially if they're actual believers, are pro-LGBTQ and like, you know, pro-humanism, even if it's under the guise of Christianity or what have you.
Yeah. No, 100%. I mean, to like be more specific, I guess I'm talking about, I'm not separating the belief from like the little parts that someone like a Richard Dawkins might like take certain things that he likes about Christianity. I'm not sure about how he defines himself as a culture Christian, but like people who might say, oh, this is like something I really like about Christianity, like love thy neighbor, these things. I'm not talking about like those people because they're not really promoting the ideology. They're just promoting parts of it, which I think is largely okay. But it's people who like actually believe it. Like they believe that Jesus Christ was king. Like they believe that he performed miracles and was like God in human form. That's like the problematic part that I'm kind of talking about, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's also worth mentioning. I mean, absolutely. Religious moderation is a good thing because it's better than religious fundamentalism. But I am minded of Sam Harris's quote, I think it was in The End of Faith. He said religious moderation offends faith and reason equally, meaning that you're sort of picking and choosing which bits of the doctrine you like, and so you're not towing the line and you're not actually fulfilling the requirements as given by the text. You're making it individual, but at the same time you are providing a sort of cover for the fundamentalists by legitimizing the belief as a broad base. So it's a weird one because, of course, we want moderates, right? And we want people who are moderate voices. We don't want to scare them away, and we want to find common cause and all of that. But there is something aesthetically annoying about people who just pick and choose which bits of a supposedly divinely inspired book bestowed on us from the creator of the universe.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, this is a kind of a crazy analogy, but it's kind of like supporting certain ideas like Hitler or Stalin had, and then just completely ignoring all the atrocious things he did. It's like, how can you differentiate the two so, I don't know, like offensively, but like also it's really hard for me. Like I have a lot of friends who are Christians, and I see them like posting verses, and it's just hard for me to not get annoyed. Like I don't say anything because I feel like it's not my place to, and that's kind of my question is like, what
a lot of them don't know. A lot of them don't know about the awful parts of the Bible. You know, you go to church, and I'm far from a biblical scholar now. There's a lot of the parts of the Bible I don't know. I'll freely admit that. But I didn't learn about many of the really awful things until after I became an atheist. And I would go to church all the time, and I would just let the pastor or whoever's up pick parts of the Bible, you know, tell the story, talk about what the story means, how we can apply it to our daily lives. And you get such a sanitized picture of the biblical teachings. And, you know, I don't blame them for being in that situation and not knowing the truly awful parts.
Yeah. I mean, I guess like, and that's the thing as well. It's so, especially when it comes, like, I think the most egregious part for me is the indoctrination of it all, because it's kind of glossed over. But the fact that like children are kind of forced into believing this thing which isn't explained to them fully. Even if it was explained to children fully, they aren't going to be able to comprehend it until a much later age. And it's kind of just thrown in their face, like go to church, go to Sunday school, all these things that we have. And it's like, you are literally indoctrinating children into a certain way of belief, and then it becomes so hard for them to let go of that community, to let go of the, you know, the ideas that they thought were right for their entire like life. Like that part is the worst part, because that's like the evil part. That's the part you can't really change. Like, or that's the hardest part to change. Like, I understand how difficult it is for. Like, I listen to a lot of deconstructionists, and just how difficult it is for them to like let go. I could not imagine how hard it would be. Like, for example, since I've kind of came out, I've lost like friends, I've lost like family members, a lot of things like that, right? And it's been really difficult. I'm
sorry to hear that.
It could be worse, you know. At least I'm not like on the streets like a lot of LGBT members are, but you know, like that's just kind of for me like a small scale. Like, to have your whole community as a Christian basically abandon you if you say to them, look, I don't believe this anymore. It's just, I couldn't imagine how difficult that is to to go through, and that's the part that really annoys me.
Yeah, it's horrific, and this is why. And if you think about it, like families wrecked and destroyed, and lives torn apart over like imaginary friends. Like it's so ludicrous. If aliens came to visit us and saw us doing this stuff, they'd be backing out slowly and going, guys, let's go somewhere else. These guys are nuts.
I know it is really silly. But then I did want to also add on from like a wider scale. I assume, John, that you live in the UK. I feel like we're kind of separate from it, and it won't get into, or anytime soon, hopefully won't get into like our laws. I do really worry about America at the moment with the like evangelical rising that's happening.
We all do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like especially because America has such a global kind of impact. Like especially us, we kind of just follow whatever the US do because we're like, I don't know, we're just kind of can't stand on our own 2 feet very well. So I do worry because I don't want to compare it to the Middle East because you had a lot of things going on when they kind of turned to extremist Islam. But it does kind of remind me in a way of how it, even in like kind of the like Iran revolution and places like that, like the ideas that begun were relatively moderate, like just getting Islam back into like public practice and things like that doesn't seem too bad. Like getting Christianity to be in any form, like practice seems okay. But then it leads to, it's like a funnel straight to fundamentalists. It gives those like fundamentalist extremists a lot of power. And often it seems like throughout most of history, when the world kind of gets to a point where it's like picking between, it's always like, so there seems to be points in history where people just pick between extremes, like in like Germany when you had like it was basically between the Communist Party or the Nazis, and then it feels like now we're getting to a point, maybe it's over exaggeration, but it feels like now we're getting to a point where it's like you have this extreme kind of far right uprising, or you have this kind of like the part that I'm sure we're all like kind of part of is that like left ideology, whatever you want to call it, and it's just worrying to me because it feels like we're edging back towards the like fundamentalist Christian route, and it wouldn't overly surprise me if in America, depending on how certain events go in 10, 20 years, we see a return of religion in the law, and I just think that would be so bad.
I don't think it's going to happen. I'm feeling
I hope you're right.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think the pendulum's going to swing back. That's my hope anyway. I don't think that
I think
current
Trump is
direction
doing
of travel.
I think Trump is doing such a bad job that a lot of the kind of moderates that were swung in the recent election by the propaganda that Trump basically run, I think a lot of those moderates are really regretting their choice at the moment and realizing how bad it was. I think if we had someone in charge who was a little less kind of just bad at their job like Trump is, it maybe you might it would have been more likely to continue that like progression. But I was wondering, like, Sean, what you kind of think, because as like an American, like how does it feel, I don't know, like on the ground over there?
All right, so I'm still active military, so I have to not say, like, I use contemptuous words toward like certain elected officials or what have you.
That's fair enough. I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's okay. I can like speak to like, you know, in principle about certain things. So there seems to be, well, first let me start by saying I am all for religious freedom. If you have religious beliefs that should not be interfered with, you should be able to practice your religion in any ways you see fit, so long as your actions aren't harming other people in some way. You should be able to indoctrinate your own children, raise your children as you see fit, and you know, send them to Jesus camp or whatever camp you want. I wish it would stop there, and I wish that would be satisfactory to people who are of any religion. It's not just in the US, as you brought up other countries too that are sort of under a theocracy. But it doesn't stop there. There seems to be this want of people who are religious adherents, and I don't want to broad brush all, but enough of them that it's not enough for them to have that freedom to practice their religion as they see fit. They want force of government to force other people in certain ways to live by their religion. And I never quite understood that, and I wish it would stop.
Well, I think that's like when you look at the Christian, like when you look at the Bible and how it kind of it. I'm not like fully. I haven't read the Bible fully through. I'm trying to, but it's kind of boring. I'm like, I finished Genesis like yesterday, so I've got a long way to go.
You've got a long way to go. Yeah, you've got a very long way.
I know, like I've been listening to like religious debates and stuff for a long while, like years now. So I'm kind of I know like the snippets pretty well.
Sure.
But I don't really know what they kind of advocate for, like evangelicalism, like actually trying to get other people into their religion, because that's where like the contention comes from for me, is if we kind of say like, oh, it's okay to practice Christianity, and I do agree in isolation, like I said, I don't think there's anything wrong with like LeBron claiming to be a Christian, but I think if the text is telling you that these people who don't follow it are, you know, demons or I don't know, possessed by like Satan, and that the only way for salvation and the only way that they can stop sinning and be righteous is to find God, it kind of isn't that big of a leap as to why they use that to say my moral authority is way higher than yours. I don't care what you say. Like, I'm right. You listen to me. You become like, you know what I mean? Like, I guess that, like, I don't know if that's like if that's anywhere written in the Bible, but that's kind of my understanding of it.
Well, there is an obligation on Christians to spread the gospel and bring others to Jesus. That's not a volunteer job. They're obligated to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there was something else I was going to touch on, but I can't really remember. I did want to say, like, I really enjoy watching you guys. You guys are probably my like favorite religious debaters. I don't know. You seem to have like very good faith. And I enjoy that a lot. I also really like Justin as well. So I'm excited to see you and Justin on Friday, I think you said.
Thursday
next week. I can't wait to watch that.
That's going to be great.
Put in some entertaining super chats in the meantime.
But yeah, I don't know. It's been on my mind recently a lot because of just kind of recent events. And I was just interested to hear what you guys kind of thought about. Because like, I was kind of atheist. I went from like agnostic to the first time I started like looking up Christian history and things like that and the traditions. I not wanted to believe, but I was like impartial. I didn't like heavily hate it or heavily like it. And through reading about it, I began to heavily dislike it a lot more. And then as I've kind of progressed and as I've seen the events of history and as I've witnessed what's going on now, I've kind of become more of like an anti-theist, where I'm kind of just like, I don't know, it's icky to me, but I was just interested to hear like how you guys kind of thought, how you guys separated like the individual from the wider culture, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. It's a big question, right? So I always try to engage with ideas rather than people.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important. Kind of at the center of everything here is engage with ideas. There are lots of bad ideas, and bad ideas don't deserve respect. People deserve respect. Bad ideas deserve no mercy at all. So I always try to be like as nice as I can to people and as brutal as I possibly can with bad ideas. And I think that's a pretty good way to you know, if you're feeling like, you know, anti-theist, as you say, a good rule of thumb is just hold that in your mind all the time. So treat people with respect and savage bad ideas wherever you find them, and that'll keep you on the path.
I wish the term was anti-theism.
Yes.
It's really anti-theist by definition. What it's really saying is anti-theism, because I don't consider myself an anti-theist, like against the people.
Yes,
I want to challenge the ideas. I don't want to like denigrate the people.
Yeah, I think I heard you, John, call it anti-bad idea or something like that in a stream maybe before, and I kind of like that. Like, it's not, like you say, Sean, like I'm not against the people. It's totally understandable why a lot of people are religious. Like, it makes total sense. It's just like the actual idea of it, which poses a problem. But that's all I really had. So thank you guys so much.
Thanks for coming up. Nice to talk to you, and keep well.
I don't know how to leave. So.
I got you. Thanks, man. Take care.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks. Okie dokie. All right. Well, we're still going. 4:22 a.m., but I'm still feeling good. So let's keep going. We have Sim, and then we've got J-Art after that on the TikTok side. So we're getting in Sim right now.
Hiya.
Hey, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you.
Excellent. Welcome.
Yeah, fantastic. I've been listening to the live for a while, and I thought maybe I've got half an hour before my train, so I thought maybe I can get my 2 pence in.
Great. Before your train, it's like 4 a.m. Where are you right now?
Currently, I'm in Sheffield, not to bait out my internet location.
No, of course. I'm in the UK. That's an early train. Okay.
Yes, very early. So yeah, down into London. So
fair enough.
Yeah,
you're very welcome. The floor is yours. What would you like to say?
Thank you very much. So I just wanted to, before I just quickly clarify something, just to make sure. So I'm guessing the both of you guys are atheists in the panel, aren't you? And
yeah.
This is your way of asking theists what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, I think as soon as I saw that question, it reminded me of I don't know if you've heard Schellenberg's quote, which was like, if God exists and loved humans, he would make his existence clear.
Yeah, but we were reading Schellenberg earlier.
Amazing, yeah. So I was thinking about that, and I thought, I suppose that is one viewpoint, but then I'm guessing the one that you've been exposed to several times and probably tired of it, I would simply turn around and say, well, it depends on the framing. An atheist would see hiding as absence, whereas a theist like myself would see hiddenness as a purposeful distance.
Yeah. Can I engage on that then? So, I mean, that sounds very sort of poetic. A purposeful distance sounds like sort of a delightful poison or something. It like, if God is as powerful as we're given to believe, why does he need to create this purposeful distance, which causes a huge amount of suffering to lots of people, and then threaten them with being punished for taking this distance at face value?
Okay, so so the problem of creation is huge, and I don't like throwing around the typical defense that theists give that life is a test and this and that, because I think that just creates a huge issue, because then most atheists will turn around and be like, oh, what about evil, suffering? If this is a test, why does God allow this and that? And I like to think of the universe kind of like a computer, and like the laws of physics, a computer software. And I don't know how familiar you are with Islamic creed and thinking of where is God. We don't really say why is God, but we do sometimes think about why does he do things the way he does it. And I think the viewpoint I follow is the reason God doesn't intervene in the world is quite simply because it will then create a compulsion to intervene in every little fact. And I'll expand on that. So, for example, imagine my little sister, God forbid, gets diagnosed with a horrible, horrible disease, as many children do across the globe. And I pray to God, and he saves my little sister. He now has a responsibility to save every single little child with that infliction. Because if he doesn't, then he's basically saying, well, I choose to save this little girl, but I'm going to allow all these other children to suffer.
Or to just offer you a third option, not have little girls get that affliction. Job done.
Yeah.
Remove the problem before you create it.
Which is what I talked about, the computer and software. God didn't cause that problem. That was a result of the world we live in, the DNA changes. God didn't actively go in and say, actually, I'm going to cause this gene to replicate in a horrible way to create this disease. That's just the world. I know what you're saying.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go for it.
So, if God is sovereign, if everything that happens in reality is under God's jurisdiction,
correct,
then the distinction between him causing something and allowing something evaporates. It's meaningless, because if he wanted it to be different, it would be different.
Mm-hmm.
So he did cause it.
Okay, yeah. So through allowing it, I think the argument you're basically making is that there's no such thing as an innocent bystander, because he has the ability to stop it.
There's no such thing as an innocent, all-powerful bystander.
Yeah. Okay, and I agree. I do see where you're going with that. I suppose it would then come into the framing, and I really, really don't want to throw that cliche of life is a test, but that is the theist perspective.
Do all-knowing beings need to perform tests?
Well, I don't know that many all-knowing beings apart from one.
No, but think about it. Like, a test is something you do to grow your knowledge where there's an area that you don't understand or don't know, you have some deficit in your knowledge, and so you do a test to increase your knowledge from less than it could be to a bit more than it was. I don't think that all-knowing beings are capable of increasing their knowledge from less than it could be to more than it was. That would be a contradiction in God's nature, wouldn't it?
So have you ever come across Boethius' theory of time?
No, I've heard of B theory of time, but I'm not familiar with that. But so can you address the point I just made?
Yeah, 100%. So that's what I'm typically applying here. So the purpose of life being a test isn't for God. God doesn't need us to do this. In fact, what could happen is if we accept the time frame, the timeline that God's given us, we could all just skip straight to the end of time, Judgment Day, and God could just assign us to where we would have gone because he has all knowledge. He knew everything we were going to do. But my perspective is that this life, this test, isn't evidence for God, but rather for us. So if we were get to that point on the Day of Judgment and God says, okay, you go to heaven, you go to hell, we couldn't turn around and say, actually, that's not fair. We didn't get the opportunity to actually take the test. So
hang on a second, though. But you said if it isn't God conducting the test, then who is conducting the test? Who is performing the test in order to
100%. So I agree with you
evaluate the result?
The test has been administered by God, but the purpose of it is more for us than him. He doesn't need us to take this test.
But that doesn't make sense. I mean, that you might find that intellectually satisfying, but I don't. That sounds ridiculous.
Okay, so did you understand the part I said about it being as evidence for us so that we wouldn't be able to question why we have ended up in a specific place?
I mean, again, it sounds so post hoc. It sounds so kind of cobbled together afterwards rather than reasoned properly. Like, it just sounds like I mean, forgive me, it just sounds like a desperate cope because, I mean, if God could just configure things differently and all of these problems would just evaporate. So he obviously wants the problems. He wants the suffering. He wants the childhood leukemia. He wants the tsunamis and earthquakes. He could have it differently, but he chooses not to. And then the reason for that is for a test for us. And the purpose of the test is because unless we've done a test, we might question his judgment. Well, I'm questioning it now. So his strategy is clearly not working.
So I suppose the alternative would be if we were to be created with no suffering, no anything, I would simply then answer, why create us at all? I mean, would it rather be we weren't created at all, or would it be creation with a purpose?
I think you actually think you're onto something, because a perfect God would have no need to create anything, right? Because to create something would be to say that the universe existed in a form that displeased God or could please God more if he did something like create mankind. And that is also at odds with his nature. Mm-hmm. So again, all of these arguments just lead us back to basic coherency problems with any of this. And reality just makes so much more sense if you just go, you know what, all of these ideas are complete bullshit. Let's just get rid of them. And suddenly reality makes so much more sense. You don't have to twist yourself into ludicrous shapes to try and explain things anymore. It's so liberating when you don't have to do that anymore.
I suppose, I mean, that worldview, it makes sense. I mean, morally, it probably makes life a lot easier for you. But I don't think it's as simple as that. I mean, you mentioned childhood leukemia, and I think that for me, that was the number one point of contention when I first reverted. And it was, why does God allow these things to happen? And I think having a medical background, seeing these things on quite a daily basis, it's hard to wrap my head around. But I think, again, to the very basic fact that there are natural laws. So how far does it go? Let's say we now strip human biology out the equation so that we don't have to suffer with childhood cancer anymore. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. But then once we've cured cancer, now we have to strip out prion disease. We need to strip out Alzheimer's, dementia, all things that are previously consistent with natural law, to the point that we don't actually have a system anymore. I think fundamentally then, the whole system is flawed. I think every avenue of natural law needs
He's a shit designer. I couldn't possibly agree more. It wouldn't, by the way, it wouldn't mean that you don't have a system anymore. You could just have a better system. You could just have, and it doesn't need to have zero suffering, by the way, because some of the sort of character building arguments and all of that, I can sort of get on board with a bit of that, right? But there's so much obviously unnecessary, random suffering in the world, you know, people being killed in natural disasters where, you know, a building falls down and some of them are saved and some of them are killed, and it's obviously so capricious and it's obviously so random and pointless. And 3 million children a year starving to death. You know, hundreds of thousands of children a year die from malaria from mosquitoes that apparently God engineered. You know, this is all so silly. So even if you allow for a certain amount of suffering, for example, I can get on board with the idea that a bit of pain is necessary when you touch something hot. The pain response is adaptive because it makes you pull your hand away so you don't end up burning your entire hand off. So there's a bit of a trade-off for you. A little bit of pain keeps you safe and tells you not to do those things. I get that, but I'm not arguing for zero suffering. But the amount of suffering in the world is so beyond that. There's so much obviously unnecessary suffering. I don't see how you can square that with an all-powerful God.
I mean, my question for you then would be, does the suffering indicate that there isn't a God, or does it prove that if there is a God, it's a malevolent God?
Yeah,
I mean, where do we get the distinction that this now proves that there isn't a God?
I've never said that. No, I've never said that suffering proves there is no God. It certainly proves that a triomni God cannot exist. So if your definition of God is all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good, then that God does not exist in the world we currently inhabit.
Okay.
If you have a different definition of God, then it might. God could be evil. Absolutely. On board with that.
Okay. So your question, why is God hiding? Is that specifically asking, are you basically saying God does not exist because I cannot see him?
No. I'm granting for the purposes of this argument that God exists, but I'm saying if God wants to have a relationship with us, or if God makes our belief in him a requirement for the avoidance of punishment, then it would be extremely immoral for him to remain so obviously not here.
Okay. And it's really interesting because, like I said, I'm more here for a talk rather than an education, like trying to lecture you or vice versa. I think oh, sorry, Alexa, off. That's my alarm to get moving.
Sure. Don't miss your train.
You speak about God being immoral, but based on what? What moral framework do we judge him on?
Avoiding suffering and promoting well-being.
Okay, and that is, so what is avoiding suffering? I mean, for example, for an Aztec, if I was to sacrifice someone on the Temple of Ra, for example, I am avoiding suffering. I'm making sure my crops grow. But what standardized moral framework do we use to determine what ending suffering is?
Avoiding suffering and promoting well-being. So the Aztecs sacrificing people to make their crops grow is just morally ignorant at that point. We understand that they may be trying to do that, but we can see now, with the benefit of the perspective we have right now, that killing children or killing innocents or killing anyone on an altar isn't going to affect the prospects of a good harvest, right? So we can judge it now. We can say that was morally wrong because it didn't avoid suffering; it created suffering.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, you heard the alarm. I'm going to run for the train. That was really good. But
thanks
thank
for coming
you
in.
so much. Take care. No worries. Bye.
Take care. Thanks. Okay. Getting through it, kind of probably nearly there. We'll bring J-Art in, and then we'll see where we're at. It's like 25 to 5 here, and we're at the 6-hour mark. Still going for now. So let's see what happens. Bringing in J-Art right now. Are we there? There we go. Hey, J-Art.
Good morning. For you?
Hello. Hello. How are you?
Hello, J-Art.
The only logical answer there is that he doesn't exist. At least the Abrahamic God doesn't exist.
Seems likely
an all-loving
that's
God
true.
and an all-knowing God cannot coexist with
We don't want to get caught. We don't want to get caught in the middle of a domestic argy-bargy right here.
Okay, I gotta run. But
bye. Good luck with that.
My logic is he doesn't exist.
I think you're probably right, but go and sort that situation out. I hope everything's all right for you. Sounds like you need to go. Am I reading this right? Sounds like it. Okay. Yes. Okay. That was dramatic.
Sean, why did you get him in trouble? Why would you do that to him?
I'm so sorry. Yeah, I feel really bad. And of course, his logic was sound.
Yeah.
The most likely explanation of all this divine hiddenness is quite simply that there's just no one there. That suddenly just explains everything. You know, there's this principle that if you can explain a lot with few assumptions, you're probably onto something. It's beautifully poetic here. Just assume that this stuff's all just made up nonsense and it all suddenly starts to make sense. Look at some of the arguments we've even heard this evening and tonight of people dreaming up all of this crazy stuff in a desperate attempt to try and harmonize things that cannot be harmonized, to make things work that clearly offend our sense of reason. And it's so much better when you just don't have to do that. You can just relax, just take the world as it is, and you don't have to support kind of crazy nonsense and twist yourself into all sorts of amazing shapes. And now we're going to be joined by our wonderful friend, Richie, otherwise known as Screaming Silence.
Hey, Richie,
hey,
how
buddy.
you doing?
I'm doing okay. How about you guys? You tired yet, John?
Getting there. Getting a little bit tired, but
it's not alive until John sees the sun come up. Then it's alive.
Every live though, I still just wonder like what the point, not when you're going to get tired, but when you got to go to the bathroom. Because I've gone twice already during this live.
Yeah. Well, what you don't know is I've got a bottle down here. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. At the moment, I'm just liquid in. But I'll worry about liquid out afterwards. Don't worry about me. I've got this.
Yeah, I got the mute button, so I'm solid.
When Joel and Mezzo are doing lives, they'll sometimes swap out while one of them takes a pre-break, so they got a good thing going.
Nerd Unleashed just says John actually has a Foley cath.
Oh gosh.
I wish I'm going to have to upgrade the studio. I just can't afford one of those yet.
I just wanted to quickly just put my 2 cents in on some of these conversations.
Sure.
The earlier one about Calvinism was interesting to me because I spent dozens of hours during my time in the faith debating this with my pastors because when I read the Bible, I've said this to you guys before. I just had a completely different understanding of it on my end than other people did. Whereas when I looked at the Bible, I didn't see free will. And, I always go back to Romans 9, where to me, it's pretty much saying that we don't. And one of the big things that prevented me from really believing, like truly believing, was if God knows everything and he knows the beginning, he knows the end, he knows everything in the middle, then all of it is meaningless. A lot of Christians throw around, I hear it, even to this day, where they say, like, well, everything has a purpose and God has a purpose for everything. Everything has a meaning. And to me, my brain always went, well, if everything has a meaning, then everything has no meaning to me, because if he already knows what I'm going to go through, what's going to happen, where I'm going to end up, it doesn't need to happen. Maybe I'm experiencing it, but if there's no time to God and he sees it all collectively kind of at once, then it doesn't matter. And so this was one of the big things that really bothered me. And, I would sit down and just really try to hash this out with my pastors and be like, none of this matters. Like, I feel like we're just God's entertainment. Like, he was bored up in heaven or wherever he was all by himself, and he was lonely and was like, I need some TV. I need something to entertain me. And that really bothered me. And this is why I, say to this day, like, if God exists, whatever that God is, he has to be malevolent, because this all has to just be for him. Like, we really truly don't matter at the end of the day.
Yeah. When you said entertainment, an interesting analogy, because he has perfect foresight of the future, is he's watching a movie that he's already seen. He already knows how it ends. He already knows all the parts, what's going to happen, who's going to say and do what, his role in it, which prayers he's going to answer. So it's like watching a movie that you've seen 100 times already, and you have the whole movie already memorized.
Yeah, and someone just said in the chat, accidentally atheist. He said, "Are people already in heaven with him since there's no time?" And this is something that this just some of these things when you try to get your brain to understand it, you can almost go into like psychosis if you have these beliefs, because if he already knows everything, if he knows time until billions and billions of years, he already knows the experiences that even the ones that end up in heaven are going to have with him. So does that mean it's already happened and then just my experience isn't there yet? Like when you it's like trying to understand quantum physics. Like you can kind of maybe sort of put words to it, but you can't understand it. There's no way you can truly understand it. And the idea of like, well, okay, well that means also people are already suffering in hell. They're just not experiencing it yet. And to me, that just none of that ever made sense. It's kind of like along the lines of where Christianity created a God so powerful that he can't exist. He can't be all knowing, all good, everywhere, all at once, experiencing everything from the beginning to the end. It just doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. And if all of that is the case, that is all true, if you want to concede that we're just these puny humans that just can't understand it, the fact that God gave us that nature is kind of sick to begin with, because that in and of itself, I know I can speak for myself, has caused a lot of torment in my life. And he decided to create beings that cannot comprehend or understand that, which is just gross in and of itself.
And also this whole thing of a God outside time, it's like it's a cool idea. It sounds really good, but it's also complete bullshit, because you can't have your cake and eat it. If God is an agent of some sort, if God participates in things like plans, wanting to have plans and interactions with humans and being responsive in any way at all, any kind of thought, even any kind of moment to moment awareness, requires that you are participating in time. That's what time means. It's a measure of changing states. If God is anything but a frozen thing that never changes at all, then you cannot say that God is outside of time. Doesn't make sense. It's like it's a deepity. It just kind of sounds deep, and it's invoked to make difficult questions go away, but it doesn't make any sense at all. It's an incoherent concept.
Well, and time requires change. So when they say God was like before time, that's incoherent also, because what does that even mean? There was a moment before God did something, and then he created time and space. So there was a time before that. And that also was something that always, like, I would be up at night just like with these thoughts in my head, and the room was spinning because I'm trying to think about God existed apparently before he created anything. So even the angels, even heaven, like, so was God just in what? He was in.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Where was he? What was he doing? Was he just sitting there going, oh, I know in a billion years I'm going to create angels, and then after that, I know I'm going to create man, and then they're going to really, upset me. Like, I know I'm going to do all that, but I'm still going to like wait that billion years. If God had no beginning, there was probably a trillion years before he did anything.
Exactly.
So that
even
weird itself is psychotic.
Weirder than that, if God is eternal, he literally waited for infinity years and then decided to create the universe. Like, make sense of that.
It doesn't.
It's silly. It's all so silly, really. It really is.
Well, it's very, again, I always say this, it's very sad because, some people were kind of talking about some of the indoctrination, and you specifically look at the U.S. today, and I don't know if anyone's seen this. I've seen a lot of this, and even in my own personal life, there is this kind of new trendy thing with like there's like a romantic love for Jesus that's been like a thing that's kind of happening, especially with young girls, where
God, sounds so grim.
they are in love, like a romantic love with Jesus. And
I haven't heard of this trend, but
gosh,
think I'm better off for it.
Yeah, it's very sad. And, being right now I'm single and I'm on like 2 dating apps and stuff. And I even see it on there where they're like, my first love is always going to be Jesus. Or, if you don't love me like Jesus does, then don't even bother. And it's very sad because it's such a diluted, twisted view of, first of all, what love is, and secondly, of just what life is. And it's really stealing that from people. It's very gross and very sad. And I really feel really bad for these people because they deeply, deeply believe it. And it's pure indoctrination, and then when you try to talk to them about, well, if Jesus truly is God, then let's look at some of the things Jesus did at one point in history. And they, no, that's not Jesus. That's not Jesus. Like, Jesus is pure love. He's wonderful. And he's just so gracious. And they just talk about it like he's just like this romantic, it's so sad. It's so diluted. I feel so bad for these people. I really do.
Well, I want to be fair on this one. I haven't been on dating apps in a long time, but people are looking for other people that their life and lifestyle is compatible with. And if religion is a super important part of their life, I know to swipe left because we're not compatible. And, men who are also very religious or maybe of the same denomination as them or what have you, there's compatibility there. Like, religion is such an important part of people's life that, I'm okay with it. Of course,
Yeah, it's really tricky. And if people have grown up in that, what you've been through to get away from it and escape the gravity of that. It's really hard. And so I always try to remind myself to be compassionate.
It's very difficult because like I have an older sister and a younger sister. Both of them are stay-at-home wives or moms, whatever you want to call it. And they're very, very, very happy with that lifestyle. And they have, their place, their husbands have their place where they don't need to worry about anything. Their husbands, make the money, they take care of this, they take care of that. They know that their responsibility is this and that. And there's like an understanding that it gives them comfort, I guess. And there's very, very defined roles. They don't like look down on people at all that have other beliefs or the way they live their life, but they find so much comfort in it. And so I look at like them and I'm like, it really works for them. But then I always think, well, is that just because that's what they were told since they were born, and then now that's being fulfilled? So yes, no, I get what you're saying. There's definitely, people can practice and do what they want. But I'm just worried sometimes about, maybe what it's possibly taking from people.
For sure.
It's hard. It's difficult. It's difficult.
For sure. Absolutely. Yeah. All right, dude. Well, we should probably think about wrapping things up as it approaches the 5 a.m. mark here. But thanks for coming in, Richie. Always great to speak to you, man.
Thank you as always.
Take it
Have
easy.
a good one, Richie. Great talking to you.
Keep well. Okay. I think that's probably our business done. Pretty much. I think there is possibly another super chat to read. Let me just find those. I've mislaid my super chat control thing. Where has it gone? Getting late. Get it together, Cohen. I'll find it in a moment. I need to let you know that we have had some new members have joined the inner circle. which means that I may be forced to bump up the requirements for the kill switch. Yeah, because we're now at 11 members in the inner circle, so I might just bump it up to 3. That feels about right to me. So I will do that, but we just have to quickly read this message from Slushy Whale, who says, I personally know a 75-year-old victim to this trend. So that's scary and weird.
Which trend?
I guess the trend of saying love Jesus romantically. I'm guessing that's what that relates to. Yeah, really odd, weird stuff. Yeah, strange. Anyway, so on the subject of the inner circle members, I must read you their names. Normally I would display them on the screen, but it hasn't updated the new ones, and I feel odd about only displaying some and not others. So I'm just going to read you the wonderful members of our inner circle at the moment are, of course, Drew Smith, long-time member, Gordon Loves Science, Tim Cooney, How to Push Back, Liberty Giblets, Amon Ra, Cliff Jamin, Tracy, Devil's PD, Oceanus, Helios is now a member, and Zeitgeist Amiga is also a member, and I can just announce right now that the very wonderful Upshot Not Whole is also now a member, literally in the last few seconds. So I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, that's 12 is a nice round number. So I now feel very comfortable about the requirement for the kill switch being 3. So for the new members, I'll put out a message for you guys with a link, and literally you just follow the link. It gets you to it'll open in your browser, and whichever guest is on, you can hit the button, and then when 3 of you do, that'll be the thing. And as you've seen tonight, they're gone. When the kill switch is activated, that's the end. I have no choice in the matter. So I love that very, very much. Giving you that little bit of control. And then the middle membership tier is the Inquirers. That doesn't give you access to the kill switch, but it does give you access, obviously, to the interactive bingo, and also to the form where you can submit questions or topics that you want Sean and I to address or discuss or talk about, and I will always do my best to do that. So you can shape the conversation as well that way. So with that said, my last duty is to show you the state of the Believer Bingo, which I think we did pretty well today. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We managed to get Crash out. That was absolutely glorious. And we got Nothing Comes From Nothing, went to Upshot. God Works in Mysterious Ways also went to Upshot. Philbro Babble, Kif got that one. Evolution is Just a Theory, Kif got that one too. Look at the Trees was T. And No Morality Without God was Gordon. So excellent work, people, on the Believer Bingo. Absolutely smashed it on that. I am very, very happy about this. I think that Believer Bingo is my favourite innovation so far on the channel. It makes me smile so much when the notifications come in, and I'm so impressed at how quickly they come in as well. I hope you agree with me that the best way to do it is not to interrupt the discussions in those moments, because it just feels to me a bit disjointed. It means that you could have one conversation that ends up being interrupted, a couple of times or even more sometimes, and it's sort of, you've got to then get back to where were we and get back to where you were, and I just think I'm not sure it's the best way. So if you're okay with that, I'll do it in between the chats. And
we have one in the queue.
Do we?
I believe is a theist.
We've got a straggler. Okay. Well, I think we have to. It would be rude not to, wouldn't it, at this point? So we will bring in Chaos right now.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Chaos. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Did you say? Good. Yeah, we're doing well. We're doing well. Yeah. Anyway,
I just came in right now. I don't know what's going on, but I do follow you, and I am a Christian, and I've been up here before.
Sure. Well, welcome back in that case. Forgive me for not remembering. What do you think? Why is God hiding? What's all the hiding about? Why so shy?
I think me personally, I think the hiding is more of people wanting to close their eyes to God, not essentially him hiding.
Okay, so do you think that God could provide evidence that would convince me that he exists?
I think that God would provide evidence that he to you that he exists, considering if you actually wanted, if your heart was open to that evidence,
yeah,
like considering that you actually wanted there to be a God.
My heart's fully open. It's not that I want there to be God; it's that I want to know the truth. And so I'm completely open-minded. I'm ready to be convinced. I'm ready. I'm paying attention. My eyes are open. My heart is open. Lots of other parts of me are open. I'm fully open. I'm ready.
Do you actually want there to be a God, though?
I want to know what's true. What I want is irrelevant.
Well,
I don't think that
really
we should.
I
don't. Well, it is the question, because I don't think that we should. I don't think we should judge what we think is true based on what we want. That's childish.
So you want the truth.
I just want to know the truth. Yeah, exactly. I want to know the truth, and if God does exist, I would love him to let us know about it. And so far,
a lot of people are tired of me in the chat already. Sorry.
Well, that's okay. That's okay. So far, he has done precisely nothing to let me know he exists. And the only evidence I've been presented of God so far in my life are very, very poor apologetic arguments from believers who seem to find those arguments persuasive, even though I find them largely laughable.
Like which ones? Like the trees?
Like the trees, or even like Aquinas's 5 ways, or all the I've read
5 ways. What 5 ways?
Aquinas's 5 ways are arguments from Aquinas about God, like the argument from motion, and the argument from perfection, and the argument from contingency, and you may not have heard of them, but they're classic sort of classical theology argument. They're 700 years old, but people still make them. People still make them now.
What's up?
Yeah, Chaos. Do you think that every single person who wants to believe in God will believe in God?
Every single person that wants to believe in God will believe in God? I don't know. That's a tough question.
Yeah, so because the way you framed it is that God shows himself to everyone who opens their eyes. But the thing is this is a large deconstruction community. John is never a believer. I was. Many believers, such as myself, believed at one point, wanted to continue believing, but just couldn't. We started having doubts. We prayed on it, wanted to continue believing, and just couldn't. And there's scores of people in this chat that applies to also. Also, it's referred to non-resistant non-believers. There's tons of us.
Well, that's interesting. What like? So even while you're a Christian, you read all the stories about people doubting God and eventually coming back or not. You just decided like the evidence is too powerful and that God can't exist.
Well, I didn't. Not necessarily that God can't exist. I just, as I got older, wiser, looked at the world, and just kind of noticed. For me, and it's different for every person, but for me, one thing I noticed is that what people believe religiously, whether it's Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam, et cetera, is so geocentric, where if you're born and raised in a particular geography to a particular family, you're almost certainly going to end up some other religion. So I just did so. Yeah. And so it caused me to start having doubts and thinking about it. But I genuinely wanted there to be a God and an afterlife and the whole 9 yards.
like you're not wrong. That's a good argument I hear a lot. Is like if you were born here, then you'd be Buddhist. If you're born here, you'd be Muslim. Like, who are you to
Yeah.
tell us, chaos, that
And it's not
Christianity is
definite.
the one?
Yeah, and it's not definite. Like, nowhere is 100% one religion, but the statistical probability is overwhelming. Like Iran is 99% Muslim and probably a tiny fraction of a percent Christian. That's just one example.
Well, like North Korea, for example, is 100% North Korea.
Well, it's hard to get a census of North Korea. That's a whole nother topic. But there are Christians do smuggle in.
That's a good argument that people
Bibles
use.
and stuff there. But yeah, so that's what got me. That's what got me questioning.
Well, you know why I don't want to be an atheist.
Well, go ahead. Sure.
I tried to like get in the mindset of being an atheist, but like I actually ended up being more depressed. Like with the thought of.
The thing is, forgive me for interrupting you there, Cass, but whether something makes you happy or not, or depressed or not, has got nothing to do with whether it's true. That shouldn't be the meter. That shouldn't be the meter by which we judge things. Hang on, let me finish my thought. Just for a second. If you care about whether your beliefs are true or not, then you should disregard that. If you don't, if you're only interested in being convinced of things that make you feel nice, then stay on the path you're on and look away from any thoughts or concepts or possibilities or potential beliefs that might make you feel sad. I mean, some might say that's a little infantile, but it's your life. You need to lead it how you want.
Well, that's a good point. I don't think anyone's sort of like that before. Well, I think that what was I gonna say? Sorry. With there being no God, like I was just thinking about it, like I guess there's just I just have to accept that there's no everything is preference. Like that, I just have to accept that, right? I just have to accept its preference, and there's no scores keeper, so it's not like it really matters, but I have to accept that people are willing to want the betterment of each other, even though it's preference. We still choose that, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we all have the biological capacity to feel empathy. Setting aside outliers, some people have psychopathy and everything else, if you're referring to morality. But so here's a question for you. Like who you are right now, if you saw a child about to be harmed, is there some level of risk that you would accept for yourself to protect that child?
Well, with who I am right now, my current values, yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's say you found out, just hypothetically, that no God exists. Would it be any different? Would you be less inclined to help the child?
I think that if it was within the same day, no, probably not. I don't think I'd be less inclined. I don't know.
Yeah.
For me, I guess that's a personal question, because for me, I've been in a lot of these debates recently, and I'm struggling personally. Yeah. I'm just having a personal issue, right? I'm having a personal issue. My whole view is falling apart. My whole world's falling apart. I'm realizing, I'm having to realize that there's a heat death, and it, to me, it's more scary to know that there's no existence and everything just ceases to exist, and then there being a hell. Isn't that weird? Hell is less scary.
I get it. I get it. Well, it's probably less scary because you believe, as a Christian, you're not going to see that place. But I think it's awful to think that. I'm glad there's not going to be billions of people burning alive for all eternity. That's awful. But I want to address what you said, because this is important. You said it's scary and it sucks, and a lot of people go through that. We're a deconstruction community, and different people have had different experiences. So for me, I'm not going to BS you and say oh yeah, atheism is great. There's no downfall. There's it's losing your faith can be a very trying time, but people get through it. And for me, I don't like the idea that someday we're going to
all die, and that possibly that's just going to be it, like lights out. Like, I think that sucks, but I have to deal with reality on reality's terms. And one thing religion does is I think it ill-equips people to deal with their own mortality, because John's never believed, and he seems very well adjusted to that. So, you can adapt, but if you want to be intellectually honest and think about these things, but what I would like to encourage you to do is, like, my goal isn't to try to, like, I gotta, like, convert him and proselytize and bring you over to atheism. What I would love for you is to be able to contemplate these questions honestly within yourself, without the fear of hell, without fear shackles in your mind. And if you come to the conclusion, even if it's not the Christian God, some vague creator of the universe, whatever it is, if you're still a theist, I still think that's great for you, that you no longer have these threats of hell, you must believe or else, and you could just do the honest exploration for yourself and with true freedom. That's what I want for you.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
What, like, I don't even know how to ask this, but if there is a God, like, is the ideal God just like he created us and just forgot about us and there's no consequences?
Well, so there is consequences. Just on Earth, there's consequences for actions, right? But there's no an ideal God. The world wouldn't look like it does right now. That's my opinion.
I've got something to say. I've got something to say about this, Chaos.
Sure.
If there is a God who is ethical and has any sense of decency and goodness, don't you think that God would reward honesty?
I mean, I feel like the oh crap. Oh, plug in my stupid charger. Hold on. I think that what was I gonna say? I think that if there was, see, it's just hard. It's like the whole idea of a God is hard in general. Like, it's just it's hard to comprehend, right? So when you're growing up and you're getting taught this, you're like already in the mindset, well, you don't really question it, but when you're like trying to deconstruct it, then the whole thought of a God becomes very difficult to understand in general. It's like, well, what would a God be, and like, what is the ideal God, and like, if he was blah blah blah, would he reward blah blah blah, and it's like, would he allow you to even have a life after this, and stuff like that. So I don't have an answer for that question, but I would say yes if I did have an answer.
Yeah, I mean, if there was an ethical God, it's hard to imagine that God would penalize honesty. And
it's hard to imagine. Yeah,
it does seem hard, right? And I would say that if there's a God that penalizes honesty, then we're probably all screwed, because that's pretty evil. Like, that seems bad. And so what Sean is saying, and what I advocate as well, is to just allow yourself to just be honest. Be honest. If something doesn't make sense, it's probably because it's nonsense. Not always, because like quantum mechanics doesn't make sense, and special relativity doesn't make sense, and they work. But they can be tested, and they're very precise
what
mathematical
about like
models.
something? So like, oh, you know what? That doesn't matter. I was gonna say, like, there's stuff that we have that can't be tested, right?
That can't be. Did you say that can't be?
Some things are testable. Oh wait, say that again. I might have misheard.
Are some things that we have untestable, like unmeasurable, but they're real?
I mean, it depends what you mean. Like something like how funny something is. It's real, but it's a bit hard to quantify how funny something is, because how funny to who? Yeah, how funny to who? I mean, you can put people in a room and see how many people laugh, and then you can be very, very vague about it and say, well, this particular audience found comedian A funnier than comedian B because they were laughing more of the time. But it's hard. Not everything is precise. But the thing I was trying to say to you before is, some things are subjective and some things are just imprecise because they just are. But the thing I was trying to say to you is, one of the worst things that religion does to people is it gets them when they're early, and then it conditions them to believe that their own thoughts, that their own sort of paths that their minds are going to go on are dangerous. That it's dangerous for you to think the wrong thing. dangerous for you to believe the wrong thing, and it's morally wrong for you to find yourself convinced by the wrong thing. That is such a damaging idea. It's so anti everything that is to be a human. We've got these incredible minds, these beautiful brains that are capable of contemplating the vast scales of the universe, or the smallest things, and feeling love and feeling the full range of human emotions and all of this stuff that our brains can do. And then we put ourselves in this little box. I think, did you use the term, Sean, fear shackles? We put ourselves in these like mental boxes where we feel terrified to use our minds fully. Don't be. You don't have to do that. You can cast off those shackles and then just examine the landscape of all ideas freely, with no one is watching you and judging you based on the contents of your mind. And then you just land wherever you land. And that is a freedom that you should not be willing to compromise and give up, because that's mental slavery, and you deserve better than mental slavery. If there's one thing you take away from this, it's take back that mental freedom for yourself to explore any ideas you want, at any speed you want, in any way you want, and just be led by that, and then see where you end up.
That's interesting, and you know what? That's a good point. You know, it's been a crazy last like month of all these debates that I've been going through, but that's a good one. How old are you, may I ask? I think you forgot to ask my age, by the way, but it's all right.
Yeah, I did forget to ask. I did forget to ask your age. My age is a closely guarded secret, but I'm pretty old.
Okay, you're pretty wise then.
Thank you. But seriously,
I'm in my mid-20s.
Yeah, I figured that's what
for TikTok reasons.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Just take that with you, Chaos, and go wherever you go. I'm not saying believe in this or don't believe in that. That's up to you. You're going to believe in what you are going to believe in, whatever you find convincing. Just don't hammer yourself about it.
Well, you know what? Out of most people that I've talked to, you give the most honest responses. So I have respect for that. You give honest responses. You don't give BS, or you don't sit here trying to convince me to be an atheist, or based on what you just said, you give really honest responses. So I respect that.
Thank you, and feel free come back and check in with us, man. It's all good.
I will. The one thing you said, if you can bring this up later, I know you want to talk to other people. Probably, I don't know how many people are waiting, but what did you say? You said something about what did you say about the Christian God? Like you said something about like deconstructing, or you said something about like not. I don't know what you said, like he's not true or something like that, or like if there was a God, it can't be this one because of whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, what I was saying is that if you define the God as being all-knowing and all-powerful and all-good, then I think we can be fairly confident that God doesn't exist. So there might be a God. There might be a God that exists that has different properties. Maybe is say maximally powerful and all-knowing, but not necessarily all good. Then that would be easier to square, because just look at the world around us. It doesn't make any sense. There's too much easily avoidable suffering for an all-powerful God to exist. We can be very confident that doesn't exist.
Okay, I missed that part. Well, dope. I'll be watching this, and I'll be back up if no one else joins. I can check the queue.
Good. Okay.
We were closing shop anyway, but great to see you, Chaos. And by the way, just not to go down philosophical weeds, but I've always thought all powerful necessarily entails all knowing, or at least the ability to know everything.
Yeah.
Because now if an all powerful God is not all knowing, that would be a choice. He's using his power to limit his knowledge, which I guess is theoretically possible, but it would have the ability to know everything.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Does that make sense?
It completely does. Yeah, because you could say that knowing things would come under the umbrella of omnipotence, right? So if potency would include in that in that.
Granting the self knowledge of all. So now you can be all knowing but not all powerful, but you cannot be all powerful and at least not have the ability to be all knowing.
Correct. Yeah, that's a good way. It's like a nested thing, a good nested thing. Right. I think that's probably our business done. 5:17 a.m. 6 hours and 47 minutes of joyful fun. What a journey it's been. If you've been here since the start, that's incredible. If you've not been here since the start, what is your excuse? Because Sean and I have. Massive big up to Joel Reads Bible in the chat. If you don't follow Joel, then I don't want to be your friend anymore. So follow him and check out his stuff on YouTube and TikTok because he is excellent. So that's an order. Okay.
Chaos is requesting back up. Do you want to?
He's disappeared now, and I think we're done. I think we've reached.
Hey, Chaos, come back another time. So
another
we're
time.
On Saturday evening, we'll be on again.
We'll be on from Saturday. It will be 5 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday. We will be doing the night shift again. Thank you so much. All the usual thank yous, of course, to the incredible mods in both chats. You guys are amazing. I will never, ever not appreciate you. You're wonderful. Thank you for all the likes and all the things and all of that stuff. 135,000 likes on TikTok is wild. That's incredible. I never take that for granted. Thank you so much. And if you were one of the lovely people who liked the YouTube stream, that also helps training the algorithm that we're doing good things. So thank you for that. Watch out for the clips to come in the days ahead.
I can't wait.
Plenty of those to come. And yeah, on that note, guys, you've been amazing. So Sean, thank you as always. Also.
Thanks, John, and thanks everybody. I enjoyed it again. Look forward to Saturday.
Speak soon. See you Saturday. Bye all.